Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, I will now continue the unfinished story Vol 2 Part 2. Chapter 154 Dire Situation. Chapter 154 Dire Situation. Hee 8th Commander. I think there are quite a few nice ones in this team. Tusk. If you're tired of them, could you give them to us to have a go at as well? A pockmarked man asked flutteringly. 3 bandits rode on their horses and sprinted toward the maple forest rapidly. Pockmarked, if you've completed your duty as instructed, the big boss will definitely reward you. Quickly kill this tramp and report to the big boss. The 8th commander replied rather impatiently. The bandits then raised their swords and flashed a cruel smile. They charged at the tramp who was leaning against the tree. Suddenly, the still tramp raised his head in a sudden motion. When he stared at these 3 cruel-looking bandits, he did not reveal even a hint of panic. Kachak! 3 bandits roared in laughter as they charged at the man. However, in an instant, a gust of chill air encompassed them. Then, the bandits were frozen into crystals together with their horses resembling living ice statues. Bang, bang, bang. 3 heavy thuds were heard. As the 3 of them charged at him too quickly, the inertia caused them to fall to the ground, breaking into a million pieces after they were frozen into statues. There were broken limbs amongst the crystal pieces. However, there was not a single drop of blood on the ground, and not even the smell of blood was in the air. It was exactly this scene that sent a chill down people's spine. Then, the tramp's eyes were set on the gang of bandits further away from him. Great big boss, something happened. The big boss' gaze fell on the beautiful maiden, Emmer. At this moment, he heard the panic-stricken voice of a bandit behind him. What happened that made you so panic? The big boss scolded the bandit behind him loudly with a dark expression. The bandit appeared pale as he replied with a shaky voice. The 8th commander is dead also. Also what? A light flashed across Big Boss' eyes as he shot a glare at the bandit. Moreover, his death is horrible. Big Boss, I think you should see for yourself. The bandit's teeth seemed to be trembling. As he recalled the scene he had just witnessed, he was immediately overcome with unspeakable fear. HMPH, bring me there. The big boss took a deep glance at the people of the fleet of carriages. He ordered his men to keep an eye on them. Then he brought a gang of bandits and went straight toward the maple forest. Soon, the big boss arrived at the maple forest and saw the crystals, which encompassed of broken limbs on the ground. Even if they were cruel, the scene before them still sent a chill down their spine. Their gaze was locked on the tramp who was under the tree with a hint of fear crawling onto their face. Damn it. It's you. The big boss had a dark expression. Even though he did not understand why the 8th commander had become the way he was now, the big boss was known to be ferocious. He immediately shot his glance toward the tramp, where fury flashed in his eyes. Kill this tramp right now. The bandits rushed out from the big boss back, riding horses and bearing a sword in their hands while sprinting toward the tramp under the tree. Phew! Suddenly, a pitch-black mist appeared out of nowhere and engulfed most of the bandits. Then, thunder began to flash in the mist. It's a spellcaster. It's the mysterious spellcaster. Run quickly. Upon seeing the strange scene, the bandits who were not engulfed in the mist immediately screamed and retreated frantically. Even the bandits who were keeping an eye on the carriages had noticed the huge commotion and ran away as if their lives were at stake. There might not be many who had seen a spellcaster, but most knew about the mystery and strength of a spellcaster. After noticing that the tramp was actually a mysterious yet strong spellcaster, naturally, these bandits did not want to stay any longer and scurried away in fear. As compared to the bandits who ran away, the bandits who were encompassed in the mist were not that lucky. After the mist dissipated, dozens of bandits were lying on the ground in various poses, bearing a blank face. The ones hit by the lighting let out an unbearable stench as their charred bodies were revealed. So weak. The tramp looked at the bandits' bodies all over the ground. He appeared very calm but sighed with mixed feelings. It has already been 9 days. The effect of corroding potion still hasn't been cleared. In addition, there's a sign that it's spreading throughout the body. I must find a quiet place and try to make an antidote potion. This tramp was Merlin. He had already been in the maple forest for 9 whole days. He originally wanted to rely on the strength of his physical attribute and the coagulation potion. After his body could no longer support him to walk, he would find another safe place and make the potion. Little did he expect that the poison of the corroding potion was not suppressed at all. Instead, the poison became stronger with time. Even Merlin's strong physical attribute could not help in this matter. Other than casting spells, it was difficult to even move an inch of his body, not to mention making a potion. The big boss of the bandits was merely a third-level elemental swordsman. Once Merlin's dark mist had engulfed them, they were all trapped in an illusion no matter how many they were and killed by Thunderbolt Net. Merlin set his gaze toward the faraway carriages and a thought came to him, maybe these people could help him. Farther, the bandits have left. The young girl, Emmer, muttered after ensuring the bandits were not in sight anymore. Yes, they're gone. They got in trouble with a mysterious and powerful spellcaster. The middle-aged man looked toward the faraway maple forest. That man who looked like a tramp was a mysterious yet powerful spellcaster. Before this, he once heard about how powerful the spellcasters were, but he had never seen one before. Now, he finally had the chance to see one where he killed dozens of ferocious bandits in an instant. Moreover, that spellcaster did not even move a muscle. Such dread. When Merlin's gaze fell on him, Chablis was squeezed with anxiety. After a long while, Chablis took a deep breath. He said to Emmer and the noble lady, "Let's go. That spellcaster has saved us all. We should show our appreciation to that, sir." The noble lady appeared worried while Emmer was filled with curiosity. She followed the middle-aged man and walked toward the faraway maple forest. Soon the three came to the maple forest. Upon seeing the bodies of numerous bandits, especially when an unbearable burning smell was still lingering in the air, the three were extremely nervous. "Most respectable Sir Spellcaster, thank you for helping us and killing the bandits. You have saved us. I, Chablis, represent the Deckman family to thank you for your aid, sir." Chablis held one hand over his chest as an expression of a formal etiquette. Although he was gripped by fear toward the spellcaster, he still showed his appreciation to Merlin. Merlin raised his head and his pale face showed a smile. "Mr. Chablis, I need your help." "Help?" Chablis showed an odd expression. Merlin had just killed dozens of ferocious bandits with a wave of his hands. What help did he still require? Merlin continued, "I need a safe place. Dieter's town in front is quite good." Chablis gave a relieved sigh. The spellcaster only needed a place. For a merchant, this was a piece of cake. Thus he smiled and answered, "Sir, please be at ease. We'll definitely arrange a safe and quiet place for you in Dieter's town. Please follow us." However, Merlin did not move. Instead, he sighed, "If I can walk, do I still need you?" After Merlin said that, he took away the clothes used to cover his legs. Instantly, they saw the terrifying bones and corroding flesh on Merlin's thigh. Even Chablis, who had seen and experienced many things, could not help but be overwhelmed by the sight of this. After a long while, Chablis returned to his senses and quickly said to Merlin, "Sir, let me call my men here and carry you into the carriage." Merlin nodded. He let Chablis call for his men and carry him into the carriage, where they continued toward Dieter's town slowly. "Sir, how about this place? This is the residence I've found for you in town." Chablis had just led the carriages into Dieter's town. Before having time to rest, he began to search for a safe place for Merlin. Finally, he chose a residence which seemed rather quiet. Merlin was carried by 4 men. His face seemed to turn a lot paler. Without checking out the residence, he said to Chablis in a deep tone, "All right. Get me in. Right, call Emmer for me. I need her for something." "Emmer." Chablis' expression changed. After looking at Merlin, he finally replied through gritted teeth, "Sir, Emmer is still young. I can find a prettier woman for you." Before he even finished his words, Chablis felt a chilling aura over him. Merlin said in a dark expression, "Mr. Chablis, let me repeat myself. Call Emmer here." Chablis' expression kept changing, but finally he walked out, looking down. Merlin knew Chablis had misunderstood his meaning. With his body now, he could not even move a muscle. What more could he do? However, he was lazy to explain himself, as he was in a dire situation. If he did not make the potion now, he would probably be in a deep trouble. "Sir, Emmer is here." Chablis' voice rang outside the door, "Let Emmer in." Squeak! As soon as Merlin finished his words, Emmer pushed the door open lightly and entered carefully. Her face revealed a hint of nervousness. Chapter 155 Reconstruction. Chapter 155 Reconstruction. "Sir." Emmer was rather cautious and she appeared nervous. Merlin opened his eyes. After seeing it was Emmer, he smiled and spoke softly, "Emmer, I ask for you because I'd like you to help me in making a potion." "Making a potion, but I don't." Emmer was worked up at first, but she shook her head after. "No, don't worry. The most important thing is to be attentive. I believe in you and I know you can succeed. All right, I won't say anything further. Time is ticking. I must make the potion in the shortest amount of time possible." Merlin was already a little impatient. The poison of corroding potion in his body was spreading rapidly. If he made an antidote potion now, it could still give him a great effect. However, if he waited until the poison was thoroughly spread, then he would be in great trouble. Moreover, the reason he wanted the young Emmer to help was that Merlin noticed that Emmer had the most basic quality to become a spellcaster: mind power. Emmer's mind power was beyond ordinary people. Even she had not noticed this, but Merlin, as a spellcaster, naturally noticed it easily. Thus, even if Emmer did not become a spellcaster, she would be more focused than others if she was the one who made the potion. Those who had strong mind power usually had extraordinary talent in alchemy or potions. Following that, Merlin took out the glassware used in potion making from his ring. Looking at this exquisite glassware, Emmer was overwhelmed with curiosity. Merlin told her with a smile, "These are the glassware used in potion making. After this, I'll teach you the most basic steps in making potions." The potion Merlin was going to make was a common antidote potion in the dark magic region. Its name was also quite simple: detox potion. Although corroding potion was powerful, it was only a type of common toxic potion. Detox potion would have an effect on corroding potion. Following that, Merlin began to teach Emmer to make detox potion. He first utilized the matrix to strictly control the ratio of potion materials. Then, he strictly followed the steps to make the potion. Even if this was Emmer's first time making a potion, and her success rate was low, it would not be a problem to make the detox potion if she put in an effort. Once she had made the detox potion, Merlin could use this potion to slowly clear the effects of corroding potion in his body. Merlin carefully taught the steps in making the potion to Emmer a few times. Following that, Emmer seemed to ignore everything else as she focused on the steps in potion making and dived into making the potion. After all, this was her first time making a potion. Even if all her steps were carried out according to the matrix requirement, she still failed during her first time due to inexperience. Following that, the second time, the third time, the fourth time until it was her fifth time. This time, Emmer finally made it successfully. When she handed the detox potion to Merlin, he could not help but flash a smile. "All right, Emmer. You should go out now," Merlin instructed Emmer directly. Although Emmer had made the potion for nearly 10 hours, she still appeared quite energetic since her mind power was extraordinary. She was still reluctant to go out even after Merlin had asked her to. Just when Emmer walked to the door, Merlin hesitated and said, "Wait. This is a mind meditation spell. Meditate according to the ways stated in here." Merlin threw a mind meditation spell at her. This was not any normal meditation spell as it was the intermediate mind meditation spell Merlin had received from Wizard Leo back then. Emmer had never come across a spellcaster before. If she yielded great result from cultivating the meditation spell, Merlin would not mind giving her some spell models to help her become a spellcaster. However, this must wait until he had recovered. After handing the mind meditation spell to Emmer, Merlin then waved his hands, signaling Emmer to leave the room. When Merlin was the only one left in the room, he swallowed the detox potion. Some potions needed to be applied externally while some needed to be consumed, just like the detox potion. After Merlin had swallowed the detox potion, he closed his eyes slightly and silently waited for the effect to kick in. After 2 hours, Merlin felt a heat in his body. Sweat drenched his body where it emitted a thick, sweaty odor. However, as sweat broke out, Merlin felt more relaxed. His mind power was sensing every change in his body. As soon as he had taken the detox potion, the poison of corroding potion in Merlin's body was slowly expelled along with the sweat. This showed that the detox potion was, in fact, effective. After a few hours, Merlin heaved a long sigh. Finally, he did not have to worry about the spread of the poison of corroding potion in his body. Once he made a few more detox potions, he could completely get rid of the poison from his body. In the following days, Merlin let Emmer come to his place once each day to make detox potion for him. Chablis seemed to have known the reason Merlin asked for Emmer, so he became more passionate toward Merlin. Thus, after taking 6 detox potions consecutively, all poison in Merlin's body had been cleared. On top of that, he could move his arms albeit only slightly. Even though the poison had been cleared, the flesh that was cut from Merlin's thigh would not recover in a few days. Even if Merlin's physical attribute was strong, and his recovery rate was astonishing, he would at least need 2 months' time for his thigh to fully recover. Bang! Emmer's door was suddenly pushed open. Chablis entered Emmer's room with a dark expression. "Emmer!" Chablis yelled, His tone was filled with a hint of anger. Emmer, surprised by this and looking flustered, asked, "Father, why are you here?" "Why am I here? This is the question I want to ask you instead. In these few days, you're either making potions in the spellcaster's room or hiding away in your room. What are you doing?" Chablis also noticed the strange change of his daughter, Emmer. The lively Emmer had changed into another person ever since she helped Merlin to make potions. She hid away in her room, doing who knows what. Chablis was extremely worried, so he crashed into her room in such fury. Although Emmer had hidden in her room a whole day, she seemed quite energetic. She had a nice blush on her face and nothing seemed to be wrong. Looking at the stuttering Emmer, Chablis' expression darkened a shade. He asked, "Emmer, what exactly are you doing in your room?" After a long pause, Emmer took a deep breath and answered carefully, "Father, during my first time helping Wizard Merlin to make the potion, Wizard Merlin has given me a strange cultivation method called meditation spell. I thought it's quite interesting. Moreover, after I meditated, I feel like my mind is very clear, so I've been in my room." Chablis did not catch the words after that. He stood up suddenly and showed a stirred expression. "Emmer, did Wizard Merlin really give you a meditation spell?" "Wizard Merlin gave it to me." "Farther, do you know what a meditation spell is?" Emmer asked out of curiosity while she tilted her head. Har. Meditation spell. This is the key to become a mysterious yet powerful spellcaster. It can't be that you have the quality to become a spellcaster. After a pause, Chablis revealed an elated expression and said, it must be this way. Emmer, you may have the quality to become spellcaster. Let's go. Quickly meet Wizard Merlin with me. I'll let him take you as his student." Chablis was different than the innocent Emmer. He knew deeply what it meant to become a spellcaster. Thus, since Emmer had the quality to do so, he would seize this opportunity for her no matter what. Once she had become Merlin's student, Emmer had a greater chance of becoming a spellcaster. Thus, without a moment of hesitation, Chablis brought Emmer to Merlin's place. Wizard Merlin. Chablis suppressed the excitement he felt in his heart and called out lightly, "Come in." Merlin's voice rang. Then Chablis brought Emmer into Merlin's room. After Chablis saw Merlin, he respectfully bowed to him and said, "Wizard Merlin, thank you for giving an opportunity to Emmer. Emmer wants to be your student. Please, Wizard Merlin, take her as your student." Upon saying that, Chablis signaled Emmer to come to the front. This was a rare opportunity in a million years, so Chablis could not let this pass him by in vain. Without waiting for Emmer to speak, Merlin waved his hands and said in a calm tone, "Mr. Chablis, I'm not the one who decides whether Emmer can become a spellcaster. Moreover, I'm only an entrance-level spellcaster. I won't consider taking any student for now." Hearing Merlin's rejection, Chablis showed an anxious expression. When he wanted to say something, Merlin interrupted him again and said, "Although I won't take Emmer as a student, I'll rest for a while in Dieter's town. During this period, if Emmer has any question about spellcaster, I'll answer her. As to whether she can successfully construct spell model and become a spellcaster, it's up to her." After Merlin had finished his words, albeit Chablis thought that it was a shame that Merlin did not take Emmer as a student, they still had some time left. Emmer was not totally out of chance. Thus Chablis bowed again to Merlin and left Merlin's room with Emmer. In the following 2 months, when Merlin was recuperating, he often explained some simple knowledge about the construction of spell model to Emmer, so she could slowly familiarize herself with it. However, these were all the basics. be it mind power or basic knowledge about the construction of spell model. They were all preparation for her to construct spells in the future. Thus, whether she could become a spellcaster depended on Emma herself. No one could help her in successfully constructing suitable spell models. It's time to construct my first formidable spell model. After more than a month, the injury on Merlin's thigh had recovered by half. He could get up from his bed and slowly walk now, so Merlin was prepared to construct his formidable spells. During this month, he had been meditating, so his mind power had improved significantly. Hence, there would not be any problem for him to construct formidable spells now. After the battle with Wizard Vixer previously, Merlin's most profound thought was his spells were not powerful enough, albeit he had many spells. If one or two of his spells were slightly suppressed, then he was no different than the ordinary entrance-level spellcaster. It would be extremely dangerous that way. Thus, during the period he was recovering in Dieter's town, Merlin planned to construct one formidable spell model. About the formidable spell model he wanted to construct, it was not Furious Flame, which Merlin had analyzed with a matrix before. Instead, it was the Earth-tech defensive spell, Guardian Monument. The matrix began analyzing Guardian Monument's spell model. Merlin took a deep breath. He had already done all preparations. Now, he was only waiting to choose the best spell model. Thus, he directly ordered the matrix to analyze Guardian Monument's spell model. Beep. Mission created. Analysis initialized. Along with the analysis of the matrix, Merlin's mind, in fact, began to calm down and silently waited for the result of the matrix analysis. Chapter 156 Pandora Demon Ability. Chapter 156 Pandora Demon Ability. Beep. Analysis completed. In total, 13,891 Guardian Monuments spell models have been reconstructed. The matrix had completed its analysis with a reconstruction of more than 10,000 spell models. Back then, there were only about 11,000 Furious Flames spell models, so both spell models were about the same. Among the reconstructed spell models, Merlin first chose those with a higher compatibility. Next, from the highly compatible spell models, he chose those with excellent stability and power. Merlin was already greatly familiar with the process of choosing a spell model. He needed to consider compatibility, stability, and power, so Merlin quickly got the spell model he was satisfied with. However, Guardian Monument was less compatible with Zero-level spell Earth Guard than Furious Flame with Fireball. At last, the spell model he had chosen had 76% compatibility with Earth Guard. Its stability was also amongst the top 30 in all spell models, which was rather good. The next step after choosing the spell model was the most crucial. He had to simulate the complicated spell model in his awareness with mind power. Previously, Merlin failed because his mind power was insufficient. This time, not only did Merlin's mind power had reached that of a second-level spellcaster, but he had also meditated for an extra month at Dieter's town. His mind power had significantly increased since the time he constructed Furious Flame. Phew. Merlin took a deep breath and calmed his nerves. Then, he initiated all his mind power and began to simulate Guardian Monument's spell model. Huseus, have the Abyss fought found the people from Osmu? The black-robed wizard Leo, who wore a round, black hat, asked in a calm tone. At this moment, Wizard Leo, Wizard Huseus, and spellcasters of 6th level and above from the dark magic region had gathered. They were hiding in the forest as they stared deeply at an ancient castle in front of them. Wizard Huseus squinted his eyes slightly, staring at the castle, and replied softly, I've received news from the Abyss Fort. The people of Osmu have divided into a few groups. One of the groups is in this castle, but we'll only know when the people of the Abyss Fort are here. Whoosh! As soon as he finished his words, a gust of wind blew in the forest. Then, the originally dark forest became pitch black in an instant. Hee, Husis. It's been a long time. From the dark forest, a hoarse voice sounded. Suddenly, a dozen spellcasters who wore black wizard robes appeared. Many 6th-level spellcasters of the dark magic region were gripped with shock. They did not sense any movement at all as these spellcasters of the Abyss Fort appeared just like that. However, Wizard Husis appeared rather collected. He took a glance at the spellcaster walking at the front and smiled. Yes, Wizard Grislow. The last time we met was 100 years ago. The spellcaster of the Abyss Fort gathered with those of the dark magic region under the leadership of 7th-level wizard, Grislow. Are there any people of Osmu in the castle? Wizard Leo's tone was heavy as he asked coldly. Wizard Grislow shot a glance at Wizard Leo, then showed a complicated expression. He asked softly, "I'm sure this is Wizard Leo, you've developed Darkness Eye." Tusk. Even the spell-casters of the Abyss Fort who specialize in darkness-type spells didn't develop Darkness Eye. If it wasn't to deal with Osmu today, I really want to have a go with a legendary Darkness Eye. Wizard Grislow was a spellcaster from the Abyss Fort, a spellcasters organization which specialized in darkness-type spells. However, even in the Abyss Fort, no one had ever developed the legendary Darkness Eye. Hence, Grislow was naturally very interested in Wizard Leo's Darkness Eye. That vertical eye on Wizard Leo's forehead flashed a faint red light. As he looked at Wizard Grislow, he replied coldly, "Wait until I kill the Osmu." I'll naturally let Wizard Grislow witness it. From Wizard Leo's tone, he seemed to be unafraid of Wizard Grislow, who was a 7th-level spellcaster. Grislow. Stop the rubbish. This time, Osmu came at us with overweening arrogance. I'm sure you won't want them to leave easily, right? Wizard Husis waved his hand suddenly and said in a cold tone, "HMPH, Osmu." Upon mentioning Osmu, a hint of killing intent swept across Wizard Grislow. We've received accurate information that Osmu has divided into a few groups. Some of their spellcasters are in the castle in front of us. The Abyss Fort and the Dark Magic region first gather strength and deal with these people. As for the other groups, they'll naturally be stopped by Fire City and the Ashes region. Wizard Grislow said in a heavy tone. Then, let's kill. Wizard Leo's face revealed a hint of craziness where his entire being gave off a chilling air. Meanwhile, Wizard Husis, who was behind him, watched as Wizard Leo strode toward the castle. He shook his head slightly and muttered, "I hope this can resolve the hatred in your heart this time." The ancient castle under the setting sun appeared more deserted. There were no guards outside this large castle. Grass crawled over the ground. This was a castle that had already been deserted. In the castle, there was not a single string of light present. Only a gust of whistling wind sent chills down people's spine. Bang! A loud thud followed where the rusted iron gate was blasted open by fireball. Wizard Leo walked at the front, and the vertical eye on his forehead was opened wide with a hint of red light glimmered in it, looking extremely eerie in the dark night. Wizard Leo did not mind at all. He headed straight into the castle. Looking at the grass on the ground, Wizard Leo raised his head suddenly and his vertical eye stared deadly at the castle. Whoosh! An intense fluctuation of wind element directly appeared on Wizard Leo. Then, his body flew toward the upper floor of the castle. Normally, 4th level wind-type spell had the ability to fly. As a 4-elemental spellcaster, Wizard Leo possessed fire-type, wind-type, earth-type, and darkness-type spells. His darkness-type spell was especially powerful. It was not surprising that he was able to develop Darkness Eye, which even spellcasters of the Abyss Fort could not. Naturally, Wizard Leo's movement had attracted the attention of many spellcasters of the Abyss Fort and the Dark Magic region. Then, the spellcasters all flew directly toward the second floor of the castle. Meanwhile, those who did not have wind-type spell relied on their casting tools and flew to the second floor as well. These 6th-level spellcasters followed behind Wizard Leo, revealing their serious expressions. They were all cautious against any movement around them. After all, they were about to deal with the legendary spellcasters from Osmu. In Osmu, almost every spellcaster was a prodigy, where they could not be understood from ordinary logic. Whoosh! Suddenly, a black light in the dark shot toward Wizard Leo soundlessly. The vertical eye on Wizard Leo's forehead flashed a red light as he waved his hands. Endless Earth Element immediately gathered beside him. That spell attack in the dark had no effect against Wizard Leo at all. Darkness Vortex. A crisp voice came from within the castle. In the endless night, the gigantic vortex seemed to appear and was about to directly engulf Wizard Leo. Darkness Vortex was a 3rd-level spell. Its power was incredible and was known to be able to engulf anything. Darkness Eye, Exterminate. Wizard Leo unleashed his spell emotionlessly. A blood-red light shot from his Darkness Eye. In an instant, that gigantic vortex was pierced, then rapidly dissipated. The night resumed its calmness again. Swish! Although it was still pitch black on the second floor, this was nothing for Wizard Leo, who dealt with darkness-type spell all year round. His mind power clearly sensed that there were 2 spellcasters in the room. One was a 3rd-level spellcaster, another was a 4th-level. Moreover, the 3rd-level spellcaster gave a comfortable feeling to Wizard Leo. Darkness Heart. You're the prodigy who has Darkness Heart in the Abyss Fort Rumors. Wizard Leo asked in a calm tone. He knew that the Abyss Fort sustained a great loss this time as well. A genius spellcaster who had Darkness Heart was seduced into joining Osmu. Darkness Heart and Darkness Eye were both the strangest and most powerful products of alchemy amongst darkness-type spells in the legends. They were not spells but a terrifying force that was stronger than many casting tools produced from spells and alchemy methods. Such force was known as Pandora Demon Ability. It meant that it possessed the ability of a demon and did not belong to a man. The genius who possessed Darkness Heart betrayed the Abyss Fort. Such a loss was the same as the Dark Magic region losing their 5-elemental genius spellcaster, Clays. That 3rd-level spellcaster was still collected. Facing the 6th-level spellcaster, Wizard Leo, he still wore a prideful expression. With a cold smile, he said, "That's right. In Rumors, only with Osmu, I can become the strongest spellcaster. A normal spellcaster like you can never understand our ambition." Har, that's good. We're all true prodigies, Rumors. When you're back in Osmu, you'll be as strong as me. How does a mere 6th-level spellcaster compare with us? The 4th-level spellcaster beside him was, in fact, completely unafraid of Wizard Leo, who was a 6th-level spellcaster. Swish! Wizard Leo's expansive mind power immediately locked on that 4th-level spellcaster as he asked in a low voice, "You're from Osmu?" "That's right. I'm from Osmu and have been there for 3 years. Only those who have stayed in Osmu know how strong it is. Normal spellcasters like you can never understand what a true genius is. Rumors, look at him. A 6th-level spellcaster is actually very weak." Strong fluctuation of element appeared on this 4th level spellcaster. Even if he had not cast any spell, he had given off an intense oppressing feeling to others. Rumors said that spellcasters of Osmu had the extraordinary strong ability to battle, disregarding the level. Even a 4th level spellcaster could deal with any ordinary spellcaster. This 4th level spellcaster was obviously the genius amongst the geniuses. He did not take Wizard Leo seriously at all. Is that so? Genius spellcaster of Osmu then, die. Wizard Leo's voice was calm but extremely cold as he gave off a chilling aura. Darkness eye elude. The darkness eye on Wizard Leo's forehead immediately shot a red light and instantly engulfed Osmus 4th level spellcaster and prodigy Rarmers of the Abyss Fort. Darkness eye exterminate. Wizard Leo only spoke twice. 2 strings of light immediately shot into their body. That 4th level spellcaster even had his mouth wide open, where he wore an unbelievable expression. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. From outside the castle, many spellcasters of the dark magic region and the Abyss Fort flew into the room. However, when they entered the castle, they only saw 2 bodies on the ground. Chapter 157 Darkness Eye. Chapter 157 Darkness Eye. Both bodies on the ground had a bloody hole through their head the size of a finger. Their faces revealed a hint of shock and unwillingness. That is Sodom. He betrayed Ice City 3 years ago and went to Osmu. That's right, it's Sodom. Also, he appeared 1 year ago. He was fighting another 6th level spellcaster then and even had the upper hand in the battle. It's truly terrifying. Sodom is only a 4th level spellcaster. Some spellcasters recognized the 4th level spellcaster on the ground. It was Wizard Sodom, the genius spellcaster in Ice City back then. He had also betrayed Ice City and went to Osmu. The most shocking fact of these spellcasters was that Sodom was strong and could withstand an ordinary 6th level spellcaster, but he did not even survive Wizard Leo's first attack. This meant that Wizard Leo's Darkness Eye was truly strong. Wizard Grislow of the Abyss Fort looked at Rarmer's body on the ground with a complicated, dark look. Wizard Husius suddenly said, "Wizard Grislow, Wizard Leo has killed the genius in the Abyss Fort." Before Wizard Husius even finished his words, Grislow had already interrupted Wizard Husius as he understood what Wizard Husius was saying. Thus, he let out a cold snigger. Ever since Rarmers betrayed the Abyss Fort, he's no longer one of us. After saying that, Grislow shot a serious glance at Wizard Leo and said, "Darkness Eye, nothing less expected of the legendary Pandora demon ability. When it's executed with Wizard Leo's ability, it comes close to the strength of a 7th level spellcaster." Although Wizard Grislow did not rush into the castle earlier, his mind power had witnessed Wizard Leo's actions, where Darkness Eye had easily eliminated 2 strong genius spellcasters. Even he was shocked by this scene. The power of Darkness Eye seemed to be even stronger than the description contained in some ancient texts. Just 2, that's not right. From the information I've received, there should be another strong spellcaster of Osmu. Wizard Grislow furrowed his eyebrow tightly. Boom! Suddenly, a sea of flame fell upon them, enveloping the entire room. In addition, this flame was extraordinary. It was white flames rather than bright red ones. Instead of emitting heat, it gave off a cool sensation. Cold flame. Even if the spellcasters present were of 6th level and above, all of them thought that it was odd. However, only the 2 7th level spellcasters changed their expressions at the same time. They howled, "Leave quickly. This is 0-degree ice flame, damn it. It must be Ossis. Why is this psycho here? The two 7th-level spellcasters exchanged a look. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. Rich earth element immediately appeared on the surface of their skin as they cast their defensive spells respectively. 0° Ice Flame was a 7th-level spell. Any 7th-level spell had to be constructed and created by the spellcaster himself. Meanwhile, 0° Ice Flame was an extremely strong spell created by Audiobooks, a spellcaster of Osmu, which rose to fame with this intriguing spell. He was able to incorporate some traits of Ice-type spell into a Fire-type spell and, at the same time, maintain the terrifying power of the spells. Only the unfathomable genius spellcasters in Osmu could construct such a spell. When a spell had reached the 7th level, it depended on the spellcaster's understanding about spells. The deeper the spellcaster's understanding, the stronger the spell he could construct. Moreover, one could do almost anything to a 7th-level spell, including converting the traits of an Ice-type spell for a Fire-type spell. Take 0° Ice Flame as an example. It was a Fire-type spell, but it possessed the traits of an Ice-type spell. As for its strength, it was even more terrifying. The spellcasters who entered the castle were all 6th-level spellcasters. Although they were extremely cautious of their surroundings, these icy flames fell upon them suddenly. Thus, there were still 2 spellcasters who did not manage to cast their defensive spell. In the end, they were immediately frozen into ice crystals. Moreover, the crystals were burning in a white flame, making the other's skin crawl. Both wore defensive robes, but the robes could not withstand 0° Ice Flame. Hence, 2 strong 6th-level spellcasters were directly burnt to ashes. Damn it. Quick, leave the castle. A hint of madness jumped across Wizard Grislow's face. A cold killing intent washed over him as the 2 dead spellcasters were from the Abyss Fort. In an instant, he had lost 2 6th-level spellcasters. This was a great loss to the entire Abyss Fort. Swish, swish, swish. Except for Wizard Leo, Wizard Husius, and Wizard Grislow, other 6th-level spellcasters had left the castle. All were aware of their surroundings and were on an alert. Audiobooks, reveal yourself. You can't run away today. Wizard Grislow shouted toward the castle. His mind power even searched the entire castle frantically, but to no avail. Run away? It's been a long time since someone could make me run. Suddenly, a distant sigh reached them. From the darkness outside the room, a white-robed handsome man walked in slowly. He seemed to be in his 20s, but there was not a single hint of innocence in his eyes. In fact, his eyes were filled with endless depth. The white-robed man did not look at the dark-looking Wizard Grislow. Instead, he set his gaze upon Wizard Leo. A playful smirk appeared on his face as he said softly, "Wizard Leo, we've met again." Wizard Leo's expression changed, which was a first for him. With a slightly twisted face, he replied coldly, "Audiobooks, so it's really you." "That's right. It's me. Back then, your brother, Rador, wanted to join Osmu. Didn't I give you a chance? You killed your brother yourself, but I'm regretting it a little now. Your brother's talent is indeed surprising at that time, but it seems to me now that you're the true prodigy. You've actually developed the legendary Darkness Eye and cultivated it to such a high level." Audiobooks flashed a smile, but Wizard Leo's aura had become more violent. His entire being could barely suppress the agitation of the elements. Wizard Husius, who was beside him, changed his expression. He muttered in his heart, "This is bad." Rador is forever the forbidden topic in Wizard Leo's heart. This time, they met Audiobooks, who invited Rador to join Osmu. "I'm afraid that Wizard Leo can't hold it in." Wizard Husius knew about that matter. At that time, Rador was coaxed by Osmu and Wizard Leo went to stop him. In the end, he killed Rador with his own hands. This was Wizard Leo's reverse scale, no one could touch it. Boom! As expected, Wizard Leo acted without a moment of hesitation. He immediately cast Searing Blaze, a ferocious 6th-level spell. In an instant, a furious flame was ignited in the room. The terrifying force of this flame had melted the sturdy castle walls. It could be seen clearly that the castle was crumbling rapidly. Go! Wizard Husis and Wizard Grislow did not hesitate and left the castle directly. It's not enough. The 6th-level spell is just too weak. Cast your Darkness Eye. I also want to know how strong the legendary Darkness Eye truly is. Osiris raised his hand, and a chilly air instantly put off a large area of flames. Rumble. The castle crumbled in an instant. The destructive power of a 6th-level spell was terrifying. Fortunately, this was a deserted area. No one knew how long this castle had been deserted. Otherwise, no one could be sure how many would get hurt by their spells. A 4th-level spellcaster had the ability to destroy a strong military fortress alone, not to mention a 6th-level spellcaster. Moreover, Osiris was a terrifying 7th-level spellcaster. Although the castle had crumbled, Wizard Leo and Osiris both flew in the air. Fluctuations of wind element glimmered on their bodies as they faced each other in the air. Wizard Husius and Wizard Grislow were staring at both Wizard Leo and Wizard Osiris, who were in midair. Wizard Husius suddenly said in a heavy tone, "Wizard Grislow, Wizard Leo is just a 6th-level spellcaster. Even if he has developed Darkness Eye, I'm afraid he still can't stand against Osiris." Wizard Grislow nodded. "Don't worry, old man. Even though you and I have fought in the past, but that's not a huge matter. We must stand together while we face Osmu. I'm sure you've heard of Osiris. He once killed a 7th-level spellcaster, he. If we don't act together, we'll only be defeated by him one after another." "Good. Let's do it." 2 7th-level spellcasters of the Dark Magic region and the Abyss Fort obviously dreaded the fight with Osiris, so they would not hold back and both cast their spells quickly. The Extreme of Ice. This is the brand new spell I've constructed after spending 18 years. Glacial Boundary. Husis reached out his wizened hand and pointed at the faraway Osiris. At once, a layer of white crystals enveloped Osiris like an ice ring. In addition, the place which was covered by the white rings began to freeze. This was not any ordinary cold. Instead, this was a horrifying spell that could even freeze the mountains, streams, and rivers. Kachak kachak. Layers of ice crystals approached Osiris rapidly. Ice-type spell. Husis, you really didn't improve after so many years. Even if you became a 7th-level spellcaster, you're still so ordinary. You call this the Extreme of Ice? Osiris' face was filled with mock. Thereafter, a white flame instantaneously flew out from his fingertips. It was 0-degree ice flame from before. Hiss hiss hiss. Osiris' 0-degree ice flame had completely suppressed Wizard Husis' spell. Layers of ice crystals were melted by the white flame in an instant. At the same time, Grislow cast his spell as well. Darkness, the cover of Endless Sins. This is the brand new spell that I've constructed after spending 9 years. Hand of Sins. Immediately, a gigantic palm made of darkness element appeared in the sky and chased after Osiris. The Hand of Sins had the obvious trait of darkness element illusion. Not only Hand of Sins had an illusion effect, but it could also pull the negative emotions from the target's heart. This was a forte of Hand of Sins. Oh, this is quite interesting. It's commendable that it can pull out the negative emotions in me, but its strength is too weak that it's not even worth a mention. A smile still remained on Osseous' face whilst he faced the gigantic palm. A dense earth element appeared and covered his entire body. These earth elements did not look hard and sturdy. Instead, it kept flowing like water. This spell had probably taken some water-type spells as a reference, so it allowed the earth-type spell to be flexible. Bang! Hand of Sins struck Osseous, but it had no effect on him. Osseous' mind power was stronger beyond anyone's imagination, so he could easily suppress all sorts of negative emotions in him. Grislow and Hugh's expressions changed slightly. They did not think that a spell could kill Osseous easily, so they were prepared to cast other spells. However, Osseous would not give them a chance to do so. Too weak. Osseous pointed out his hand. It was still 0-degree ice flame. Sea of flames fell upon them directly, threatening both Wizard Grislow and Wizard Hugh's greatly. Thus, they cast defensive spells to protect themselves respectively. It was merely one spell and they could not stand against it. They were all 7th-level spellcasters. The strength of the spells depended on the ability of the spellcaster. Obviously, a prodigy like Osseous had completely displayed his exceptional talent in constructing spells after becoming a 7th-level spellcaster. The 7th-level spell that he constructed was much stronger than those constructed by Wizard Hugh's and Wizard Grislow. Leo, can you see it? This is the difference between the ordinary and the genius. Only by joining Osmu, you can become a truly strong spellcaster. It was a foolish act to stop Rador then. You're the one who sent your brother to his death. Osseous. Wizard Leo's aura appeared extremely violent. This was completely different from when he was in the dark magic region. Wizard Leo stared at Osseous as he exclaimed, "Osseous, I said it before. I'll kill you and avenge Rador. You lot sent Rador to his death. Every person in Osmu must die." Immediately, a large pillar of bloody red light shot out from the darkness eye on Wizard Leo's forehead, forming a huge shadow of the vertical eye. This vertical eye was staring down at Osseous. Then Wizard Leo howled, "Darkness eye, elude." Swoosh! A string of red light directly shrouded Osseous. He initially still wore a smile, but his expression changed drastically. His face was slightly twisting and becoming more ferocious. Illusion. How is this possible? Did I fall into an illusion? No. It's impossible. Osseous suddenly yelled frantically. His powerful mind power wanted to tear the red light of Darkness Eye apart desperately. At the same time, he cast 0-degree ice flame and frantically blasted it toward Wizard Leo. Darkness Eye, disintegrate. That gigantic shadow of Darkness Eye on Wizard Leo's forehead shot out a string of red light again. At once, 0-degree ice flame which Osseous had cast seemed to have met some sort of powerful energy where it was dispersed and put off. Darkness Eye, penetrate. It was still a string of red light aimed directly at Wizard Osseous. No. How can it be so strong? Absolute defense. Fear finally crawled onto Osseous' face. Immediately, he cast a defensive spell and formed a protective layer which resembled water on his body. Hiss. He did not know what sort of energy was contained in the red light shot by Darkness Eye which penetrated Osseous' 7th-level defensive spell. Although it seemed to weaken a little, it still overcame Osseous' spell without fail. Instantly, the red light was blasted onto Osseous' white robe. Dense runes immediately appeared on his white robe and formed a large runic magic circle. However, the white robe still could not stop the red light. Osseous quickly moved sideways and a large bloody hole appeared on his left shoulder. By now, Wizard Leo's face had turned extremely pale. It seemed that casting Darkness Eye for 3 times had taken a toll on him. However, upon seeing that Osseous was still not killed by Darkness Eye, a hint of madness washed over Wizard Leo. Darkness Eye, exterminate. Upon seeing the gigantic Darkness Eye was about to shoot another string of red light, Osseous did not dare to take it directly anymore. The wind elements on him fluctuated violently. Velocious wind. Swish! Osseous' figure dived into the dark night in the blink of an eye. Leo, your Darkness Eye truly opened my eyes today. Nothing less expected of Pandora Demon ability. It seems that I've greatly misjudged you back then. You're the true talent. Osseous' voice still echoed in the air, but his figure had far disappeared. A strong 7th-level spell caster like him was exceptional in his ability to escape. Others had no way of chasing after him at all. Wizard Leo turned around and glanced at Wizard Grislow and Wizard Husius. He said in a cold tone, "I'll go after Osseous." Then, wind element fluctuated around him and he disappeared in the night. All spellcasters of the Dark Magic region and the Abyss Fort were staring at Wizard Leo's back, wide-mouthed. Osseous, the legendary 7th-level spellcaster and Psycho of Osmu, could even stand against both Grislow and Husius, 2 7th-level spellcasters. However, he was terrified of Wizard Leo, a 6th-level spellcaster, and ran away from the battle. Such a strange situation had done beyond people's understanding. Darkness Eye. So, this is Darkness Eye, the legendary Pandora Demon ability. As Wizard Grislow looked at Leo's back, he seemed really stirred and a hint of passion danced in his gaze. Chapter 158 Successfully Constructed. Chapter 158 Successfully Constructed. In Dieter's town, Merlin instructed Chablis to prevent anyone from disturbing him. Merlin began the final step to construct a first-level spell in his room. He simulated the spell model with his mind power. The spell model of the first-level spell, Guardian Monument, which was reconstructed by the Matrix, was as complicated as Furious Flame back then. Before this, Merlin's mind power had not reached the 2nd level. 6 0-level spells had already used up half of his mind power. Thus, when he constructed Furious Flame, the act was quite forced, so he failed in the end. If he only had 4 0-level spells, he would have probably constructed the first-level spell successfully by now. However, there were pros and cons. If he could become a first-level spellcaster, his strength would improve significantly as a 6-elemental spellcaster and would have a greater potential as well. This was far from what an ordinary spellcaster could have been. If it was the 0-level spell before, Merlin could simulate it in his awareness with mind power in 2 or 3 hours since the spell model was not very complicated. However, regardless of Furious Flame or Guardian Monument, the complexity of their spell models was far greater than that of a 0-level spell. Merlin's mind power was simulating the complex spell model bit by bit now. Guardian Monument's spell model was just like a 3-dimensional image in Merlin's mind. It was dense and packed with thin lines. One would feel dizzy just by glancing at it, not to mention simulating it in one's awareness. If Merlin did not have the aid of the Matrix, it was impossible to reconstruct such a complicated spell model. Merlin knew himself well. His talent as a spellcaster, be it mind power or construction of spell model, was lacking. Thanks to the Matrix, he was able to take a step further than anyone else and had successfully become a strong 6-elemental spellcaster now. An hour, 3 hours, 5 hours, 10 hours. An entire day went by and Merlin was still simulating Guardian Monument's spell model. During the last time when he simulated Furious Flame's spell model, his mind power was barely holding on, so he had no choice but to give up. This time, Merlin's mind power had reached that of a second-level spellcaster. With such a strong mind power, he would not feel tired even if he simulated the spell model for 2 or 3 days. Boom! Suddenly, Merlin shivered. The complex Guardian Monuments spell model had been successfully simulated with his mind power. At once, a storm swept through his mind and endless earth elements began to gather around him frantically. Once the spell model had been constructed, it would automatically absorb the elements and accumulate magic power. If he wanted to increase the accumulation of magic power, he could, of course, use the precious elemental crystal stones. Merlin opened his eyes wide and a slight smile appeared on his face. Finally, I did it. I've successfully constructed a first-level spell. Although he had only constructed one first-level spell, this was a key step to Merlin. A first-level spell was totally different from a zero-level spell. It was not an exaggeration to say it was the difference between heaven and earth. However, Merlin was still closely observing the changes of Guardian Monument's spell model. Along with the frantic accumulation of earth elements in the Guardian Monument's spell model, it was also accumulating magic power rapidly. Soon, Merlin became serious as he noticed an imbalance between all spell models in his awareness due to the construction of a first-level spell, Guardian Monument. Except for Guardian Monument, his other spells were still zero-level spells. This could cause a momentary imbalance between the spell models in his awareness. It would be fine if it was only temporary. If it was a long-term imbalance and in serious cases, it could cause some beginner spell models to crumble apart. This was also the reason why many spellcasters had advised him to construct other advanced spell models as soon as he had successfully constructed his first advanced spell. Merlin was not in a rush to increase the magic power in Guardian Monument's spell model with elemental crystal stones. He was still observing the lower part of the spell model. As expected, a gray horizontal bar appeared. This meant that he could still cast a strengthened version of the spell after he cast 3 ordinary ones. Before Merlin constructed his first-level spell, he was afraid that the strengthening effect would disappear. Knowing that it was still here, he let out a sigh of relief. Thereafter, Merlin began to speed up the rate of accumulation of magic power in the spell model with an earth elemental crystal stone. Another month passed by. Merlin finally came out of his room. He seemed no different than before, but he knew that he now possessed a first-level spell. He had made a solid foundation to advance into a first-level spellcaster. Wizard Merlin, you've finally come out of your room. Chablis was striding outside Merlin's room every day. When he found that Merlin had left his room, he immediately approached him. "Oh, Mr. Chablis, what's the matter?" Merlin had been accumulating magic power for Guardian Monument's spell model with elemental crystal stones during the past month. The Guardian Monument's magic power could now support him with 30 casts at any one time. This would be enough for ordinary battle, so Merlin stopped the accumulation of magic power. After all, the accumulation of magic power could not complete over a short period. Even though he had enough elemental crystal stones, he still would not waste them. To release 30 casts at once was sufficient for self-protection. The spell model could accumulate magic power over a long period, just like Fireball and Frost, which Merlin had constructed at the very beginning. They had indeed reached their maximum capacity, where he could release about 90 casts at once. Every spell model had its maximum capacity of magic power. Although he could only release less than 100 casts, This number was already quite terrifying. The maximum capacity of a normal zero-level spell was only about 30 casts, where stronger ones would probably have 40 to 50 casts. Meanwhile, the maximum capacity of Merlin's spell came close to 100 casts, all thanks to the Matrix. The spell models it constructed were all excellent, so they were naturally stronger than others, which were calculated manually by other spellcasters. Chablis naturally did not know that many thoughts had run across Merlin's mind. He took a careful glance at Merlin and said softly, "The thing is, Sir Baron of Dieter's Town heard that wizard Merlin is here, so he wanted to meet you. If you're—" Before even finishing his sentence, Merlin's expression darkened and shot a sharp glance at Chablis. He replied in a cold tone, "Did you leak the information?" Chablis immediately felt a chill and held down the unrest in his heart as he quickly denied. No, Wizard Merlin. You've misunderstood. It's not me. It's the Knights unit of Dieter's Town. They found many bandits' bodies in the maple forest. After much inference, they've found me. Please forgive me, Wizard Merlin." Merlin frowned. Chablis was a merchant, so this matter was more or less related to him. Indirectly, he wanted to rely on Merlin's identity as a spellcaster to protect himself. Merlin did not care about these matters, so he waved his hands. "I won't see him. I'll leave Dieter's Town soon. Call Emmer for me." After a pause, Merlin's gaze found Chablis again. He resumed a cold tone and said, "Chablis, I hope this matter only happened once." Chablis quickly nodded. He knew that Merlin had seen through his thoughts. Although he knew Merlin was leaving Dieter's Town soon, he could not do anything except calling for Emmer as Merlin had instructed so. After a moment, Chablis brought Emmer to Merlin's room. Merlin's mind power brushed against Emmer and she seemed to sense it too, so she felt uneasy. After Merlin checked her out with mind power, he immediately knew Emmer's current mind power. Indeed, she had a good potential of becoming a spellcaster. Although she was far from becoming a first-level spellcaster, it was enough for her to construct 1 or 2 zero-level spells. "Mr. Chablis, you should go out first. I have something to say to Emmer." Chablis nodded respectfully and went out of the room. He instructed everyone to not get close to Merlin's room. After Chablis had left, Merlin smiled as he looked at Emmer. "Emmer, do you want to become a spellcaster? Spellcaster like you, sir, to have a strong ability." Merlin nodded. "That's right. As long as you construct the spell model step by step, you can be as strong as I am." Emmer's gaze revealed her excitement. Then she answered, "If I can defeat those bandits and protect my parents, I wish to become a spellcaster. I hope you can help me with that." Merlin smiled. This naive girl still did not understand how strong a spellcaster truly was. If she became a spellcaster, even an entrance-level spellcaster was far stronger than those bandits. Looking at Emmer's determined eyes, Merlin felt as if he was back in Blackwater City. When he received Old Man Etha's spell manual, he wished to be a spellcaster wholeheartedly and thought deeply about his family. It's not easy to become a spellcaster. First, you must learn how to construct a spell model. Merlin agreed to give a chance to this young girl. Just like Old Man Ether left the ring with Merlin, Old Man Ether might have done it out of an impulse. This time, Merlin was the same. Upon seeing that Emmer had the quality to become a spellcaster, he also did it out of impulse and gave a chance to this naive girl. "I'll leave Dieter's Town soon, but before I leave, I'll give you 3 zero-level spells and also some notes I recorded about the things that need to be noted. You can try to construct these spells in the future. If I have the chance to do so, I'll return to Dieter's town 3 years later. If you've successfully constructed 3 zeroval spells, I'll consider taking you as a student. Although it was Merlin's impulse, he believed that Emmer had the talent. However, he would not remain here to teach Emmer, so she must depend on herself. Subsequently, Merlin gave zeroval spells Fireball, Frost, and Earth Guard to Emmer. She was luckier than Merlin when he received the ring from Old Man Ether then. All right, get a carriage for me from Mr. Chablis. I'll depart today and leave Dieter's town. After Merlin had instructed Emmer with the arrangement, he was ready to depart. Chapter 159. It's been a long time. Chapter 159. It's been a long time. A carriage was slowly advancing on the wide road. In the carriage, Merlin's eyes were closed. He was meditating for a moment and checking the spell models in his awareness. A few days had passed since he had left Dieter's town. The Guardian Monument's spell model seemed to be fine. It was still absorbing and accumulating magic power as usual. Meanwhile, there was still yet another spell model below that of Guardian Monument, zeroval Earth-type spell, Earth Guard. Although spellcasters had constructed more advanced spell models, the beginner spell models before would not disappear from their awareness. Thus, Earth Guard's spell model in Merlin's awareness was still accumulating magic power, albeit at a slower rate. Earth Guard had not reached its maximum capacity, but most of the earth elements were absorbed by Guardian Monument's spell model. The ability to absorb elements increased when the spell model advanced. The beginner spell model could only absorb a little magic power each time, so Earth Guard would reach the maximum capacity of magic power in the near future. How far to Prakash City? Merlin pulled the curtain open and asked the carriage driver. This man was initially Chablis' servant, but before Merlin left the town, Chablis simply gave the carriage and its driver to him. The driver looked at the topography, then answered respectfully, "Not too far. 3 more hours at most. We should reach Prakash City then." Merlin nodded. Although he had only left Prakash City for a year, he had experienced far too many things, from the rookie wizard in the beginning to a 6-elemental spellcaster now. He had even successfully constructed his first zeroval spell. After he had joined the dark magic region, everything that had transpired in this year seemed unimaginable when Merlin thought about it. Following that, Merlin shut his eyes and continued to meditate. After 2 hours, Merlin suddenly opened his eyes and his expression turned cold. His mind power extended out of the carriage and toward the forest beside the road. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Fireballs appeared out of thin air and rapidly flew into the forest under the control of Merlin's mind power. "Captain, there's a carriage in front of us," a man who wore shiny armor reported softly in the forest. The captain nodded. "Follow him. Don't alarm them. The order we've received is to strictly monitor the people coming in and out of Prakash City. Don't leave anyone out, no matter who the person is." "Yes, Captain." This armored man was about to turn and leave, but he revealed a hint of hesitation. Then, he asked in a low voice, "Captain, will our city, Lebis City, start a war with Prakash City?" The captain's expression changed and his gaze turned fierce. He replied in a cold tone, "Is this what you're supposed to ask? Quickly keep an eye on that carriage." The armored man quickly nodded, but as he turned around, a few scorching fireballs suddenly appeared from afar. The fireballs were heading toward the forest at an incredible speed. The captain's expression changed drastically and he could not help but shout, "Not good. It's a spell caster. Run." After saying that, the captain let out a sudden burst of frigid horror. He was obviously a third-level elemental swordsman. However, the fist-sized fireballs immediately exploded after entering the forest. Boom! The explosion of 10 fireballs was terrifying. The elemental swordsmen who hid in the forest were immediately engulfed by the furious flame. In the carriage, Merlin seemed calm. Even the carriage driver sitting outside did not express any emotion. Back in Dieter's town, Chablis had mentioned to him that the person he would follow now was a mysterious yet powerful spellcaster. Pick up the speed and get to Prakash City as quickly as possible. Merlin looked at the forest at the sides of the carriage, frowning. He did not know what had happened in Prakash City to render so many elemental swordsmen monitoring the people going in and out of Prakash City. The carriage began to pick up speed and Merlin felt it was getting bumpier. However, he was more concerned over what had happened in Prakash City. Although it was just a short 1-hour journey, Merlin had already noticed a few groups of elemental swordsmen sneakily hiding in the forest along the way. Merlin did not even spare these elemental swordsmen and killed them off with fireball. The Wilson family was in Prakash City and he would not allow anyone to threaten them. Sir Merlin, we've arrived at Prakash City. Suddenly, the carriage driver's voice reached Merlin. Surprised, he quickly pulled the curtain open and found the familiar Prakash City in sight. A whole year. When Merlin first left, he thought that he would only be back after a decade or so. Even after joining the dark magic region and knowing about the 3-year limit, he had thought that it would take him 3 years to be back in Prakash City. Little did he imagine that there would be changes in the dark magic region. Hence, he was now back in Prakash City after a year. After exclaiming for a moment, Merlin noticed that the security of Prakash City had been tightened. He extended his mind power to the walls and found archers with crossbows densely packed on the walls. Moreover, there seemed to be heavy-armored knights in the town as well. It was very much different from the serene Prakash City when Merlin left back then. After relating this situation to the elemental swordsmen hidden at the sides of the road out there, Merlin faintly sensed that something serious could have happened in Prakash City. Otherwise, the air here would not be so heavy and tense. Let's go in. Merlin put down the curtain and said to the carriage driver. He would only know what had truly transpired after he entered the city. The carriage slowly came to the gate, but it was blocked by the guards. Wait, Prakash City has tight security now. Without the Castellan's order, no one can enter. When the carriage driver was in a pinch, Merlin had already presented a golden plate from within the carriage. He said monotonously, the Baron personally knighted by Count Selin. Can't I enter? Once these guards saw the name on the plate, their faces immediately changed. They respectfully replied, "Oh, it's Baron Merlin. The city has tight security now, so no one can enter the city easily. However, if Sir Castellan knew that it's you, sir, he'll definitely grant you entrance. Please, Sir Baron." Merlin pulled the curtain wide open and stared at the guard strangely. He asked with a confused look, "You know me?" The guard quickly answered, "I was a guard back in Sir Castellan's castle. I've seen Sir Baron once." "Oh." Merlin nodded. There were many guards at Count Selin's castle back then. He would not remember this guard, so he put down the curtain and said to the carriage driver, "Let's go." The carriage slowly left the gate and entered the city. After the carriage had left, some guards at the gate asked in confusion, "Didn't Sir Castellan order that even the aristocrats who wish to enter the city have to seek his approval? Why did you let them in without authorization?" Apparently, Letting Merlin's carriage into the city was only a presumptuous act of this guard. However, this guard took a thoughtful glance at the carriage Merlin was in and sniggered. HMPH. What do you know about it that is not any ordinary baron? He was the wizard who has helped Sir Count before. Baron Merlin is now back. I believe Sir Count will be elated about this. Wait here. I'll immediately report this news to Sir Count. Then, this guard left the gate and headed toward the Count's castle quickly. The carriage was moving slowly on the street. The people on the street appeared rushed in their journey. They even had a hint of anxiety in their faces. Moreover, there were fewer merchants promoting their products on the streets now. Suddenly, the entire Prakash city seemed to appear deserted. As compared to the prosperous view before Merlin left, the present scene showed a great contrast. Turn left and go straight until you see a castle. The carriage driver did not know the exact location of Wilson Castle, so Merlin showed him the way. After a short while, the carriage slowly came to a halt in front of a huge castle according to the direction pointed out by Merlin. Sir Merlin, we're here. The carriage driver turned around and informed Merlin respectfully. The curtain was pulled apart, and a large black robe shrouded Merlin's entire body. He seemed extremely strange in the outfit, but this outfit was the most common in the dark magic region. Finally here at Wilson Castle, Merlin raised his head and gazed upon the castle before him. The unrest he felt before had disappeared, and he was calm now. Outside the castle, there were 2 one-year-old children, learning to walk. They waved their little hands as they dashed about outside the castle. Behind the children, a few maids were carefully following them, afraid that the children might fall. Looking at these 2 children, Merlin's heart moved. He looked at the children, full of love, as he muttered, Celia and Conchon. Yes, it must be them. Merlin recalled that they were just born before he left Prakash city. They would be about 1 year old now. They were Merlin's children. His blood flowed in their veins. Upon thinking about Celia and Conchon, Merlin quickly walked toward the 2 children. The maids seemed to notice Merlin, so they quickly picked up the children and walked toward the castle. At the same time, Merlin also quickened his pace. Swish! Suddenly, a young knight dashed out from the castle and blocked in front of Merlin. He held a large sword in his hands as he said in a cold tone, Stand there. This is Baron Merlin's castle. Merlin was slightly stunned, but he paused after realizing something. He slowly pulled away the large robe on his head to reveal a young face. Yeggs, it's been a long time. Merlin glanced at the muscular knight in front of him and flashed a smile. Chapter 160 The Warmth of Family. Chapter 160 The Warmth of Family. The young knight was Yeggs, who had followed old Wilson from Blackwater City to the kingdom of Blackmoon. Back then, Yeggs was just an ordinary knight. He was not even a heavy-armored knight, nor did he have any quality to become an elemental swordsman. However, a year had gone past. When Merlin saw Yeggs again, he noticed that Yeggs had grown into a muscular man, as if he had undergone a second puberty where his physical attribute was astonishingly excellent. He had reached the peak of a versatile elemental swordsman. Merlin immediately realized that old Wilson must have taught the strange posture of the mysterious relief sculpture to Yeggs. This was why he possessed such strong physical attribute now. Yeggs was extremely surprised. Staring at Merlin, who had uncovered his face, he exclaimed in an almost shaky voice, Baron, Sir Baron, is that really you? Merlin nodded. That's right. I'm back. Let's go in together. Then, Merlin brought Yeggs and entered the castle together. Cellier and Conchin were brought to the hall by the maids. When Merlin reached the hall, Yegs explained Merlin's identity to the two young maids. These maids had entered Wilson Castle after Merlin had left. Upon hearing that this young man was the true master of Wilson Castle, Baron Merlin, they quickly put Cellier and Conchin down and bowed respectfully to Merlin. "Sir Baron." Merlin waved his hands and placed his gaze on Cellier and Conchin. These two were not afraid of strangers. Full of curiosity, they even blinked softly and stared at Merlin. Merlin reached out his hands and hugged Cellier, and Conchin both seemed quiet and did not wriggle out from his arms. They were only curious about the long black robe on Merlin as they pulled the robe relentlessly. Looking at Cellier and Conchin, Merlin did not feel particularly pumped up. Instead, a faint warmth flowed into his heart as they were the best proof of his existence in this world. His blood flowed in Cellier and Conchin's body. "Merlin! Merlin!" Suddenly, two familiar voices rang. Merlin raised his head to see two beautiful women running down from the second floor. They were Merlin's wives, Carise and Avril. Carise seemed to look the same, whilst Avril was younger. After a year, her figure had bloomed into a full-grown, and her physique looked fuller. Her exquisite face, which resembled a porcelain doll back then, had become mature and more attractive now. Merlin put Cellier and Conchin down and smiled at his wives, walked toward them quickly and spoke softly. "Yes, I'm back." Carise and Avril were filled with surprise. They quickly came to Merlin while holding Cellier and Conchin in their arms respectively. Avril was still as shy and quiet as before, even though she kept her eyes glued on Merlin. She seemed to have a lot of questions, but she did not reveal her thoughts. Carise appeared more outspoken as she said to Merlin, "Merlin, we've received your letter where you mentioned that you'll be back after 2 or 3 years. Merlin shook his head rather helplessly. "There's a small incident in the dark magic region, so I return earlier than expected. But I don't know when I'll leave again." Following that, Merlin asked about some matters regarding Cellier and Conchin. When the children were mentioned, even the shy Avril had endless stories to share where she could not stop the chat. Merlin listened carefully as he glanced at Cellier and Conchin. Warmth which made him feel like home filled his heart to the brim. Only in his home and in front of his family that he was able to feel completely relaxed. After the few had chatted for a while, the maids had understandingly left them. Merlin asked about old Wilson. "Right, where's father? Is he still at the territory?" Carise nodded. "Yes, father's been in the territory all this while, taking care of Conchin town. But due to the tension between Prakash City and Lebis City lately, the merchants in Conchin town have been decreasing. The tax revenue from the territory has declined by at least 30% during these few months." Upon mentioning this, Carise seemed helpless. Moreover, since old Wilson was at the territory all the time, and with Merlin's absence, almost everything in Wilson Castle was managed by Carise and the old butler. Probably Carise was more experienced in management. The old butler had seldom cared about the matter in the castle lately. Most of the things were arranged by Carise and nothing had gone wrong. Instead, everything was managed neatly and accordingly. Thus, when she talked about the tax revenue from the territory, Carise furrowed her eyebrows. Lebis City. Merlin recalled about those sneaky elemental swordsmen he had met during his journey back to Prakash City. They must be from Lebis City. What's the matter exactly? Merlin did not know a lot about Lebis City except that it was a city-state near Prakash City. Before he left Prakash City, everything seemed to be fine. Carise shook her head. I'm not sure about the exact reason. Maybe only Count Selin will know. There's increasing tension in the air during these few months. Even Count Selin has gathered some spellcasters again. They seemed to be preparing for a war. Avril glanced at Merlin, then added in a low voice, "Yeah. Since you left, Count Selin recruited 2 spellcasters, especially that wizard bears." Before she finished her words, Karais quickly interrupted her. "Avril." Merlin frowned and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Then he waved his hands. "It's all right. Avril, continue what you're saying." Avril did not dare to speak now. Instead, she glanced at Karais cautiously. Having Seen Avril's reaction, Merlin knew that Karais had become the true master of Wilson Castle. However, Merlin was not dissatisfied by that. Having a capable wife was an excellent thing, so he placed his gaze at Karais. He said in a heavy tone, "Since Avril doesn't want to say it, Karais, you tell me about it." Karais was a little helpless, but she saw Merlin's slightly dark expression. After hesitating for a while, she told him at last, "All right. 3 months ago, wizard bears, whom Count Selin has recruited, heard from Hanno swear that you've defeated Merlin of the Abyss Fort and you've also obtained Merlin's ring." Then, he looked for all sorts of excuses to enter Wilson Castle, but we rejected him. Dissatisfied, he crashed into the castle thinking that you must have left something in Wilson Castle, so he came looking for them. But Wizard Hill came right in time and scared wizard bears away. After Karais explained the situation, Merlin squinted his eyes and let out a frigid air. He looked at Karais and Avril and asked softly, "Did anything happen to you guys?" Karais and Avril shook their heads and replied, "We're fine thanks to Wizard Hill, but I heard Wizard Hill's situation has worsened." He did not go out in public lately. Merlin nodded again. This was the reason he asked the black-robed old man to take care of the Wilson family as well as Count Selin at the same time. If it was not the old man, he was afraid that Wilson Castle would not be as calm as it was now. However, Merlin knew about the old man's situation. He might have scared wizard bears away, but he must have paid a great price for it. After all, his spell models were unstable. He could not easily cast a spell or his spell models might crumble anytime. Bears, I owed Wizard Hill once this time, but it's good that you're fine. All right, let's not talk about the unhappy incident. Let me have a good look at Celir and Conchen. Merlin glanced at the children who were twisting around on the ground. Then, he played with Celir and Conchen, along with Karais and Avril. He was enjoying a chance that was hard to come by to spend quality time with his family. At once, a series of laughter echoed from the hall. In the Castellan's castle, a guard was reporting the news that Baron Merlin had returned to Prakash City in detail. Count Selin revealed a hint of surprise and asked anxiously, "Are you sure it's Baron Merlin?" The guard nodded with a serious face. "Yes, it's Baron Merlin indeed. I won't see it wrongly. Har har. Good, good. Now that Baron Merlin is back, we have another strong aide to our side." Count Selin was truly exhilarated. He had been worried about the matter with Lebis City recently. Now that Merlin had returned, this was already the best news during these few months. Oh, is it Wizard Merlin who have resolved the danger at Sir Count's castle and defeated Merlin of the Abyss Fort? Beside Count Selin, one of the calm-looking men suddenly spoke in a passionate tone. Count Selin nodded and smiled. "That's right. It's Wizard Merlin, but he's the Baron in my Prakash City now. Wizard Bears, didn't you always want to meet Wizard Merlin? Here's your chance now." I'll call for Wizard Merlin." Count Selin immediately sent a few guards to look for Merlin at Wilson Castle. "Yes, I really want to meet Wizard Merlin." Wizard Bears stared at the door, his gaze filled with passion. "Sir Baron, there are some guards out there, saying they're sent by Sir Count. They want to invite Sir Baron to the castle." The muscular Yags suddenly walked in the castle and informed Merlin respectfully. The smiles on Karai's and Avril's face slowly disappeared. They glanced at Merlin. Merlin slowly stood up and replied calmly, "Since it's Count Selin, I'll go. It's time to meet Count Selin as well." Merlin's aura was a little dark. Then, he walked out of Wilson Castle and followed the guards heading to Count Selin's castle. Chapter 161 Overpowering Blow. Chapter 161 Overpowering Blow. Merlin, who was cloaked in a long black robe, was trailing behind the guard in Count Selin's castle. Count Selin still looked the same. He might have been worried about Prakash City recently, so he seemed rather exhausted. Meanwhile, there were two middle-aged men beside Count Selin. Merlin squinted his eyes slightly and noticed that these two men were different. They were the same as Merlin, they were spellcasters. Har, it really is Baron Merlin. When the guards informed me, I didn't believe it at first. Little did I thought Baron Merlin will be back so soon. You're back right on time, and are a great aid to Prakash City. Count Selin immediately stood up. After making sure the black-robed man was indeed Merlin, he burst into a laughter. The more force he possessed at the moment, the higher the chance to resolve the danger of Prakash City. Upon noticing that Merlin was glancing at the two spellcasters, Count Selin then introduced them. "Baron Merlin, these two wizards have just come to Prakash City a few months ago. This is Wizard Freyr, a 3-elemental spellcaster." After a pause, Count Selin took a glance at another spellcaster and said, "This is Wizard Bears. He's a 4-elemental spellcaster and is extremely strong. He even escaped with ease from a first-level spellcaster. It's truly Prakash City's blessing that Wizard Bears can join us." Count Selin obviously regarded Wizard Bears as an important person. As a roaming wizard, it was extremely difficult for him to construct 4-elemental spells. Merlin squinted his eyes and shot a glance at Wizard Bears. Meanwhile, Wizard Bears revealed a prideful expression. A smirk played on the edge of his mouth as he said in a calm tone, "I've heard of Wizard Merlin's name numerous times in Prakash City. To meet Wizard Merlin now." Before Wizard Bears had finished his words, Merlin interrupted him and asked calmly, "You're Bears?" Bears frowned slightly, but he was not enraged. He simply nodded. Swish! At the instant Wizard Bears nodded, Merlin waved his hands and a pitch-black mist instantly appeared out of thin air. Not only did it shroud Wizard Bears, even the other spellcaster, Wizard Freyr, was also enveloped by the mist. Dark mist. Merlin had cast dark mist. Bears had only escaped from a first-level spellcaster. Merlin did not even concern himself with a first-level spellcaster, not to mention Bears. These two spellcasters were simply roaming wizards. Their mind power was not strong, they did not even have the mind power of a second-level spellcaster. Thus, both easily fell into the illusion of dark mist. Count Selin was shocked and quickly yelled, "Wizard Merlin, stop quickly." However, Merlin did not care about Count Selin. 5 fist-sized fireballs, releasing scorching heat, appeared in front of him. "Go!" Merlin pointed to the front. At once, these fireballs rapidly dived into the mist, then Merlin's gaze revealed a hint of cold killing intent. Explode! The fireballs exploded and the furious flame almost blew the mist away. Even from afar, one could feel the scorching heat of the furious flame. Merlin turned around with an unchanged expression. He said in a calm tone, "Count Selin." Count Selin wore a complicated look as he took a glance at Merlin. After dark mist had dissipated, Bear's body was already unrecognizable. The strong spellcaster whom Count Selin had high hopes to defend against Ledis City could not even take one hit from Merlin. At this time, Count Selin seemed to recall the strength of spellcasters' organization. The current Merlin was much stronger than that when he fought against Merlin. Count Selin was full of bitterness. Looking at Merlin, he was speechless. Another spellcaster, Wizard Freyr, was also shrouded by dark mist. He looked at Wizard Bear's body, dumbfounded. Following that, he looked at Merlin, his gaze filled with shock. Wizard Freyr clearly knew how strong Wizard Bear's was. Thus, even though Wizard Freyr did not like Wizard Bear's, he kept it to himself because he did not dare to take any action. Wizard Freyr also knew about the things Wizard Bear's had done to the Wilson family after he arrived at Prakash City. After witnessing Merlin killing Wizard Bear's effortlessly, he understood that Merlin, who had joined the dark magic region, was much stronger than he had imagined. Wizard Merlin am also dissatisfied about what Bears had done before. I hope that Wizard Merlin will understand. As a roaming wizard, Wizard Freyr naturally knew what he would have to say at this time. Merlin waved his hands and took a thoughtful glance at Wizard Freyr. A smile played on his face. Of course I understand, otherwise Bears won't be the only body on the ground. A chill went down on Wizard Freyr's spine. At the instant he was shrouded by dark mist, he completely lost his sense of direction. It was as if his whole being was drowned by an endless darkness. He knew that he had fallen into an illusion, but there was nothing that he could do. If Merlin wanted to kill him, it would only take him a spell to do so. Count Selin appeared rather awkward now. Merlin's strength had overcome his expectations. Initially, Wizard Bears kept showing off in front of him about how strong he was. He showed some of his spells, and they were indeed impressive. Even Wizard Freyr was willing to obey Wizard Bears. However, he did not expect the strong Wizard Bears to be easily killed by Merlin. In fact, he knew all about the things Bears had done at Wilson Castle. He could still use Bears, so he did not stop him. However, upon witnessing Merlin's strength now, Count Selin regretted his actions. Baron Merlin, Wizard Bears, willingly joined Prakash City. I can't stop some of the things he did. Before even finishing his sentence, he was interrupted by Merlin. Merlin glared at Count Selin and warned him in a cold tone. Count Selin, for whatever reason, I hope this is the first and the last time. Count Selin was not pleased as Merlin was seriously warning him now. He was the count who controlled the large Prakash city-state. However, Count Selin also noticed that Merlin was not the same as before. The terrifying aura from Merlin made his skin crawl with fear. Merlin seemed to be much stronger than Merlin back then. Thus, although he was rather displeased by Merlin's threatening tone, he still flashed a forced smile. Baron Merlin, please be rest assured that a matter with Wizard Bears won't happen again. After having Count Selin's promise, Merlin nodded. He did not pressure Count Selin further. After all, these things were difficult to avoid. If the Wilson family wanted to stay in Prakash City, they would still need to rely on Count Selin to completely adapt here. After this, Count Selin would feel threatened and fearful. In the future, Even if Merlin left Prakash City, Count Selin would not allow such matter like that with bears to happen again. All right. When I returned, I noticed the tension in Prakash City. Count Selin, what's the matter? Merlin asked with doubt. Upon mentioning of the matter of Prakash City, the displease in Count Selin's heart rapidly disappeared. Although Bears was dead, the stronger Merlin had returned. This was a great news to Count Selin. Thus, Count Selin explained in detail about the dispute between Prakash City and Lebis City. All these years, although Lebis City has small disputes with Prakash City, were still rather peaceful. However, half a year ago, after Count Talon had died and his son Longardy had inherited the count's title, he began to expand his army without restraint. He even intentionally caused some frictions between the two city-states. Then, Longardy became even more reckless. He began to send spies to hide sneakily outside of Prakash City to monitor the people coming in and out of Prakash City, rendering many merchants to avoid Prakash City out of fear. I can still take it if it's only this. However, a month ago, Longardy sent his army to forcefully invade a small town of Prakash city-state. He was obviously starting a war. It could be seen that Count Selin was extremely enraged. Anxiety flashed in his eyes, albeit he tried to hold it in. He was afraid that his force could not stand against Lebis City. If there are disputes between city-states, why didn't you ask for the king's judgment? Merlin asked Count Selin. Although he had not spent a long time in Prakash City, he still knew of the unruly system of city-states in the Kingdom of Blackmoon. However, since the force of the royal family of the Kingdom of Blackmoon was too large, all city-states did not dare to oppose the order of the royal family. Thus, if there were disputes amongst the city-states, they could ask for the judgment of the royal family. This was a great solution to many issues between city-states. King's judgment. Count Selin smiled bitterly as he shook his head. I've already done that, but Longardy is serving the 8th prince of the royal family now. My request was held down by the 8th prince as soon as it reached the royal family. So, I can't rely on the king's judgment. Merlin suddenly felt annoyed. He was too lazy to mind about such a complicated relationship. Whether there was the influence of the royal family, Merlin would not let the Wilson family move again. The entire Wilson family had already had a hard time previously, traveling to Prakash City from Blackwater City. They had a stable life now after much difficulty, hence Merlin would not allow such matter to happen again. Count Selin, tell me honestly. Longardy is so confident with his actions. I'm afraid there are other reasons besides having the advantage of army strength, isn't there? Merlin stared straight into Count Selin's eyes. He knew that Count Selin would have his reasons to think so highly of bears. It might have something to do with the dispute between Lebis City and Prakash City. Chapter 162 Wizard Heghar. Chapter 162 Wizard Heghar. Count Selin looked at Merlin. He knew that he would need to tell the truth if he wanted Merlin's aid. Thus, Count Selin shook his head and revealed a forced expression as he said slowly, "That's right. Lebis City has the military advantage, but my army in Prakash City isn't that weak as well. What truly worries me is that the spellcasters whom Longardy has recruited. One of them is a powerful first-level spellcaster. Wizard Bears is my trump card in holding down the first-level spellcaster of Lebis City." After Count Selin had finished his words, he stared strongly at Merlin. He thought so highly of bears because bears had once escaped with ease from a first-level spellcaster. Thus, Count Selin had high hopes on wizard bears. If the situation between the two city-states worsened and eventually sparked a war, then he would leave that powerful formidable spellcaster in Wizard Bear's hands. However, Bears was now dead. In his place, a stronger spellcaster had appeared in Prakash City. Formidable spellcaster, Merlin thought for a moment. He knew the difference between formidable and entrance-level spellcasters was huge. An ordinary roaming wizard, albeit a formidable spellcaster, might not be stronger than an entrance-level 4-elemental spellcaster in the dark magic region. Meanwhile, Merlin had defeated quite a few formidable spellcasters. Even the powerful formidable spellcaster, Wizard Vixer, had died in his hands. Thus, Merlin did not mind about an ordinary roaming wizard even if the person was a formidable spellcaster. During the year which Merlin had joined the dark magic region, Merlin's ability had improved rapidly, and so did his experience and knowledge. After meeting so many prodigies in the dark magic region, Merlin no longer cared about a mere formidable or second-level roaming wizard. "Let me deal with that formidable spellcaster." With a deep voice, Merlin said calmly. Count Selin was overwhelmed with joy. If it was to say that he still doubted the ability of Wizard Bears before, Count Selin finally had a little confidence in this matter, thanks to Merlin's promise. Once that formidable spellcaster was tied down, Count Selin would not be afraid of the attacks of Lebis City's army, since the city walls were tall and many aristocrats' cavalry units had come to Prakash City. Following that, Merlin excused himself from Count Selin and left the castle. Back in his carriage, Merlin thought for a moment and then told the carriage driver, "Go to Wizard Hill's house." Then, the carriage slowly moved. In a spacious room, Count Longardi of Lebis City was pacing back and forth, frowning. There was a hint of restlessness in his expression. This restlessness stemmed from the information sent by a spy hiding in Prakash City. Count Longardi was an extremely ambitious aristocrat. He was not satisfied being a small count in this small territory, Lebis City. Thus, he had secretly sought refuge with the 8th prince of the royal family. With the 8th prince's influence, he was able to defeat his 2 older brothers and finally became the Count of Lebis City. After becoming the Count, he had bigger ambitions. He wished to expand Lebis City, so he would need to eliminate the nearby Prakash City. Everything was going smoothly, and his plan had almost come to fruition. When all preparations were done, he would wage a war against Prakash City and bring the entire Prakash City under his control. However, a major shift had occurred. Even the usually confident Longardi could not be sure about his decision. "Sir Count." Soon, a few spellcasters came into the room. Count Longardi glanced at these spellcasters and held himself together. Then, he said softly to the leader of the spellcasters, "Wizard Hagar, I just received a message from a spy which made me rather restless, resulting in the final decision becoming inconclusive." "Oh, what's the news that made Sir Count indecisive?" Wizard Hagar appeared calm, as if he did not care about anything at all. Everyone besides him could sense the confidence in his attitude. Those around him were affected by his confidence and felt as if they could do anything in the world. "Wizard Hagar, the elemental swordsmen whom we've sent to monitor Prakash City are all dead. Their bodies are right outside now." Longardi immediately gave an instruction to the guards outside, then some of them carried a few bodies into the room. These bodies were all charred black and were distorted beyond recognition. They were obviously burned to death by a scorching flame. Meanwhile, some bodies had lost some of their limbs. It was as if they had taken an intense blow. Wizard Hagar took a glance at these bodies and smiled. They probably experienced some sort of attack similar to fireball. This is the doings of a spellcaster, but we're clear that there are 3 spellcasters in Prakash City: Wizard Bears, Wizard Freyr, and Wizard Hill. Bears and Freyr did not have fire-type spells. Only Wizard Hill had constructed Fireball, but his spell model is unstable. He can't cast a spell easily. Does he want to risk his life to kill the elemental swordsman outside the city with spells? Wizard Heghar's words explained the current situation in Prakash City clearly, confirming his understanding of the situation. After he finished his words, Wizard Heghar glanced at Count Longardi. Count Longardi shook his head slightly, then said in a low voice, "Wizard Heghar, this time, you're wrong. Wizard Hill isn't the only one who has Fireball in Prakash City. Merlin has it as well." "Merlin? You mean Merlin who has joined the dark magic region?" Suddenly, Wizard Heghar's eyes gleamed. He stared right at Count Longardi with keen eyes, along with the other spellcasters. When they had heard of Merlin's name, a strange gleam flashed in their gaze. It was not that Merlin had made a name for himself, but the dark magic region which Merlin had joined was the spellcasters' organization these roaming wizards had dreamt to join all their lives. Count Selen of Prakash City had long leaked the information about Merlin joining the dark magic region, so the nearby city-states knew about it. "Sir Count, is it really Merlin who has joined the dark magic region?" Wizard Heghar asked once again with a grim expression. Count Longardi reaffirmed grimly. "That's right. Merlin's back. The spies I stationed in Prakash City saw Merlin with their own eyes. There won't be any mistake." "Great. Truly great. I didn't expect Merlin to stay quietly in the dark magic region at this moment. He had returned to Prakash City, and this is great news." Wizard Heghar revealed a smile. Other spellcasters raised their opinions about this matter respectively. Some were elated because Merlin had returned from the dark magic region where he would have many spell models, potion formulas, and so on. These were the things they had wished to get their hands on all their lives. As roaming wizards, they even had to risk their lives in battles to obtain a spell model. Some spellcasters were rather concerned. After all, the spellcasters of the spellcasters organization were not easy to deal with. Without caution, they might get killed. Wizard Heghar, I'm assured with you around, the foolish Selen believed that bears could hold Wizard Heghar down. Truly foolish. Even if all their spellcasters attack at once, I believe Wizard Heghar can handle the situation. I'm more concerned about the dark magic region. If the dark magic region knew that Merlin has died in our hands, will that bring us trouble? Count Longardi seemed to have great confidence in Wizard Heghar. In fact, he was considering the issue of dealing with the dark magic region after they killed Merlin. After meeting Count Longardi's gaze, Wizard Heghar smirked. "It seems that Sir Count doesn't know the rules of the dark magic region. As long as the wizard in the spellcasters organization hasn't become a first-level spellcaster, the wizard will remain as a temporary member. Even if he died, the dark magic region won't take any actions." After a pause, Wizard Heghar noticed that the other spellcasters were still discussing the spell models and potions on Merlin. He showed a scornful expression as he said to them arrogantly, "You may not be clear about this. What's the most valuable thing on Merlin? It's neither spell models nor potions, it's the dark magic ring in his hands. One can only join the dark magic region with a token, whilst the dark magic ring is the token. Once I kill Merlin and obtain the dark magic ring, I can join the dark magic region." Wizard Heghar's eyes were enthusiastic and expectant. The dark magic ring. If a member of another spellcaster's organization kills the spellcaster of the dark magic region and obtain the dark magic ring, isn't it easy for him to sneak into the dark magic region? Even Count Longardi was interested in the spellcaster's organization that Wizard Hagar had mentioned. Good question. But how can the dark magic region not consider that every spellcaster who possesses the dark magic ring and enters the dark magic region will be strictly examined? If the person is a wizard from another spellcaster's organization, he'll definitely get found out at this point. However, if they're official members of the dark magic region, the matter will be different. They've signed a special contract with the dark magic region and are protected by the dark magic region. Once they're killed, the dark magic region will send people to eliminate the culprit. Wizard Hagar seemed to be extremely familiar with the dark magic region. Soon, a skinny spellcaster inquired in a low voice, "Wizard Hagar, if the dark magic region is really as you've described, then won't the entrance-level spellcasters who joined the dark magic region be in great danger when they left the dark magic region?" The entrance-level spellcasters who possessed the dark magic ring were not protected by the dark magic region. Once they left the dark magic region, they were exactly like a moving treasury vault. They would attract the attention of many spellcasters and put themselves in great danger. The dark magic ring in their hands could be their quick ending during this period, since numerous roaming wizards wished to get their hands on the ring. Wizard Hagar shot a calm glance at these spellcasters. Then he sniggered. "What do you think a spellcaster's organization is? They're just entrance-level spellcasters. Entrance-level spellcasters are never lacking in this world, not to mention in the spellcasters' organizations." Wizard Hagar's words sent a chill down everyone's spine. Spellcasters' organizations did not seem to be as wonderful as they had thought. Chapter 163 Purple Stone Powder Potion. Chapter 163 Purple Stone Powder Potion. All right, we have Wizard Hagar with us. Even if Selin has another Merlin, there won't be any problem. Let's get prepared, my spellcasters. We'll wage war against Prakash City in the early morning tomorrow. Count Longardi had made his decision to act against Prakash City. Thus, the spellcasters left in excitement. Count Longardi had recruited 6 spellcasters. Except for Hagar, who was a first-level spellcaster, the others were simply entrance-level spellcasters. However, after hearing Wizard Hagar's words, these entrance-level roaming wizards had become eager as well. The dark magic ring was the token into the dark magic region, hence countless roaming wizards would go crazy because of it. Even if Wizard Hagar was indeed stronger than them, no one could tell exactly what could happen in a battlefield. These spellcasters were all thinking about the dark magic ring. Even their expressions changed and they felt hopeful. "Sir Count, I'll excuse myself as well." Wizard Hagar bowed slightly, then turned around. After he left the room, Wizard Hagar's gaze stayed on the back of the spellcasters in front of him. He let out a snigger. "HMPH, these fools. Is it that easy to deal with a wizard from a spellcaster's organization? Even an entrance-level spellcaster is much stronger than the first-level spellcaster amongst many roaming wizards. If I don't have that object with me and have absolute confidence to win, I really don't want to fight with a wizard from a spellcaster's organization. On the bright side, I'll let you fools consume some of Merlin's magic power in the beginning. I'll act afterward and obtain the dark magic ring." Wizard Hagar sneered. Following that, he turned around quickly and left Count Longardi's place. This is the token which made countless roaming wizards go crazy, huh? In the carriage, Merlin was holding an exquisite ink-black ring. This was the dark magic ring he had obtained after killing Wizard Neil. Such a small ring could make numerous roaming wizards go crazy because it was the token to enter the dark magic region. Merlin had been in the dark magic region for a year, so he knew clearly about its rules. Before becoming a first-level spellcaster, he could only be a temporary member. When he was outside, other spellcasters could kill him and snatch the dark magic ring from him. The dark magic region would not even care about such actions. I may have become a target in some of the roaming wizards' eyes, but no one knows who the true target is. Merlin's eyes gleamed, then he kept his dark magic ring. Although this ring was not useful to the current Merlin, it might have great use in the future. After all, this was a token to enter the dark magic region. Sir Baron, we're here. Soon, the carriage reached its destination. Merlin pulled the curtain open lightly and alighted from the carriage. The black-robed old man's residence was still as usual. The surroundings were simply too quiet. It made the place look rather deserted and desolated. Thump, thump. Merlin let the carriage wait outside whilst he knocked on the wooden door. Creak. The door opened. It was still the old man's maid who stuck her head out. Sir Baron, please come in. The maid had known Merlin for a long time. When Merlin was still in Prakash City, he had often come to the old man's place, so it was only natural that the maid knew him. Merlin then entered the house and scanned around. The black-robed old man's place still appeared shabby and was not much different from a year ago. However, he did not see the black-robed old man. Merlin asked the maid, "Where's Wizard Hill?" The maid hesitated for a moment, and her expression appeared rather gloomy. She then replied, "Sir Baron, Sir Wizard is upstairs. Please follow me." Upon seeing the maid's expression, Merlin sensed a terrible premonition. Thus, Merlin quickly trailed behind the maid and arrived at a room upstairs. The maid pushed the door open lightly and called out softly, "Sir Wizard, it's Baron Merlin." Oh, Merlin's back let him in quickly. The croaking voice revealed a hint of agitation. Merlin walked into the room and found the room rather dark. The windows were shut tight, but there was no strange smell in the room. It proved that the maid had been tidying up this room carefully every day. "Wizard Hill, why have you become this way?" Merlin found the old man curling at a corner of the room. The old man was full of white hair and a deathly aura dwelled on him. Only those who were about to die had such aura. Merlin recalled that when he left, the spell models in the old man's awareness were stabilizing, albeit not fully under control. Moreover, the black-robed old man's mind power was suppressing the spell models in his body. In a year's time, there would not be too many changes in the old man's spell models. However, the truth presented itself in front of him. The black-robed old man could no longer suppress the spell models in his awareness. "Wizard Merlin, it's really you." The old man raised his head. After making sure it was Merlin, his eyes, which were full of deathly stillness, suddenly brightened up. After a pause, the old man forced a smile and said, "Hee hee. It's all thanks to bears that I've become this way." After that, the old man recounted the incident briefly. Merlin gradually understood that the old man's spell model had become unstable after he scared bears away. To be fair, Merlin truly owed the black-robed old man. After all, Merlin had asked the black-robed old man to take care of the Wilson family before he left. "Wizard Merlin, this dying old man has stayed true to his promise. I've helped the Wilson family once. What about you? Have you found any potion or potion formula that can stabilize the spell model in the dark magic region?" The black-robed old man stared eagerly at Merlin. He had placed all his hopes on Merlin. If Merlin did not have the potion to stabilize his spell model, all he could do was to wait for his death. Moreover, with his current condition, he would not outlive a year. A smile slowly emerged from Merlin's face. He turned his palm around and a potion immediately appeared in his hands. It was a strange purple powder. This is the purple stone powder potion I've exchanged for in the dark magic region. It has an excellent effect on stabilizing zero-level spell model. Wizard Hill, swallow it first and we shall see how good this potion is. Merlin handed the purple stone powder potion to Wizard Hill. Wizard Hill's withered hands kept trembling, probably due to his agitation. All right, I'll try. Without hesitation, Wizard Hill swallowed the purple stone powder potion. Meanwhile, Merlin observed the changes in Wizard Hill. Merlin had spent 20 contribution points to exchange the potion formula of the purple stone powder potion. In the future, he could make purple stone powder potion as long as he followed the instructions of the potion formula. In addition, the main ingredient of this potion was purple stone powder. The purple stone powder was not particularly precious. There was even some purple stone powder in the ring Merlin obtained from the silver-haired old man back then, so Merlin could make more potions himself. However, Merlin only thought about making a few more purple stone powder potions because they indeed were useful for the black-robed old man to stabilize his spell models. After the old man had taken the purple stone powder potion, he became silent. He seemed to be observing the spell models in his body. After about 2 hours, fluctuations of mind power appeared from the old man's body. Swish! Suddenly, the old man opened his eyes. He was exhilarated as he shot an eager glance at Merlin. Wizard Merlin, do you have more purple stone powder potions with you? It has an excellent effect. Although it doesn't completely stabilize my spell models, it helps tremendously. If I continue to take it, I believe that I don't have to suppress my spell models with mind power in the near future. The black-robed old man was very worked up. The unstable spell models had caused him many difficulties. He had to suppress the issue with his mind power, thus rendering him unable to cast spells as he wished, and he could not show his capabilities completely because of this issue. Now, it appeared that the purple stone powder potion could really stabilize his spell models. Of course, such stability was temporary and came with a limit. Once the old man attempted to construct spell model in his awareness, be it a first-level spell or a zero-level spell, his initial spell model would crumble apart. Such potions could only slightly stabilize the spell models in his body. Yet, the underlying reason behind the instability of the spell model was still not resolved. However, even so, the old man was still exhilarated by this improvement. Looking at the old man's eager gaze, Merlin shook his head. I don't have the potion, but I have the formula for purple stone powder potion. Also, I have the ingredients to make it, so I can make it right now. After saying that, Merlin took the purple stone powder potion's formula that he had exchanged at the resource tower. The old man took the formula from him and rapidly checked out the ingredients needed in the formula. In reality, as a spellcaster's organization, the dark magic region was a lax organization. It did not exert many restrictions on its members, where many spells and potion formulas in the resource tower were leaked to the outside world. However, the dark magic region was only strict about valuable things. Take spell model as an example. The spell models of 0-level spell to 3rd-level spell could only be exchanged with contribution points. Then, the spellcaster could do whatever he wanted with it. Many spellcaster families had increased the 0-level spells to 3rd-level spells in their family's collection with this method. However, once 4th-level spells were involved, the dark magic region had kept them strictly confidential. Every spellcaster who wished to exchange for spells of 4th level and above had to sign a contract with the dark magic region that restricted the spellcaster from leaking the spell model. Some rare potion formulas and advanced mind meditation spells were the same. To exchange for these things in the dark magic region, the spellcaster had to sign a confidential contract with the dark magic region. Thus, many entrance-level spellcasters, or even 1st level, 2nd level and 3rd level spellcasters, had taken advantage of these rules. They exchanged contribution points to exchange for spells below 4th level and shared the spell model amongst themselves. However, Merlin did not need to use such a method to obtain spells. Most of his 1st level spells were provided by Wizard Leo for free, so Merlin did not spend his contribution points on them. Wizard Leo had even provided him an advanced mind meditation spell. The spell belonged solely to Wizard Leo. It did not belong to the dark magic region. Moreover, Wizard Leo did not instruct him not to give it to others. Thus, Merlin could do whatever he wanted with the advanced mind meditation spell. However, the advanced mind meditation spell was too valuable, so Merlin would not give it to others easily. The purple stone powder potion was a common potion in the dark magic region, so Merlin did not need to sign any contract to exchange for the potion formula. Thus, it did not matter much even if he gave it to the black-robed old man. Chapter 164 Joy of Reunion. Chapter 164 Joy of Reunion. Right now, the black-robed old man noticed Merlin moving the glassware, looking as if he was about to make potions. Yes, right now. I've also done some research on potion making during my time in the dark magic region. Hence, it'll probably help in increasing the success rate. Naturally, Merlin could not reveal his biggest secret, the Matrix, to anyone. Therefore, he could only mention that he had spent time researching potions in the dark magic region to avoid suspicion from the black-robed old man. In fact, Merlin had secretly activated the Matrix and began preparing purple stone powder potion according to the steps provided by the Matrix. Merlin handled the potion ingredients with care and started preparing the potion step by step. The black-robed old man opened his mouth but said nothing, although his eyes were filled with gratitude. Potion making was extremely important to a spellcaster. If one acquired a potion formula, it would be much easier to prepare the potion again in the future if one had the opportunity to watch another spellcaster preparing the potion. Merlin was carefully preparing purple stone powder potion in front of the black-robed old man, one step at a time. In fact, he wanted to teach the black-robed old man the method to prepare purple stone powder potion. The black-robed old man understood Merlin's intention. Therefore, he gave his full attention to each step that Merlin applied in preparing purple stone powder potion. During the potion-making process, Merlin had followed closely every step provided by the Matrix. The difficulty in preparing the purple stone powder potion was almost similar to that of coagulation potion prepared by Merlin previously. However, it was not Merlin's first time in potion making. Therefore, he displayed much proficiency in preparing purple stone powder potion. Despite that, an hour later, the first purple stone powder potion prepared by Merlin was nonetheless a failure due to a mistake in the temperature. Hence, Merlin commenced the process all over again. 2 hours later, Merlin's second attempt in preparing purple stone powder potion was a success. He immediately handed the favorable outcome to the black-robed old man. 3rd attempt, 4th attempt, 5th attempt. It was as if Merlin had no concept of exhaustion. Finally, when the color of the sky turned somber, Merlin stopped preparing the potion as he had depleted almost all the purple stone powder inside the black-robed old man's ring. He had a high success rate despite spending long hours preparing the potions. In the end, he had successfully prepared 8 purple stone powder potions altogether. Merlin gave all 8 purple stone powder potions to the black-robed old man. Wizard Hill, I'll head back now as it's getting late. Merlin rose to his feet and bade goodbye to the black-robed old man. Then he turned around and retreated from the black-robed old man's house. Once he boarded the carriage, Merlin drew the curtain and took one last glance at the black-robed old man's residence. He had made his intention extremely clear when he deliberately prepared the purple stone powder potion in front of the black-robed old man. He wanted to pass on the knowledge of preparing the potion to the black-robed old man to prevent the latter from wasting precious ingredients while figuring the process to prepare the potion on his own. This was also Merlin's way of returning the favor the Wilson family owed to the black-robed old man. After that, Merlin ordered calmly, "Let's go," and head right back to Wilson Castle. The carriage moved gradually toward the direction of Wilson Castle. The carriage came to a halt in front of Wilson Castle. Merlin alighted from the carriage and moved his way into the castle. Merlin noticed several knights dressed in shining armor within the compound of the castle. Apart from that, Merlin, with his sharp vision, also caught sight of a familiar figure standing not far away. Uncle Pratt. Commander Pratt turned around abruptly, and a grin of joy immediately surfaced when he saw it was Merlin. He paced towards Merlin and called out in delight, "My lord, my lady had delivered us a letter earlier mentioning your return. I can't believe you've actually returned." Merlin could feel Pratt's genuine joy which rose from the bottom of his heart. After Merlin sized up Pratt carefully, he realized a vague sense of oppressive temperament emitting from Pratt. His physical attribute was also unusually powerful. Perhaps his strength was already comparable to that of a third-level elemental swordsman. Pratt was merely a first-level elemental swordsman when Merlin left Prakash City. It was possible that the reason for his increased advancement was because old Wilson had transferred the knowledge of strange postures on those mysterious relief sculptures to him. Pratt looked at Merlin in the eyes and said in a low voice, "Sir, hurry in. Your father is waiting for you." Merlin nodded and the image of old Wilson surfaced in his mind. Soon he arrived at the main hall. A faint yellow candlelight flickered in the hall. Seated there were Avril, Karais, and a figure of a burly man. "Farther," Merlin called out to old Wilson. Old Wilson quickly turned his head around. His eyes locked with Merlin's. Although there had not been any exchange of words, Merlin could feel the affection and loving care emitting from the old man's eyes. After a long while, old Wilson finally replied, "It's good to see you home." The short sentence spoke volumes. Then, old Wilson and Merlin began discussing affairs regarding the territory. Although it had only been a year, massive changes had happened in Merlin's territory, Conchin. It had prospered largely from its initial deserted state after old Wilson took control over the territory. However, in recent months, ever since the relationship between Prakash City and Lebis City became tense, Conchin became cold and cheerless again. "Oh right, Merlin, what was the reason for Count Selen's previous visit? Did you meet wizard bears?" Old Wilson tensed up a little at the mention of bears. Merlin gave a faint smile. "I've killed wizard bears, so hell never trouble Wilson Castle again. As for the reason of Count Selen's visit, it was because of affairs regarding Lebis City." Count Selin is also intending to keep Prakash city. I'm afraid there's going to be a great war in the future. Bears is dead good, well done, he deserved it. The corner of old Wilson's mouth curled into a smile as he learned that Bears was killed by Merlin. Then, he continued, Merlin, Prakash city cannot fall. When it comes for time to be at war, you should also contribute to protecting Prakash city. After all, we've escaped once. I don't wish for the Wilson family to have to escape like fugitives ever again. Old Wilson's fists were clenched tightly as a determined expression washed over his face. Merlin nodded in agreement. I agree with you. The Wilson family has gradually rooted in Prakash city, so we'll never leave here easily. I'll try my best to assist Count Selin. Har har, if the war really breaks out, my heavy armor knights will have a chance to shine. Excitement filled old Wilson's face as he rubbed his palms together eagerly. Merlin knew that whenever old Wilson appeared this keen, there was nothing he could do to try to change his father's mind. All right, you've just returned. Why not spend more time with Avril and Karais? Old Wilson stood to his height and glanced sideways at Karais and Avril. A playful grin appeared on his face before he turned around and headed upstairs. Merlin was slightly stunned, but he also nodded when he noticed Karais's passionate gaze. Let's get some rest too. After that, accompanied by Karais and Avril, the three of them headed upstairs together. In the spacious and cozy room, heavy breathing rose and fell one after another. After a long heave of sigh, the entire room fell into a complete silence. Merlin propped himself up against the bed. A satisfied smile crept over his face as he turned to look at his two beautiful wives beside him. He had been away from Prakash city for a year, and he was definitely delighted to reunite with Karais and Avril again. Perhaps they had been separated for too long that even Avril, who had always been shy and reserved, took initiative many times. The three of them indulged themselves in the joy of reunion for almost half the night. However, Karais and Avril were still not comparable to the wild Lorinker. Merlin immediately shook his head to dismiss the thought. He believed that he practiced good restraints in bedroom affairs. Instead of succumbing to the coitus temptation between a man and a woman, he would rather enjoy the fuzzy, warm feeling that only existed between loved ones. Nonetheless, it was an indisputable fact that he had 3 women in a very short period. Merlin felt helpless whenever he thought of this. Perhaps out of exhaustion, both Karais and Avril had already fallen into a deep slumber. On the other hand, Merlin was still pumped with energy. He knew that this was a result of his continuous enhancement of physical attributes. In fact, although Merlin had not deliberately practiced the strange posture on the mysterious relief sculptures throughout the past year, his physical attributes still achieved a level comparable to that of a third-level elemental swordsman. Merlin possessed 4 relief sculptures. He had begun to practice the 4th relief sculpture more than a month ago. Merlin had a hunch that once he mastered the posture on the 4th relief sculpture, it would be possible for his physical attributes to reach the level of a 4th-level element swordsman if he persisted for a long time. This would be a qualitative advancement, however, it would take a correspondingly long time to achieve so. A greater physical attribute allowed a greater chance to save oneself. If it was not for Merlin's strong physical attributes, he could not have endured so long after being attacked by Vixer's corroding potion during their last match. He would have long been dead. Therefore, even if it took a lot of Merlin's time to meditate his mind power and preparing potions, he would still arrange time each day to practice the strange posture on the relief sculpture. Currently, Merlin was practicing the posture of the fourth relief sculpture. Gradually, his mind turned into a total blank. He laid down on the bed in the position of the fourth relief sculpture and stayed completely motionless. Chapter 165 A Great War Approaches. Chapter 165 A Great War Approaches. Knock, knock, knock. As dawn broke early in the morning, a loud knocking came from the door. Merlin, get up quick, something is wrong. Old Wilson's deep voice rang from behind the door, his voice filled with urgency. Huh! Merlin opened his eyes. He turned to his side and saw Avril and Karais still sound asleep, without the slightest hint that they had woken up. Merlin decided to not wake them up and rose quickly to open the door. Old Wilson was standing outside with an anxious expression. He said with his deep voice, Merlin, you must leave quickly. Longardy has already dispatched the military and they have reached outside the city. Count Selin has sent people to escort you to his castle to discuss this matter. How did Longardy act so quickly? Merlin had his concerns. He knew Longardy was determined to take down Prakash city and doing so would take some time, but he did not think it would happen so soon. Farther, I will head there first. Merlin got dressed and ran quickly to the hall, where two knights were already waiting for him. The two knights were very polite and said respectfully to him, My lord, his lordship Count Selin requests your presence. Lead the way. Merlin followed the two knights, got into the horse carriage and sped off to Count Selin's castle. Soon, the horse carriage slowed down and came to a halt. Merlin hopped off and saw many other carriages were parked outside the castle. He realized then that Count Selin had invited many others to attend as well. Merlin walked straight into the castle. A lot of aristocrats were gathered there, their faces filled with worry. Count Selin, too, did not have a promising look on his face. With an audience in front of him, he was trying hard to remain calm. Baron Merlin, it is great that you came. Right now, there are many Lebis troops outside our city. Prakash city is in imminent danger. Count Selin's face lit up slightly as soon as he saw Merlin. He sounded panicky as he spoke hurriedly. Count Selin had never been this panicky, even when he faced Merlin. This situation was clearly much graver. The army from Lebis city has already reached the city boundaries. Does anyone have a solution? Merlin looked around the room and saw that all the aristocrats looked bitter, yet none of them could offer a solution. The only solution right now is to fight. Finally, a figure stood up and loudly proclaimed. Merlin squinted his eyes to see who was that, only to realize it was Count Selin's son, Commander Cook. Har har, you're right. There is nothing else we can do but to fight. Suddenly, another voice rang out by the doors. Someone who was dressed in a black robe from head to toe walked in. It was the black-robed old man, Wizard Hill. Count Selin looked pleasantly surprised, but his expression was soon replaced with concern as he whispered, Wizard Hill, how is your injury? Count Selin knew that the black-robed man had been wounded, but he did not understand what an unstable spell model was. He just knew that the black-robed old man was not in a good state and could not fight at will. As the black-robed old man looked around the room, his gaze met Merlin. He nodded slightly in acknowledgement, and said loudly, My injury has relied a lot on the potion that Baron Merlin brought from the dark magic region. Although I've not fully recovered, I can still use my full strength. Prakash city is grave danger, how can I not come in support? Count Selin nodded, his heart filled with happiness. After all, their strength had increased now that the black-robed old man was here. Good, Wizard Hill also agrees that we should fight. So, what do you think, Baron Merlin? Count Selin set his gaze on Merlin as he asked. Merlin squinted his eyes as he pondered for a moment. Finally he said coldly, I, too, agree with Commander Cook and Wizard Hill's suggestion. We only have one option left, and that is to fight. The hall was dead quiet as soon as Merlin finished his words. Suddenly, all eyes were on Count Selin. It was up to him now to make the final decision. We must fight at all costs if Longardy wants my Prakash city. He will have to be prepared to pay a very heavy price. Count Selin stood up fiercely as he spoke loudly with determination. We must fight at all costs. The aristocrats roared back, including the upper-class aristocrats. They would unite and join forces to protect Prakash city at all costs. Immediately, Count Selin began to strategize and plan to deploy the troops in Prakash city. Merlin walked to the black-robed old man's side and whispered, Wizard Hill, are you sure you are all right? The black-robed old man smiled and nodded, saying, Of course, your purple stone-powdered potion was very effective. Although my spell model is still not completely stable, my casting ability is not affected anymore. If he was able to cast spells, it meant that the black-robed old man already possessed the strength to fight. He would no longer be in imminent danger nor fear that his spell model would collapse again. Soon, Count Selin was done strategizing, and they all began to climb up the city gate. On top of the city gate, Merlin could clearly see the densely packed soldiers outside the city. Some were knights carrying long spears, some were infantry carrying shields, and some were arbalists hiding further away. Merlin also saw something else amongst the Lebis city's troops, a terrifying arbalist machine. Despite being difficult to build, this machine had formidable power. It could fire 10 rounds of arrows, each as thick as a child's arm. With such an impressive arbalist machine, it was clear that Longardy would stop at nothing to breach Prakash city. Count Selin's face paled upon seeing the number of Lebis city's soldiers. Defending to death is not the solution. Sooner or later they would breach the city. No matter what, we must at least try a counterattack. Count Selin quickly calmed himself, and even though he could see the many Lebis city's soldiers below, he knew that there was no backing down now. Defending was never the answer. There was no clear outcome from the battle, and he could use the opportunity to attack directly. Open the city gates, dispatch 20,000 knights, and attack the enemy troops, Count Selin instructed calmly. Many people would die in such a large-scale battle like this. Count Selin understood that a strong commanding ability was required, and not even Merlin or the black-robed old man could help him. Merlin's plan was to prevent any enemy spellcasters from destroying the city gate. Prakash city would still be safe as long as the city gate was not damaged. Soon, Prakash city gate opened. Thousands of knights rushed out from the city, and amongst them was a black torrent that caught the attention of many. Farther, Merlin squinted his eyes. He did not know old Wilson would command his own hundreds of knights and rushed out the city gates. Count Selin looked concerned as he turned to face Merlin. Baron Merlin, would you like me to give the order for Commander Wilson to return? Merlin shook his head, his gaze following old Wilson as he said calmly, There is no need. Perhaps this is the life my father wanted to live. He has never stopped training as a knight. Surely it was in hopes of returning to the battlefield one day. Merlin knew that being in the army for decades had a great impact on old Wilson's life. Perhaps fighting to the end on the battlefield was the life that old Wilson had wanted. Attack! As Selin commanded, the 20,000 knights began to advance towards Lebis city's troops. Some 10,000 knights also came rushing from Lebis city's troops as the two opposing sides began to engage in combat. Tens of thousands of people were killed in the fight. Whether it was 1 or 10 people, it made no difference. Each life seemed so insignificant. It was the first time for Merlin to witness such a great battle. He noted that when two opposing knights met, it was a cruel kill. Either you kill or be killed. Amongst the two opponents, a black torrent was remarkably eye-catching. It was old Wilson in his heavy armor, which had served him for over 10 years. It had followed him from Blackwater City to Prakash City, and now they could finally prove their worth as a pair. On the battlefield, they worked together like a sharp dagger, piercing through the hearts of the enemies. Wherever the armored knights go, none could stop them. They were invincible. However, there were too few of them. The Prakash City knights started to show signs of defeat. Behind the rampart, Count Selin shook his head. Disappointment filled his face as he said, "We have lost. Issue the command to retreat. Once all our troops have entered the city, close the gates." Count Selin quickly realized that this war was not favorable for them. No matter what, they should not deplete their energy too quickly. After all, it was up to them to defend Prakash City. Gradually, the knights of Prakash City began to slowly retreat within the ramparts. Merlin paid close attention to old Wilson. Even though the armored knight attacked, and many enemy soldiers lost their lives, old Wilson managed to retreat back into the city unscathed. Merlin relaxed and heaved a sigh of relief once he realized that old Wilson had returned unharmed. Merlin looked down at the densely packed soldiers and furrowed his eyebrows. His strongest wide-range attack, Thunderbolt Net, would not be enough to surround the hundreds of meters of battlefield area. There was no way he could attack them all in one fell swoop. Furthermore, the ability to attack the hundreds of thousands of soldiers and horses would have to be performed by a 4th level or higher spellcaster. Wizard Hill, when you fought in the gruesome Slaughterhouse War, surely not all the spellcasters were 4th level spellcasters. What use were the low-leveled spellcasters then? Merlin asked softly as he turned to face the black-robed man. Chapter 166 Breaking Through the Barrier. Chapter 166 Breaking Through the Barrier. The Slaughterhouse War. The black-robed old man mumbled softly. At this point, it was not only Merlin who focused his gaze on the black-robed old man, but the other aristocrats and Count Selin as well. Only now did they realize that Wizard Hill was experienced and knowledgeable on the topic of momentous occasions. After all, he had participated in a terrible war like Slaughterhouse, and there were not many wars more brutal than Slaughterhouse. The black-robed old man looked at the crowd of soldiers below the city. Caught up in his memories, he spoke slowly. The Slaughterhouse War was barbarous. Even great spellcasters who were able to single-handedly destroy a military fort perished in countless numbers. Such spellcasters had to be at least 4th-level spellcasters. This was the actual situation in the later stages of Slaughterhouse. On the whole, there was not a single soldier left, only those formidable spellcasters. During the later stages of the war, which the black-robed old man spoke of, every gesture and movement must have carried immense power. As these spellcasters, who could kill thousands upon thousands of normies with a single spell, engaged in fierce battle, who knew how many of them were killed? What about the early stages of the war? What did the beginner spellcasters do? Merlin pressed on with his question. The early stages, well, before those powerful spellcasters intervened, some of the beginner spellcasters followed the soldiers and slipped in amongst the massive troops, waiting for a chance to kill off the commander of the enemy troops. However, despite them being able to handle hundreds and thousands of normie soldiers, the spells of beginner spellcasters weren't very powerful. Hence, when they encountered the wild torrent of arbalist bolts fired by over 10,000 soldiers, many beginner spellcasters perished. The black-robed old man shook his head slightly with a trace of regret on his face. As a spellcaster himself, the black-robed old man was like most spellcasters who thought themselves more distinct and noble than the normies. To the black-robed old man, the death of a spellcaster by the hands of normies was a spellcaster's greatest tragedy. However, that was the reality of the situation. If those entrance-level spellcasters did not know any defensive spells when confronting normies who were heavily armed with arbalists, these spellcasters were not that much different from normies and would be easily killed. Nevertheless, they would be much stronger once they had acquired defensive spells. Still, it was hazardous for them to face thousands upon thousands of well-trained troops alone. Even some of the third-level spellcasters would be shot dead. Count Selin, open the city gates. I'll go alone. Merlin suddenly spoke as he watched the dense throng of soldiers below. Baron Merlin, did you say that you're going out alone? There are tens of thousands of troops out there. Count Selin's expression shifted slightly. Although he wanted to resolve the present crisis, allowing Merlin to head out alone was as good as sending him to his death. Such a meaningless act of throwing away one's life was of no help to the overall war situation. Count Selin is right. Wizard Merlin, consider this carefully. Although we spellcasters are powerful, those of us below 4th level could still be worn down to death by the sheer number of the normies. The black-robed old man advised Merlin as well. After all, it was not as if it had never happened before. During the Slaughterhouse War, powerful third-level spellcasters had been worn down to death by immense armies and their nearly endless arbalist bolts. Merlin acted noncommittal and calmly said, "Did I say that I would confront these tens of thousands of troops? I have the use of Gale, which allows me to move quickly. As long as I can hold off being shot by those bolts, I'll have a chance of reaching Longardy's headquarters and killing him off in one blow." Upon hearing Merlin's words, Count Selin's heart stirred. Even if Merlin's plan was totally insane, and from what he could tell, difficult to carry out successfully, if he really succeeded and Longardy died, the troops of Lebis would fall apart on their own. No matter how uncertain this hope was, it was ultimately still a hope. Otherwise, considering how they were using everything they had just to defend a mere city gate, it would be near impossible to defend Prakash city. This is a possibility indeed, but... The black-robed old man was about to say something, but Merlin gave a forceful wave of his hand, his expression one of determination. He said in a low voice, "Count Selin, open the gate. Don't worry, since I'm rushing out, I'll have ways of surviving. If I don't stand a chance, I'll return and, well, think of some other plan then." Count Selin nodded as he gave Merlin a complicated look, before softly saying, "If Baron Merlin succeeds this time around, you would be doing us a great service. At that point, I shall make the decision to promote Baron Merlin's title from Baron to Viscount. Furthermore, the Barons farther shall hold the title of Baron as well." Although titles in the city-state of Prakash were simply bestowed upon by Count Selins, Viscounts were still uncommon. Moreover, once Merlin succeeded, old Wilson would be granted the title of Baron, which meant that there would be 2 aristocrats in their clan at one time, which was an extremely rare occurrence. Evidently, Count Selin valued Merlin very much. Merlin smiled but said nothing. Even though he did not care much for titles, if this would allow the addition of a viscount amongst the Wilson clan while also having a baron, it would be a huge honor. After all, these titles were hereditary. If they had 2 titles, the Wilson clan's status in the whole city-state of Prakash would truly become indestructible. Open the city gate. Under Count Selin's orders, the enormous city gate gradually opened, and in a flash of his figure, Merlin had left Prakash city. Count Longardy was feeling smug now. Their attack had just overpowered Prakash city, and morale was high as the situation was favorable to them. "My lord, look, the city gate is opening again," a sharp-eyed knight suddenly said as he noticed the city gate of Prakash city were slowly opening. Count Longardy was startled. Even if it seemed like he had the upper hand, he must not let down his guard as long as the battle was not over. Seeing that the gate were opened again, Longardy had endless doubts, and muttered softly, "The city gate is opened once more. Are they thinking of attacking again?" In a moment, everyone on the battlefield clearly saw that only a single figure walked out from the city gate. "It's just one guy." Count Longardy narrowed his eyes slightly as if he dared not believe it. There's elemental fluctuation around this person, so he's a spellcaster. Could it be Merlin? Wizard Hagar, who stood beside Count Longardy, immediately thought of Merlin, who was in Prakash city. However, even Wizard Hagar had trouble picturing how an entrance-level spellcaster would dare to confront tens of thousands of well-trained troops all by himself. Har, he wants to handle my huge army alone. How stupid. Even if he really is Merlin, and had really entered the dark magic region, what's so scary about an arrogant, silly person like him? It was as if Longardy was infuriated by Merlin's act. Was he really going to confront tens of thousands of troops all by himself unless he was a powerful spellcaster who was 4th level or above and could destroy an entire military fort single-handedly? It was an impossible task. Perhaps he isn't actually going to confront the troops, and his target is my lord. Wizard Hagar keenly perceived the strong wind element that had emerged around Merlin, and instantly guessed Merlin's intentions. Fight me, Humph. Even if he successfully made it here, there's still Wizard Hagar here, right? This would save you wizards from having to search for him in Prakash city. Count Longardy was confident in Wizard Hagar's abilities, so he was not worried in the slightest even after knowing Merlin's aim. Conversely, he stared at Merlin in fascination. How would he break through the barrier of tens of thousands of troops? Swish! The minute Merlin walked out the city gate, vigorous fluctuations of wind element immediately arose around his body. Furthermore, he noticed that a particularly powerful stream of mind power was constantly scanning him. It must be a spellcaster who was with Longardy. Gale. Without a hint of hesitation, Merlin cast Gale. Instantly, his speed escalated quickly and he dashed wildly towards Longardy's headquarters. Fire. Naturally, upon seeing Merlin's mad dash, the tens of thousands of troops took action. With that order, a wild torrent of arbalist bolts came down like rain, their innumerable points racing towards Merlin. Merlin's expression changed slightly. This myriad of bolts induced a sense of extreme danger. An individual normie, even if they were a great elemental swordsman, could be easily killed by Merlin if he wanted to. However, once they joined forces and employed their tools, their capacity for damage became terrifying. Earth Guard. Without a hint of hesitation, Merlin cast Earth Guard frantically over a dozen times in succession. Before him, more than a dozen solid earth walls appeared, some of which were the strengthened version. On the battlefield, facing tens of thousands of well-trained soldiers, Merlin did not dare let down his dart. Snap, snap. Very soon, the innumerable bolts landed. The Earth Guards before Merlin collapsed in an instant, one after another. Even the strengthened versions of the Earth Guard could not withstand these bolts for very long. There was a trace of frenzy on Merlin's face. The wind element around his body increased abruptly, and he accelerated at a terrifying pace. This was the strengthened version of Gale that Merlin had cast. Relying purely on this burst of speed, Merlin sprinted a great distance forward, and no longer had to worry about the thousands and thousands of frightening bolts coming from above. With so many bolts, even casting Earthguard incessantly would not be able to hold them off. It would require a first-level defensive spell like Guardian Monument to hold off the numerous bolts. Nevertheless, Merlin did not want to rashly reveal that he possessed Guardian Monument. At any rate, after Merlin had broken past this defensive line of troops, he would have to face the many spellcasters recruited by Longardy. He's so fast. After Merlin had cast the strengthened version of Gale, he became almost twice as fast. Even the arbalists were confounded. If it was Merlin's previous speed, they were still able to somewhat fire after taking aim. However, with Merlin's current breakneck speed, they were unable to take aim at all. Moreover, the route that Merlin was taking was not a fixed path, but rather a zigzag manner with no predictable pattern whatsoever. They could only watch helplessly as Merlin broke through the barrier of tens of thousands of troops and gradually approached Count Longardy. He did it. On the ramparts of Prakash, Count Selin could not help but cry out in excitement as he watched Merlin withstand the first wave of attack by the troops and then increased his speed greatly to break through the barrier of tens of thousands of troops. Breaking through the barrier is only the first step after all. Wizard Merlin has incredible speed, so breaking through the barrier was relatively easy. However, after this, he would have to face the many spellcasters recruited by Longardy, and that's the crucial step. As the black-robed old man spoke in a low voice, his gaze never left Merlin's figure. Breaking through the barrier was only the first step. The key thing was to defeat the spellcasters recruited by Longardy. The black-robed old man was not worried about the other spellcasters, but the first-level spellcaster that Longardy had recruited made the black-robed old man apprehensive. He only knew that Merlin was merely an entrance-level spellcaster. Even if Merlin had entered the dark magic region, it was only for a year. He did not know whether Merlin was a match for this rival first-level spellcaster. Whether you succeed or not, you must come back safely. No one noticed that old Wilson had quietly come onto the rampart. Looking at Merlin's madly racing figure, his face expressed a hint of worry. Chapter 167 Heghar's Confidence. Chapter 167 Heghar's Confidence. Merlin let out a strong fluctuation of wind elements from his body. Ordinary people could only catch the afterimage of the fluctuations, as there was no way they could see Merlin's precise location. Only the spellcasters could utilize their mind power to trace Merlin's location. He's here. Some spellcasters next to Count Longardy were keeping a close watch on Merlin with their mind power. Once Merlin got close to Count Longardy, they would immediately initiate their attacks, as they would need to kill Merlin. Merlin was dashing about as he observed the actions of Longardy and the spellcasters around him from afar with his mind power. He could not stand against 10,000 soldiers, but these Nornies would have a hard time aiming their bows at Merlin when he moved at a great speed. Merlin's Earth Guard would block the arrows even if they reached him. Thus, Merlin almost did not sustain any injury when he went past the defense line of numerous thousands of soldiers. He was approaching Count Longardy rapidly. Soon, Merlin paused. The black robe that he wore and his black hair swirled in the wind. There was not a hint of naivety in his youthful face. His eyes gave a profound feeling as if he had gone through many ups and downs in life. Kill. Upon noticing that Merlin had surpassed the defense line and came straight to Count Longardy's headquarters, the well-prepared spellcasters immediately began to attack. At once, violent fluctuations of elements filled the sky. Fire-type spells, wind-type spells, ice-type spells and more were blasted toward Merlin ceaselessly. Merlin felt a strong sense of danger from these ruthless attacks. Most of all, some forcible spells were hidden amongst these attacks. They were obviously the spells cast by the forcible spellcasters whom Count Longardy had recruited. Guardian Monument. With a low voice, Merlin finally cast his forcible spell, Guardian Monument, which he had constructed not long ago. Instantly, numerous large monuments covered Merlin from top to bottom as they blinked a bright light. Tremor. He felt an intense tremor. Even after blocking a few spells, Guardian Monument did not dissipate, but shook a little. There was indeed a large difference between a forcible spell and a zeroval spell. The zeroval spells cast by these entrance-level spellcasters did not threaten Merlin at all. Soon, Merlin felt an incredible force smashing into Guardian Monument ruthlessly. The impact caused Guardian Monument to shake violently, and a faint crack appeared. Forcible spell. Merlin squinted his eyes, then he cast Guardian Monument once more. The monument shone a bright light as if declaring that it was not afraid of its opponent's ruthless attacks at all. Merlin's figure was completely drowned in an endless spell attack. All sorts of violent elements were wreaking havoc, so even the spellcasters nearest to him did not know what was happening in there. He should be dead as he has to deal with many attacks even if he's a spellcaster of the dark magic region. He won't be able to resist the attacks as long as he hasn't become a forcible spellcaster. After a long while, some spellcasters gradually stopped attacking. Since they cast the spells frantically and without much thought, their acts had consumed much of their magic power, thus they had to stop. Slowly, the smoke began to dissipate. A hint of greed gleamed in the eyes of many spellcasters beside Longardy. After they had confirmed that Merlin had died, they would instantly fight for the dark magic ring. Other than Wizard Hedgar, the 5 other spellcasters seemed to have formed an alliance. From their expressions, they appeared to be cautious against Wizard Hedgar. Wizard Hedgar wore a dark expression. He knew that all 6 of them would fight against each other as soon as Merlin died. These 5 spellcasters had probably planned this beforehand. When the time came, Wizard Hedgar had to face the attacks of these 5 men if he wanted the ring. Hee. Do you want the dark magic ring? Whoever stands in my way has to die. A killing intent rose in Hedgar's heart. He had done all preparations. Even if he would need to face all 5 spellcasters, he would not back down. He wanted to own the dark magic ring at all costs. Wizard Hedgar, you've already become a forcible spellcaster. Why fight for the dark magic ring with us? Suddenly, an entrance-level spellcaster asked in a low voice. Who doesn't want to join a spellcaster's organization? Only in a spellcaster's organization that I can become a stronger spellcaster. If you lot also want to have the ring, don't blame me for whatever that I do. Wizard Hedgar replied with a smirk. Both sides were ready to jump at each other's throat, and tension filled the air. Count Longardi frowned slightly and interrupted them. Wizards, let's decide who the dark magic ring belongs to after we take control of Prakash city. How about that? However, no one listened to Longardi's words. These spellcasters may be polite toward Count Longardi, but the dark magic ring would affect whether they could join the dark magic region, so they would not back down on this matter. At that time, they would not care whether the army of Lebis city could take Prakash city down. Swoosh! A light breeze blew the smoke and dust away. Everyone could faintly see the situation in there now. Merlin's figure appeared to be nowhere in sight. These spellcasters could not even wait for the dust to clear up before they rushed forward without a pause. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Silhouettes dashed into the scene rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the spellcasters were surrounded by dust and smoke. You guys are seeking your death. Whoever stands in my way must die. Upon seeing that the spellcasters had dashed into the scene, Wizard Hagar appeared to be in a rage. Intense fluctuations of elements were unleashed from his body. He was prepared to cast his spell and fight these 5 spellcasters. What, not dead? You're not dead. Suddenly, a sharp and shocked exclamation came from within the dust in front of Wizard Hagar. Following that, fluctuations of elements were released from the smoke. Not dead. Wizard Hagar also stopped in his track. He stared intently at the smoke in front of him. Soon, the smoke dissipated. Merlin was still wearing the large black robe. As he was protected by the sturdy monuments, there was no sign that he was injured. Dark mist. Merlin revealed a cruel smile. Those attacks were indeed terrifying, but he had continuously cast Guardian Monument several times. He was not afraid of attacks of such level at all. A mist appeared instantly and covered these 5 spellcasters rapidly. It kept spreading outward in a quick motion, intending to envelop Wizard Hagar as well. This is bad. It's darkness-type spell, Dark Mist. Wizard Hagar was knowledgeable, so he immediately knew that Merlin had cast a darkness-type spell. Moreover, he recognized it as Dark Mist was the most complicated spell amongst darkness-type spells. Swish! Fluctuations of wind element quickly appeared on Wizard Hagar. He retreated at a great speed to prevent being shrouded by dark mist. However, the rest were not that fortunate and were quickly enveloped into an illusion. Thunderbolt net. Merlin was expressionless. At the instant when dark mist had shrouded the 5 spellcasters, he then cast Thunderbolt net. Thunderbolt net was an offensive spell within a specified region. Instantly, lightning flashed continuously and blasted the spellcasters who were trapped in dark mist. These spellcasters were only entrance-level roaming wizards. Their mind power was not strong either. After being shrouded by dark mist, they fell into an illusion and wore a blank look. At this moment, any spell could kill them, not to mention Thunderbolt net. Thunder, as fine as hair, kept flashing in the mist. It looked exquisite, but the beautiful scenery was accompanied by the death of 5 spellcasters. Phew! Merlin waved slightly and blew dark mist away. Only 5 bodies were left on the ground. Other than Wizard Hagar, who had run away to avoid dark mist, was not killed. All spellcasters whom Count Longardi had recruited had all lost their lives. Dead. Such a terrifying spell. The usually collected Count Longardi could not maintain his calm composure after witnessing Merlin killing 5 spellcasters with only 2 spells. His gaze found Wizard Hagar then. Wizard Hagar was his last line of protection. Wizard Hagar, do you have any ways to deal with Merlin? Count Longardi asked in a low voice. Even if he was not a spellcaster, he could see that Merlin was strong to the extent that even Wizard Hagar feared him. Wizard Hagar had been staring hard at Merlin. He glanced at the bodies of spellcasters on the ground and took a deep breath. Then, he revealed a determined expression. "Sir, please be at ease. I have the confidence to kill Merlin." Wizard Hagar took a step forward and looked at Merlin. "Merlin, you're nothing short of a spellcaster of the dark magic region. You've become so strong in a year. Good. You've only made me look up to the dark magic region more. Only a spellcaster's organization can make me a stronger spellcaster." Merlin frowned. Could this Wizard Hagar not understand the situation? Although Merlin had only cast 2 spells, he was no weaker than any first-level spellcaster. However, Wizard Hagar was still brimming with confidence. Where did this confidence stem from? Right when Merlin was confused, an ancient spell scroll appeared suddenly in Wizard Hagar's hands. Although this spell scroll appeared worn out, the fluctuations of elements leaked from the scroll changed Merlin's expression. Guardian Monument. Without hesitation, Merlin cast Guardian Monument immediately. Moreover, this was the strengthened version of Guardian Monument. At the same time, Wizard Hagar revealed a grim smile, then initiated the spell scroll at his fastest speed. Chapter 168 Demon Ability Glacial Finger. Chapter 168 Demon Ability Glacial Finger. Swish! Violent fluctuations of ice elements were transmitted from the spell scroll. Instantly, a white icicle appeared, shattering the sky and came straight at Merlin just like an iron awl. This was a second-level spell, Ice Awl. Ice-type spells were mainly used for attacks and to bind the opponent. The speciality of Merlin's ice-type spell was its binding ability. Meanwhile, the Ice Awl was the spell with the highest offensive ability amongst ice-type spells. In addition, it was a second-level spell. Little did Merlin expect that Hagar would have a second-level spell scroll, as he was a roaming wizard. If he was back in the resource tower, such strong offensive spell would at least cost him hundreds of contribution points. This was Wizard Hagar's true trump card. A second-level spell scroll was enough to eliminate many first-level spellcasters, not to mention an entrance-level spellcaster such as Merlin. Hee. Meet your death. Merlin could clearly sense the chilly aura emitted by Ice Awl, even from afar. Guardian Monument. Facing a second-level spell, Merlin took a deep breath and instantaneously cast Guardian Monument, not just an ordinary one, but its strengthened version. He had no intention to be careless in defending himself. Bang! Ice Awl clashed into Merlin's Guardian Monument violently. Merlin felt an unspeakable chill even within the protection of Guardian Monument. The chills from Ice Awl still seeped into Merlin's body. However, he was lucky that the chilly aura was not that strong. Since Merlin's physical attribute was commendable and he possessed Ice-type spell as well, he could quickly neutralize this chilly aura in him. Crack! Finally, the strengthened version of Guardian Monument could not hold against Ice Awl. At once, the monument broke into pieces, and the debris flew all over the place. The strengthened version of Guardian Monument was already very close to a second-level spell. Although it could not stand against Ice Awl, in the end, it was able to deplete most of its energy. Thus, Merlin cast Guardian Monument twice, then completely exhausted the energy of Ice Awl. How is this possible? Guardian Monument is only a first-level spell. How can it stop Ice Awl? Upon realizing that Ice Awl did not cause any damage to Merlin, Wizard Hagar's expression changed. His eyes were filled with disbelief. It was not his first time using the spell scroll of Ice Awl. Back when Wizard Hagar had obtained 5 spell scrolls of ice all incidentally, he had eliminated a forcible spellcaster every time he used a scroll. Once, a 4-elemental forcible spellcaster had even died from this attack. However, Merlin had only utilized Guardian Monument to stop Ice All. This had completely overturned Wizard Hagar's understanding about Guardian Monument. That's not right. Guardian Monument's defensive ability is definitely not that strong. Can it be that you have some sort of casting tool to enhance its defense? Wizard Hagar changed his expression as if he had just thought of something. Casting tools were generally divided into 3 types: offensive, defensive, and supportive. Amongst all, offensive casting tools were the rarest while defensive casting tools were the most common. On the other hand, supportive casting tools were the strongest where it had everything one could think of. In addition, amongst supportive casting tools, there was a type of terrifying casting tool enhancing type. Once one had an enhancing casting tool, one could utilize it to enhance the power of the spell when the spellcaster cast the spell. However, such enhancing casting tools were too difficult to come by. Many spellcasters' organization did not even possess such a casting tool. Enhancing casting tool. Merlin did not reply directly. It was convenient that Wizard Hagar thought that he possessed an enhancing casting tool. Things would be less troublesome this way. Swish! Merlin's figure flashed, and the wind element on him began to fluctuate violently. He sprinted directly toward Wizard Hagar while the latter did not dare to confront Merlin since he was out of spell scrolls. Thus, Wizard Hagar cast his wind-type spell and instantly, his speed doubled. So, he frantically retreated backward, running away. Don't you think it's a little too late for that Thunderbolt Net? Without hesitation, Merlin cast Thunderbolt Net. He wanted to take advantage of the paralyzing effect of Thunderbolt Net to stop Wizard Hagar. Swish! Merlin cast the strengthened version of Gale. In a moment, his speed rose drastically, even quicker than Wizard Hagar. When he had come close to Wizard Hagar, Merlin's mind power simulated the Dark Mist's spell model in his awareness. Dark Mist. This time, Merlin directly cast the strengthened version of Dark Mist. After all, Hagar's mind power was not weak. He had the second level mind power now. An ordinary dark mist would not have much effect on him. Soon, a mist appeared and enveloped Hagar. Before he was shrouded by the mist, a grim look appeared across his face. As Hagar was shrouded by the strengthened version of Dark Mist, terror crawled onto his face. He howled, "No, no, don't kill me, Wizard Merlin. I have a secret, an ultimate secret. If you..." Before he even finished his words, his voice stopped abruptly. Wizard Hagar's expression turned blank. He had fallen into an illusion. The strengthened version of Merlin's Dark Mist could send a spellcaster with maximum second-level mind power into an illusion. Since Wizard Hagar only possessed normal second-level mind power like Merlin, he was not an exception. Bang! Merlin cast Fireball and killed Wizard Hagar. Then, Merlin set his gaze on Count Longardi. At this moment, he had lost all his composure. His face was pale and his lips trembled slightly. "Wizard Merlin, I can order the army to stand back." Bang! Merlin would not care about Count Longardi, so he cast Fireball at Count Longardi, killing him instantly. Moreover, Merlin had no intention to spare his enemy. After killing Count Longardi, Merlin went to the 6 bodies on the ground. He scavenged all rings from Wizard Hagar and the others, then pointed a finger at the sky. Instantly, numerous small fireballs were shot into the air and exploded. Count Selin and the others who were far at the city walls could see them clearly. This was the signal decided between Merlin and Count Selin. Once Merlin had successfully killed Count Longardy, he would send a signal to inform Count Selin of the situation. Har har, Baron Merlin has done it. He actually did it. Count Selin and the others were overwhelmed with surprise when they saw the fireball in midair. Then, Count Selin resumed his serious expression and instructed his men. Send my orders. Open the gate. All aristocrats to bring their knights and move out. This time, we'll defeat the army of Lebis city at once. Count Selin gave his command calmly. This was the perfect chance to defeat Lebis city. If he could eliminate a sufficient number of army units from Lebis city, he would have been able to take Lebis city under his control. Count Selin was stirred up thinking about this. Initially, he had expected a great loss even if Longardy did not break into the city. Little did he think that Merlin had become so strong after a year in the dark magic region. Not only did he break through the defense of numerous thousands of people, he had also killed all opposing spellcasters alone. Even Longardy had died in Merlin's hands. Without Longardy, the army of Lebis city had lost their backbone. As long as he brought his men and attacked, he would receive unexpected result without fail. Kill. The gate opened with thundering roars of killing. Immediately, endless knights poured out from the city. As they sprinted forward, they screamed, "Longardy is dead." Many Lebis soldiers turned around, expecting to see Count Longardy, but no one was there. Thus, many soldiers began to believe that Count Longardy was indeed dead and they had the intention to retreat. As soon as one of them retreated, more would follow. A poorly planned retreat would only result in an unsightly defeat. The Lebis army was the perfect example of this statement. The knights of Prakash city were right on their tail, chasing them frantically. Meanwhile, Wizard Freyr and Wizard Hill were amongst the ordinary knights of Prakash city. They focused their attacks at the commanders of Lebis city. This way, the army of Lebis city had no way of organizing their attacks, thus ending in an utter defeat. After seeing the knights of Prakash city frantically chasing after the defeated Lebis army from afar, Merlin finally heaved a sigh of relief. Merlin did not join in the chase. Instead, he began to look through the rings he took from the spellcasters. These spellcasters were roaming wizards, so they did not have many resources. Merlin only took a brief glance at them and soon lost interest in them. Other than some unimportant potion materials and zero-level spells, they did not even have an elemental crystal stone. Their situation was similar to that of Merlin before he joined the dark magic region. The Matrix, scan and save all spell models. Merlin rearranged the items in the rings and only found a dozen zero-level spell models. Although they were all common spells and were of not much use to Merlin, he still instructed the Matrix to save them. These were the solid foundation the Matrix needed for data integration process in the future. After saving the spells, Merlin took the ring that he had scavenged from Wizard Hagar and checked it out carefully. Hagar had constructed 4 elemental spells and became a first-level spellcaster. This was extremely rare amongst roaming wizards. Hagar could have encountered some strange events for this to happen. Before Merlin killed Hagar, the latter even screamed about some sort of secret. It was not that Merlin was not attracted to that, but he planned to kill Hagar first, then find the clues about that secret. There were many things in Wizard Hagar's ring. Not only did he possess many zero-level and first-level spells, he even had some elemental crystal stones and all sorts of precious potion materials. His resources were richer than that of many wizards in the spellcasters' organizations. However, A book that gleamed a faint golden light in the ring grabbed Merlin's attention. Merlin took out this strange book using his mind power and placed it on his palm. It seemed to only have a few pages. It was made with an unknown material and was flashing a faint golden light, appearing rather magical. Merlin quickly flipped to the first page of the book. In an instant, the large bright golden words written on the first page caught Merlin's eyes. Demon ability, glacial finger. Chapter 169, What is Demon Ability? Chapter 169, What is Demon Ability? Demon ability, glacial finger. Merlin was overwhelmed with emotions when he saw the large words written in Molter language in the book. It was as if these golden words had become alive. What is demon ability? Is it a sort of spell? Merlin frowned. He had no idea what demon ability was. He had not heard of this term before, even in the dark magic region. Right when Merlin wanted to continue reading the next page, the sounds of horses rang before him. Following that, a black wave of people arrived before Merlin. It was old Wilson and his heavy armored knights. Merlin, what's wrong? Old Wilson approached Merlin quickly and glanced at him. Merlin kept the book and shook his head slightly. Farther, I'm all right. Oh right, how are Count Selin and the others? Old Wilson glanced at the bodies on the ground. He knew that these bodies were all powerful spellcasters when they were alive, but they were all killed by Merlin. He was rather shocked by this scene. He did not know how strong Merlin truly was now. Count Selin is commanding the army to chase after the defeated army of Lebis City. Moreover, it seems that he wants to take advantage of this opportunity to take Lebis City under his control. Old Wilson glimpsed at the soldiers who were still indulging in killing far away from them. His thoughts about Count Selin were not far off from the reality. This time, Longardy had truly given his all since he had gathered all soldiers and brought them here. After this defeat, there would only be a small number of soldiers who could make it back alive to Lebis City. They had no chance of defending against Count Selin's army at all. However, Merlin did not need to concern himself with this matter. He only needed to solve the danger of Prakash City and leave the rest to Count Selin. Farther, let's go. Count Selin will deal with the rest. Thereafter, Merlin rode his horse and slowly returned to Prakash City. After the battle, Prakash City appeared to be bustling with activities. Many had received news that the army of Lebis City had suffered an unsightly defeat, so countless people were cheering in excitement. Even Merlin had noticed the sincere smiles on many servants in Wilson Castle. After he returned to his room, he instructed his servants to not let anyone disturb him. Then he took out the strange book that he found in Wizard Hagar's ring. Merlin had already read the first page. It was his first time hearing about demon ability. He had no idea what that was, so he proceeded to read the second page. The second page wrote about a detailed explanation of demon ability. Thus Merlin read the text carefully. Demon ability, or Pandora demon ability, is a strange power manifested from the combination of many techniques such as spells, alchemy, runology, potions, and such. Glacial Finger is one of the ice-step demon abilities. The conditions to cultivate it include: 1 must construct Furcival spell, frigid ice, and possess 100 years ice bone marrow of strange creature. Merlin read the book attentively. The effect of Pandora demon ability was not outlined in detail in this book except for an introduction of Glacial Finger. Once one had cultivated it, one could possess a powerful freezing skill. However, the book did not explain how powerful this freezing skill would be. In Merlin's opinion, the freezing effect would be significant. There were 2 stages to cultivate glacial finger. Firstly, he needed a forcible spell, frigid ice and 100 years ice bone marrow. Meanwhile, the second stage was more complicated and difficult than the first stage. He would need a 4th level spell and 1,000 years ice essence. However, Merlin had not heard of either 100 years ice bone marrow or 1,000 years ice essence before. On the other hand, the first level spell needed in the first stage of glacial finger was frigid ice that Merlin wanted to construct as well. Since his mind power was still insufficient, he still could not construct it. Merlin closed his eyes slightly and rearranged the information in his head. The strange Pandora demon ability, Glacial Finger, he obtained from Hekar would be a powerful addition. Since Merlin was also preparing to construct frigid ice, he would not mind cultivating Glacial Finger if he got hold of 100 years ice bone marrow. Following that, Merlin closed his eyes completely and began meditating. After a month, Count Selin had led his army and successfully taken down Lebis city. Instantly, Count Selin's influence had doubled. Now, the entire Prakash city was an extremely powerful small-scaled city-state. After Count Selin achieved his objective, he did not forget his promise to Merlin. Thus, he announced publicly to promote Merlin from Baron to Viscount and to appoint Old Wilson to a Baron. It was extremely rare to have 2 aristocrats in a family in Prakash city. After all, noble titles were inherited throughout the family. The fact that the Wilson family had 2 aristocrats symbolized that the Wilson family was flourishing. A year ago, the Wilson family was only settlers from a faraway land, but now they had become an influential family in Prakash city. Meanwhile, Merlin stayed in Wilson Castle all the while. When he had time during the day, he would accompany Avril and Karais, while at night, he made the best use of his time to make potions. The potion Merlin wanted to make was Phantasmal Magic Potion, which required extremely precious materials. The potion materials he had gotten from the silver-haired old man were only enough to make 2 phantasmal magic potions. Moreover, there was a huge chance that he might fail in making the potion, so Merlin did not try his luck back in the dark magic region. He was afraid that he might use up all potion materials and it would be difficult to find the materials again. After he left the dark magic region, Merlin realized how scarce the resources were out here. It was even difficult to find some of the most common potion materials, not to mention such precious materials for Phantasmal Magic Potion. Due to this reason, unsurprisingly, many spellcasters preferred to stay in deserted areas. The most important reason was probably due to a lack of potion materials out here, to the extent that they could not support the daily cultivation of a spellcaster. Merlin planned to make Phantasmal Magic Potion to enhance the strength of his mind power. Even if he failed in making it, he could still make some blueberry potion. In Wizard Vix's ring, there were still some potion materials left to make blueberry potion. It was extremely quick to increase his mind power by using a potion. The increment of mind power was also much more than the increment of spending long hours in meditation. Begin the process of Phantasmal Magic Potion. Merlin instructed the Matrix to prepare the potion. He had already gotten used to preparing potions by now, but he did not have much confidence in preparing Phantasmal Magic Potion. 1 hour, 2 hours. Soon, Merlin prepared Phantasmal Magic Potion according to the instructions given by the Matrix. Unfortunately, he failed in preparing the potion after verification by the Matrix. What was left now was the last portion of potion materials. Nevertheless, Merlin was determined to make the potion. In the dark magic region, he had made about 5 phantasmal magic potions, but only the final potion worked. Thus, Merlin could not be sure that he could make it successfully with the last portion of potion materials. After a few hours, Merlin continued the preparation of phantasmal magic potion. This time, the potion was deemed qualified by the Matrix. I finally made it. Merlin was overwhelmed with elation as he was successful the second time. A large part of his success was due to luck, since Merlin could not ensure he would succeed when he made the potion for the second time. Merlin did not take phantasmal magic potion directly. Instead, he began to make blueberry potion. It was relatively easier to make blueberry potion. He had obtained the formula from the cloaked man, wizard Vixer. Vixer's mind power was strong mainly because of blueberry potion. Hence, Merlin wanted to make blueberry potion and take it with phantasmal magic potion to increase his mind power as quickly as possible. He planned to construct another formidable spell in the shortest amount of time. Although the making of blueberry potion was relatively easier than that of phantasmal magic potion, Merlin was defeated by its success rate. He had made a handful of blueberry potions continuously, but only 3 were successful. Without potion materials, Merlin could not make more, so he stopped. Soon, Merlin was ready to take the potion and observe how far his mind power could improve. Back when Merlin first consumed phantasmal magic potion, his mind power actually improved by 30%. Then, Merlin rested for a long while. When his mind power had resumed to its peak, he consumed phantasmal magic potion. Instantly, there seemed to be a warm sensation which quickly expanded in his head, which made it extremely unbearable for him. The sensation he felt this time was the same as the last time he took phantasmal magic potion. Fortunately, Merlin's mind power was strong enough to endure the suffering. After some time, the sensation in Merlin's head slowly cleared up while his mind power had improved significantly. From his initial estimation, his mind power had at least increased by 20%, albeit not as exaggerated as 30% during the last round. Increasing mind power by 20% in just a few hours was much quicker than the speed of meditation. However, he had to pay a great cost for this as well. If he had not been successful in making the potion, he would have wasted countless potion materials. He would need a lot of contribution points to exchange for the potion materials at the resource tower. Although the potion could increase his mind power rapidly, it was simply unrealistic to rely solely on a potion. Merlin did not stop here. After taking phantasmal magic potion, he continued to take blueberry potion. The effect of blueberry potion was slightly worse than that of phantasmal magic potion, but the total effect of 3 blueberry potions combined was comparable to that of phantasmal magic potion. Both phantasmal magic potion and blueberry potions had increased Merlin's mind power by half. Now, Merlin felt that he could construct another formidable spell. It's time to decide which spell to construct now. Merlin focused his attention on this matter and started looking at the formidable spells that he kept in his ring. Since he did not have much mind power, he could only choose the spell that could assist him the most. Chapter 172nd First Level Spell. Chapter 172nd Formidable Spell. Merlin had a total of 6 spells. Before he left the dark magic region, Wizard Leo had given him all necessary formidable spells. Thus, he did not lack in formidable spells, so he would need to make a good choice as his second formidable spell. Merlin's first formidable spell was Earth-Tech defensive spell, Guardian Monument. This spell had indeed helped him tremendously. If he did not possess Guardian Monument when he fought against the spellcasters recruited by Longardi, he could never be able to stand against Wizard Hagar's second-level spell attack with just Earth Guard. After having a defensive spell, Merlin thought that his offensive spells were less powerful. After all, neither Fireball nor Thunderbolt Net could break through the defense of some first-level defensive spells. Even in the case of Wizard Hagar, Merlin had only succeeded in killing him after casting the strengthened version of Dark Mist and dragging Wizard Hagar into an illusion. Merlin's Fireball and Thunderbolt Net were nowhere powerful enough to kill Wizard Hagar alone. Merlin had thought about this matter for a long time. Albeit his offensive power was insufficient, if he compared Furious Flame with Dark Light Realm, the latter was undoubtedly more useful to Merlin. Once he cast Dark Light Realm, even the wizards with mind power comparable to third-level spellcasters could not break through it. Dark Light Realm had a strong hallucination effect. Regardless of how strong the spellcaster was, he could almost be trampled at will if he had fallen into its illusion. Thus, Merlin made the decision for Dark Light Realm to be his second first-level spell. The Matrix. Analyze Dark Light Realm's spell model. Beep. Mission established. Analysis begins. The Matrix began to analyze the spell model, while Merlin waited in silence as he meditated. After approximately half an hour, the Matrix finally reconstructed Dark Light Realm's spell model. However, the time spent during the analysis was slightly longer than usual. Beep. 111,368 Dark Light Realms spell models have been reconstructed. About 110,000 spell models had been reconstructed. This number was around the same as that of Guardian Monument, which Merlin had constructed before. The next parameter would be compatibility. The Matrix analyzed the compatibility between Dark Light Realm and Dark Mist. The Matrix began to analyze the compatibility between the two spells rapidly. Compatibility was crucial in constructing an advanced spell with a beginner spell as the base. Beep. Analysis completed. The Matrix had completed its analysis. Merlin quickly looked at the result and found that the compatibility between Dark Light Realm and Dark Mist was rather high. One of the spell models even had 97% of compatibility with Dark Mist. Such compatibility had not been achieved by any Guardian Monument's spell model. Then, Merlin began to choose the best spell model by considering overall performance in terms of compatibility, stability, and power. He had gotten used to this process, so he did not take a lot of time to select the best one that suited him. Dark Light Realm. Let's begin to simulate it with mind power. After choosing the spell model, Merlin controlled his mind power and began simulating Dark Light Realm's spell model gradually. However, after taking a brief glance, Merlin noticed that the Dark Light Realm's spell model was extremely complicated. It was far more complex than Guardian Monument's spell model. In fact, the more complicated the spell model, the more mind power would be needed to simulate it. When Merlin was considering Dark Light Realm at the Resource Tower, he was advised to be cautious, proving the complexity of Dark Light Realm's spell model. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes, it was truly complex to an unimaginable extent. The spell model of some second-level spells might even be less complicated than Dark Light Realm. Merlin had simulated a third of Dark Light Realm's spell model with his mind power, then he stopped. He opened his eyes and shook his head helplessly. He muttered, "Too complicated. I don't have enough mind power. It seems that if I want to successfully construct Dark Light Realm, I require the maximum second-level mind power or even third-level mind power. The Dark Light Realms spell model was too complex. It required an immense amount of mind power to simulate it. Thus, even if Merlin had improved his mind power through cultivating advanced mind meditation spell and taking potions, he still could not simulate Dark Light Realms spell model in his awareness. If he simulated it forcefully, he would probably put himself in danger. Merlin would not do anything without absolute confidence. Although he was regretful that he could not construct Dark Light Realm, Merlin was rather calm. Hence, he proceeded to choose another spell. Frigid Ice was a good choice. After all, if he successfully constructed Frigid Ice, Merlin would have satisfied one of the conditions to cultivate Pandora Demon ability, Glacial Finger. He could begin cultivating it after he found 100 years ice bone marrow in the future. Although the strength of Glacial Finger was not known, Merlin thought that it would not be that bad. After all, Frigid Ice, which was a first level spell, was one of the basic conditions to cultivate it. At the minimum, the strength of Glacial Finger would be greater than that of Frigid Ice. Even though he was attracted by the cultivation of Glacial Finger, he was clear that Frigid Ice was only a binding spell. Even if it had ice poison, its offensive ability was obviously less powerful than offensive spell, Furious Flame. Merlin's current mind power could only support him to construct a first level spell. Thus, he would need to decide between Frigid Ice and Furious Flame. Never mind. Let's construct Furious Flame first. In this way, I'll possess both first level defensive spell and first level offensive spell. It will help me to balance my ability. Merlin considered his choice for a long time and finally decided to go with Furious Flame since demon ability, Glacial Finger, still required 100 years ice bone marrow. Merlin had not heard of this item before, so he might never find it in this life. This meant that he might never cultivate Glacial Finger. After some considerations, Merlin thought that it was more fitting to construct Furious Flame first. He had chosen Furious Flame's spell model a long time ago. When Merlin was back in the dark magic region, he had attempted to construct Furious Flame, but he failed due to insufficient mind power. Since Merlin's mind power had increased significantly, he still could not construct a complicated spell such as Dark Light Realm. On the other hand, he would not face any problem in constructing Furious Flame. Following that, Merlin closed his eyes and Furious Flame's spell model popped in his mind in a three-dimensional image. Merlin controlled his mind power and began to simulate Furious Flame's spell model. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Until he reached the 6-hour mark, Merlin's mind suddenly quivered. Once, a scorching aura appeared rapidly. Countless fire elements appeared next to Merlin. An element was originally without shape and color. However, if a large number of elements gathered, they would manifest in a shape. For example, a flame was, in fact, formed by countless fire elements, just like ice crystals which were formed by numerous ice elements. At this moment, fiery-colored elements could be observed around Merlin. This showed the high saturation of fire elements around Merlin. I did it. Merlin opened his eyes and a hint of excitement jumped in his eyes. He had finally constructed his second first-level spell, Furious Flame. Furious Flame's spell model in Merlin's awareness was absorbing endless fire elements from his surroundings, accumulating magic power rapidly. Along with the successful construction of Furious Flame, Merlin now had 2 first-level spell models in his awareness. The other 4 spell models were 0-level spells. 2 first-level spell models had brought immense pressure upon the other 4 0-level spell models. Everything in Merlin's awareness had completely lost their equilibrium. There would not be any problem in the short term, but no one knew what would happen in the long run. The worst it could be was the complete destruction of his spell models. Thus, Merlin still could not relax after only constructing 2 first-level spells. He would need to construct first-level spell models for his other 0-level spells as soon as possible to maintain the balance between the spell models in his awareness. Let's test its power. Merlin wanted to know how strong his first-level spell, Furious Flame, was, so he pointed his finger to the front. Ice crystals immediately formed on the ground. Frost. Merlin cast Frost continuously 12 times, alternating it with large frost. The ice crystals formed were extremely sturdy. By using Fireball, Merlin would still need some time to completely melt the ice crystals formed by frost. Furious Flame. Instantly, Merlin cast Furious Flame, which he had just constructed. At once, a scorching aura appeared and the temperature in the room appeared to elevate rapidly. The flame of Furious Flame was not in the shape of fireballs, it was a line of fire shot into the air, winding around the ice crystals on the ground. Each line of fire of Furious Flame was highly compressed, so it appeared extremely unstable. Once it hit the target, it would explode. This was the reason why Furious Flame was named as Furious. Boom, boom, boom. After the line of fire touched the ice crystals, the unstable, highly compressed flame immediately exploded. Its power was much stronger than Merlin's large fireball. Those ice crystals were completely melted in the blink of an eye. The remaining water from the melted crystals had even evaporated into vapor by the high temperature. Only a charred black hole was formed on the ground. Tusk. Merlin could not help but draw in his breath. The strength of Furious Flame had exceeded his expectation. Initially, he thought that Furious Flame was a rather common first-level spell, but he did not expect it to be this strong. Judging by the power of its flame, not only did it melt the ice crystals, but it also blasted a huge hole through solid ground. In fact, Merlin did not understand why Furious Flame was a common spell but possessed immense strength. These 2 traits offered different characteristics and the difference was huge. He later understood that many spellcasters constructed Furious Flame due to its strong offensive abilities. The ordinary version of Furious Flame was already this powerful. What would the strengthened version of Furious Flame be? Merlin did not continue the testing as he was extremely satisfied by the performance of Furious Flame. If he encountered Wizard Hekar again, Merlin could blast through his defensive spell by relying on the offensive ability of Furious Flame and kill him without casting the strengthened version of Dark Mist. Chapter 171 Scarce Resources. Chapter 171 Scarce Resources. Tongchen, come here. Merlin walked out of his room. The radiant sunlight shone upon him, rendering him a little uncomfortable. After making a slight estimation, he had already stayed in his room for a couple of days. Merlin, who had grown accustomed to the darkness, actually felt uncomfortable under the sun. The maids were holding Tongchen now. He played around in the wide field to his heart's content. Even if he heard Merlin's calling, he did not react to his father. Merlin shook his head helplessly. Neither Tongchen nor Cellier was close to him. These 2 children had not called him even once until now. Merlin was helpless in this matter. Merlin strode toward Tongchen and lifted him off the ground. The little guy was determined to resist Merlin. His small hands kept pulling and scratching Merlin. His actions had made many maids burst into laughter. Merlin glanced at these maids and asked, "Where's Karais and Avril?" The maid replied respectfully, "Sir Viscount, both madams are taking a bath." Upon hearing the reply, Merlin shook his head slightly. Since they were taking a bath during the day, they could have been applying vitality potion. Since Merlin handed vitality potion to Karais and Avril, they became crazy about it. Every day, they would pour the potion into hot bath water and soak in the water for a long time. The vitality potion was indeed wonderful. After soaking in it, Karais and Avril's skin had turned extremely soft and tender. In addition, both seemed to apply it in great spirit. Most people said that women regarded beauty as life. Merlin had finally understood what these words meant. Women loved beauty regardless of age and status. Not only was vitality potion popular amongst female wizards, but it was also loved by ordinary women. Merlin glanced at the second floor of the castle. He knew that Karais and Avril were soaking in vitality potion, so they would not show up for a while. He directly turned around and left. He intended to visit the black-robed old man to check if purple stone powder potion could truly stabilize his spell models. Thus, Merlin put caution down and left Wilson Castle. Sir Viscount, we're here. The carriage slowly came to a halt. Merlin had arrived at the residence of the black-robed old man. Merlin knocked on the door. It was still the maid who let Merlin into the house. Merlin immediately saw the black-robed old man. He was holding a book in his hands and reading leisurely in his house. Wizard Hill, have your spell models stabilized? Upon seeing that the old man was relaxed, Merlin smiled as well. It seemed that purple stone powder potion, which he brought from the dark magic region, was rather effective. Soon, Merlin sat in front of the old man. The grey-clothed maid handed him a cup of warm water and some dried nuts. Merlin grabbed an oval-shaped nut and bit into it. The nut was fragrant and crunchy. It tasted delicious. The black-robed old man glimpsed at Merlin and grinned. Wizard Merlin, the purple powder potion you brought back is really effective. I no longer need to suppress the spell models with mind power. I can also cast spells, but they're still slightly unstable, so I still have to consume purple stone powder potion. Then, the old man took a glance at Merlin and said with a low voice, Wizard Merlin, I have used up the purple stone powder, the main potion material needed in the formula to make purple stone powder potion. Do you have more with you? Merlin shook his head. I've used up all purple stone powder to make the potions. Also, it's not just you, I also lack many potion materials. After leaving the dark magic region, it's so difficult to obtain potion materials, and they're scarce in the large Prakash city. Merlin was helpless in this matter as well. He needed some potion materials, but he could not find any in Prakash city. Due to lack of potion materials out here, many roaming wizards wanted to join a spellcasters organization, but the scarcity of resources had also put many spellcasters in a pinch. Merlin, who had stayed in the dark magic region for a year, had enjoyed all sorts of resources in the resource tower. He only needed to spend some contribution points to exchange for the resources he needed. Never did he thought that the spells, casting tools, elemental crystal stones, and all sorts of potion materials in the resource tower were obtained from scavenging various places. After leaving his spellcasters organization, Merlin had felt the obvious hurdles in improving his ability. Prakash City naturally doesn't have much potion materials. Many spellcasters who want to improve themselves won't come to Prakash City. But if Wizard Merlin really needs some potion materials, I know of a place that may have what you need. The black-robed old man put down his book and said in a calm tone while squinting his eyes. Oh, where's that? Merlin quickly asked. He was indeed in need of a place that had potion materials now. Only with potion materials that he would be able to continue preparing phantasmal magic potion or blueberry potion to increase his mind power. Otherwise, even if he cultivated an advanced mind meditation spell, it would still take him a few years to have his mind power at a level where he was capable of supporting the construction of 6 forcible spells. By then, he would have been expelled from the dark magic region. Its floating city. Many spellcasters do all sorts of trades there regardless of whether they're roaming wizards in the army, from spellcasters organization or spellcaster family. All sorts of spellcasters can show up in Floating City. The black-robed old man explained about Floating City in detail. Merlin was overwhelmed with elation and kept mumbling, "Floating City. Floating City, wait, doesn't Wizard Elena belong to the Delman family in Floating City?" Merlin recalled Wizard Elena in his mind. That cute-looking, lively female wizard mentioned Floating City to Merlin after the incident in the dark magic region. Merlin did not think much about it at that time. He only thought of the name, Floating City. He thought it was commonplace in the kingdom of Black Moon. However, after listening to the old man's explanation, he realized that Floating City was the place where many spellcasters traded amongst themselves. "Wizard Hill, have you been to Floating City before?" Merlin suddenly asked. The old man nodded. "Once, a dozen years back. It's a bustling city. Many spellcasters trade there. If Wizard Merlin decides to go, he'll go with you to trade for the materials needed for purple stone powder potion." "All right. After I've made some proper arrangements, he'll depart with Wizard Hill." Merlin stood up and smiled. He needed the potion materials quite urgently. He was an extremely rare 6-elemental spellcaster. In addition, he had complicated spells like Frigid Ice and Dark Light Realm amongst his forcible spells. These spells required a large amount of mind power to simulate in his awareness. It was simply too slow to increase his mind power by using advanced mind meditation spell. Merlin would need to take some potions to speed up the increment of mind power. Thus, after bidding farewell to the black-robed old man, Merlin returned to his carriage and headed back toward Wilson Castle. After returning to Wilson Castle, Merlin asked the maids about old Wilson, then headed to the back of the castle. Wilson Castle was much different now than a year ago after old Wilson had introduced some changes. Behind the castle, a huge square was built in which old Wilson trained his heavy-armored knights. However, old Wilson was not training his heavy-armored knights today. There were only a few people there practicing a strange posture with old Wilson. Merlin had noticed it from afar that the posture old Wilson was practicing was the posture of the strange relief sculpture. Behind old Wilson, there were Yags, Pratt and 2 other men. Although Merlin did not know their names, he was familiar with their faces. They could be the heavy-armored knights who had followed old Wilson from Blackwater City to Prakash City. Old Wilson probably trusted these for the most, or he would never teach the posture of the mysterious relief sculpture to them. "Who's there?" Suddenly, old Wilson opened his eyes. A terrifying aura cloaked his entire being, and he seemed like a beast who was about to pounce on the opponents and devour them. "Father, it's me." Merlin immediately showed himself and approached them. After old Wilson had cultivated the posture, his senses had turned much sharper, so he had noticed Merlin from afar. After realizing that it was Merlin, old Wilson recalled the aura around him and revealed a kind smile. He asked, "Merlin, why are you here?" Merlin's gaze briefly scanned the people behind old Wilson and smiled. "Father, I came looking for you to discuss some matters." These two are. Merlin shot his gaze toward the two muscular men, and old Wilson explained to Merlin. You should know Pratt and Yags. These two are the deputy commanders of the heavy-armored knights, Emmett and Barbu. They've followed me through many life and death situations for many years. I decided to teach them the posture of that relief sculpture. These two men slightly bowed when they looked at Merlin. Sir Viscount. In Wilson Castle, Merlin was a viscount while old Wilson was a baron. Merlin did not remember much about these two men, but since they were picked by old Wilson, he did not worry too much about it. Old Wilson understood the significance of the strange relief sculpture clearly, so he would not be careless in choosing the people to learn the posture. He would have thought this through before teaching them. Merlin, what do you think of Yags? Suddenly, old Wilson glimpsed at Yags and revealed a grin as he asked Merlin softly. Chapter 172 Floating City. Chapter 172 Floating City. Yags. Merlin shot a glance at Yags. That young-looking face had long grown out of naivety, revealing a hint of mature and tough look. Merlin could still recall that the young Yags had vowed to protect him with determination. He also recalled that Yags had stood in front of him without a shade of doubt when they faced the strong bandits. Yags is honest and courageous. I don't have any objection about farther teaching the posture of relief sculpture to him. Merlin was satisfied with Yags. Back then, the young knight's dream was to join old Wilson's heavy-armored knights. However, it was a piece of cake with Yags' ability to become a commander, not to mention a heavy-armored knight. However, old Wilson shook his head. He said with a grin, I'm not asking you about his personality. I've taught Yags myself. I definitely know him very well. I'm asking you what you think of Yags with Macy. Yags with Macy. Merlin showed a strange expression. He had already been back in Prakash City for a few days, but he had not met Macy. Hearing from old Wilson, it appeared that Macy was still in Conchin territory, helping old Wilson to take care of the entire territory. Now, Macy had become old Wilson's great help. However, Merlin had never expected that old Wilson would want to bring Yags and Macy together. Why do you think it's not right? Old Wilson inquired in a low voice with a frown on his face. Merlin shook his head and quickly replied, I don't think there's any problem with that. I'm just surprised. Har. Tell me about it. I was shocked when I heard Yags expressing his feelings about Macy. There's just too much differences between Yags' stoic personality and Macy's lively character. But this may just be their fate. I'm fine as long as they both think it's all right. Old Wilson laughed. He was obviously quite satisfied with Yags as well. After that, old Wilson seemed to have thought of something and said to Merlin, Merlin, do you need me for anything today? Hearing old Wilson's question, Merlin explained the situation briefly. Farther, I may need to leave Prakash City for a while. I'm going to a place with Wizard Hill. Leaving already. Old Wilson revealed an apparent disappointed look, but he soon recovered and acted normal. He knew that Merlin had become a mysterious yet powerful spellcaster. He lived in a different world than the rest of them. All right, but Yags and Macy will have their wedding in about half a year's time. As her brother, you must return by then. Old Wilson said to Merlin with a serious face. Merlin considered it for a while. Floating City was not too far from here. As long as he did not spend too much time in Floating City, he would be able to get back in half a year's time. Upon thinking about that, Merlin nodded. All right. I'll be back by then. Following that, Merlin turned around and left. Old Wilson continued to teach Yags and others about the mysterious posture of the relief sculpture. The night was cool and serene. Merlin, Carise, and Avril had no intention to sleep just yet. After numerous days of soaking in vitality potion, Carise and Avril's skin had turned soft and delicate. Both appeared to be more beautiful now. After a night of excitement, the three of them seemed a little exhausted, but none had fallen asleep. At this moment, they were silently enjoying the warmth of loved ones. "Are you really leaving?" Carise suddenly asked, and broke the silence in the room. "Yeah, tomorrow." After saying that, the atmosphere turned silent once again. In fact, Merlin had slowly noticed the distant feeling he had toward the others, such as Carise, Avril, and even old Wilson, when he returned home. This was because he was already living in a different world than old Wilson, Carise, and the others. There were a lot of things Merlin could not explain clearly to them as well. It felt as if there was a gigantic barrier between them. After a long moment, Carise gradually said, "Merlin, I begin to feel that you're so far away from me, even if you're right beside me." Merlin did not reply. A dead silence hung over the entire room. The next day, Merlin quietly left Wilson Castle. He went straight to the black-robed old man's residence. The old man had already prepared everything, including a hired carriage which was waiting for Merlin. "How is it, have you settled everything?" A faint smile played on the black-robed old man's face. "All done. Let's go," Merlin told him calmly and dived into the carriage. The black-robed old man took a knowing glance at Merlin and sighed rather thoughtfully. "Wizard Merlin, you must treasure the time spent with your family. We spellcasters are destined to be alone. The warm days spent with family won't stay for too long. An ordinary first-level spellcaster could live up to 200 years old. Even the short-lived ones could live up to 100 years. Meanwhile, normies basically had a lifespan of about 70 years. Even that was considered long-lived. After all, spellcasters and normies were two types of people. When all their beloved family members had passed away due to old age, the spellcasters must bear the endless days alone. Merlin looked at the black-robed old man again. The old man could have experienced a loving yet regretful memory as well. The carriage was slowly moving forward on the rugged mountain road, giving it a bumpy ride. Although the road was rough, the carriage continued its journey toward the mountains, which were surrounded by clouds and mists. No one knew what sort of people were sitting in the carriage in this desolate place. Finally, the carriage slowly came to a halt. Two black-robed men came out of the carriage. One of them, who was rather old, communicated to the carriage driver in a soft voice. Then, the carriage driver brought the carriage slowly down the mountain. "Wizard Hill, is this floating city?" Merlin asked with a strange expression. These two black-robed men were Merlin and Wizard Hill, who came all the way from Prakash City. In the mountain, there was almost no road to proceed forward. If they walked toward the front, they would enter the dense forest which was covered in mist. Merlin could not imagine that this was floating city. The black-robed old man raised his head to take a glance at the dense forest covered in mist. A grin appeared on his face. "That's right. It's here. Let's go. If you move further in, you're able to see floating city." Thereafter, the black-robed old man walked into the mist. Merlin hesitated for a while and finally followed suit. Merlin noticed that his sight was greatly impeded by the thick mist. He could only see a brief silhouette of the black-robed old man in front of him. Moreover, the mist would enter his wide robe. Its moist sensation gave off a chilly feeling. "Kachak!" Suddenly, Merlin waved his hands and cast frost toward a certain place in front of him. At once, thick ice crystals were formed. Merlin frowned. When he approached the figure, he realized that it was a spider with a marking of flowers. It was about the size of a palm. By sight, Merlin knew that it was poisonous and appeared to be gruesome. Wizard Hill, there are a lot of poisonous insects here. After saying that, he raised his hands and cast fireball. The fireball immediately exploded and killed a few thump-sized beetles that gave off a buzzing noise. Although Merlin and the black-robed old man had just entered the forest for a short period, they had come across a few poisonous insects. Most of these poisonous insects contained acute poison. Should they be bitten, it would not take long for them to succumb to the poison. Only the spellcasters could monitor all movements around them at any time with mind power to ensure their safety. The same as the strong elemental swordsmen, if they were careless here, they would most probably be bitten by the poisonous insects as well. Wizard Hill, is this really floating city? Merlin could not help but ask. The old man suddenly paused and grinned. He spoke softly, "All right. We're already here." Here, Merlin raised his head to find that it was still misty in front of them and he could not see things clearly. However, when Merlin looked with his mind power, he saw that there was a blurred figure of a city within the mist as if it was floating in the clouds. He was certain that this was floating city. The old man shot a glance at Merlin, then explained with a smile, "Floating city is not exactly floating in the air. It's built at the peak of a mountain surrounded by clouds and mist, thus the name, floating city. Moreover, the mist is, in fact, created by a large runic magic circle. Even if a normie came into the mountain, he can't find floating city without strong mind power." Merlin nodded. Some spellcasters stayed around normies, while some preferred to stay away from normies. Floating city was obviously in the group that avoided normies. They did not want to be found by normies, so they spent enormous energy and time to build such a strange place. "Let's go. To enter floating city, we must activate these stone statues with mind power." The old man pointed at the large stone statues on the ground. The figures of some spellcasters seemed to be carved on these statues. In addition, there were all sorts of gemstones and mysterious runes on them. Merlin and the black-robed old man approached the statues and rapidly extended their mind power toward the statues. Then, it was as if the statues had come alive. The mysterious runes on them began to gleam a bright light. Even the gemstones on the statues were shining all sorts of beautiful light. Swish, swish. 2 pillars of light flashed. Merlin and the old man's figures were covered by the runes and disappeared completely. Chapter 173 Alchemist. Chapter 173 Alchemist. Swish, swish. 2 pillars of light flashed, then 2 figures appeared. Merlin and the black-robed old man had arrived at an unfamiliar place. There were also a few large statues here. These statues were covered with runes that gave off extremely mysterious and ancient vibes. "We're finally here. This is Floating City." The black-robed old man looked around and smiled as he said softly to Merlin. Merlin pulled open the robe over his head to reveal his young-looking face. He checked out his surroundings and found that it appeared to be a booming city. However, there were not many people here. In addition, there were many mysterious runes and fluctuations of elements around them. "Let's go. This is only the outer area of Floating City. The inner area is more vibrant." The old man smiled and promptly became a guide for Merlin. He walked at the front and guided Merlin into Floating City. As the old man had said, Floating City was indeed bustling with people. Once they were in the city, a cacophony of noise immediately reached Merlin's ears. People were everywhere within his sight. There were men, women, the elderly, and even children. People from all walks of life were roaming the street as they pleased. Of course, they were not normies. They were at the very least entrance-level spellcasters and above. Moreover, these spellcasters were strange. Some had gruesome-looking poison insects on them that snarled and terrified others, and some even took the form of a monster that was more horrifying than Wizard Leo. The spellcasters came in all shapes and sizes. This trip had truly opened Merlin's eyes. With the old man's guidance, Merlin explored the street. Suddenly, Merlin looked to the front and saw a brown-haired, ugly spellcaster, and there was a naked man trailing behind him. The man only wore a leather skirt by his waist and an iron mask on his head. Silver thorns were tied around his limbs that reflected the bright sunlight, thus appearing extremely horrifying. This masked man even wore an iron chain around his neck and was pulled by the ugly spellcaster in front of him, moving forward one step at a time. Merlin frowned. He could see that the masked man was obviously a living human, but he was treated like a monster. The old man's expression turned dark and told Merlin in a heavy voice, "Wizard Merlin, don't get us into trouble. Those are alchemists, mad people. Don't ever get in trouble with them." The old man quickly pulled Merlin and walked quicker to the front. Then they waited until that ugly spellcaster and the masked man had left. Merlin gazed at the masked monster behind him and asked, "Wizard Hill, what do you mean by alchemists?" The old man revealed a serious expression, then laughed grimly. "Hee. Technically speaking, alchemists are spellcasters as well, but they are known to be cruel and bad-tempered. These alchemists are not spellcasters of a high level. They may be entrance-level or first-level spellcasters, but they don't have much interest in constructing spell models. Instead, they prefer to study alchemy and to practice it on people. Did you see that masked creature back there? That's actually a normie. He was caught by these alchemists and had his memory erased with a special potion, turning into a walking zombie, one that only obeys the alchemists. The alchemists tried all they could to test their alchemy on normies that they've captured, enabling the normies to possess power that's more terrifying than that of a beast. The alchemists call such walking zombies as their pet. Hee. The alchemists' abilities mostly manifest in their pet. To attain greater strength, these alchemists are ruthless. They're no longer true spellcasters. The old man's tone obviously showed disapproval of the alchemists. Indeed, Merlin was filled with disgust after hearing the actions of this group of ruthless spellcasters. The so-called pet of the alchemists were all normies, but they were cruelly turned into monsters. In fact, there was a name for such a pet in Merlin's previous life: biological weapon. However, in his previous life, the law had been perfected. It strictly prohibited the study of biological weapon because this matter was simply too terrifying and inhumane. Unfortunately, in this world, the mad alchemists were not held down by anything, hence they could test their alchemy result on normies at will. Let's go. We'll get used to such matter the more we encounter it. The old man shook his head slightly. When he heard about the cruelty of alchemists back then, he was in disbelief. However, this was the truth. In the world of spellcasters, cruelty and indifference were the main themes. Most spellcasters regarded themselves a tower above the rest. They did not think much about normies. Merlin took a deep breath, trying to calm the boiling emotions in his heart. Then he turned around and trailed behind the black-robed old man, heading forward. During his trip, Merlin noticed quite a few cruel alchemists. There were always some monsters trailing behind them. These monsters were the results of the alchemist's study. Merlin even felt a strong sense of danger from some of these monsters. Merlin had never come across the knowledge of alchemists in the dark magic region. This also showed that the dark magic region was a rather orthodox spellcasters' organization. They practiced the ancient cultivation method of spellcasters with potions, alchemy, and runology as side studies to aid spellcasters in becoming a high-level spellcaster. It was definitely not the other way around to have runology or alchemy to be the main studies and neglect the construction of spell model. However, Merlin also knew from the black-robed old man that the number of orthodox spellcasters organizations had been decreasing in the overall spellcasters world. Many spellcasters organizations were starting to accept alchemists. Walking behind the old man for a long time, Merlin could not help but ask, "Wizard Hill, where are we going?" Merlin had truly learned a lot by coming to Floating City. At least he had never come across such a cruel yet still gradually expanding group of people like the alchemists. This represented a trend of changes in the entire spellcaster world. These alchemists might only need a short time to turn a normie into an offensive monster by using unique alchemy methods. Although the doing was cruel, their actions were welcomed by many spellcasters. Hence, more spellcasters were considering to becoming alchemists. However, Merlin's true aim in Floating City was still getting some potion materials required to prepare Phantasmal Magic Potion and Blueberry Potion. Thus, when Merlin saw that the black-robed old man was heading toward an unknown place, he would ask for clarification. The old man paused and replied, "Wizard Merlin, we both need some potion materials. Just follow me. I'll bring you to an old friend of mine. With his help, we can get the potion materials we want easily." Merlin nodded. After all, the black-robed old man had visited Floating City in the past. He would naturally be more familiar with the city. Soon, the old man brought Merlin through a few streets and entered an alley. Then they turned right and walked into a courtyard. This courtyard had a nice ambience as it appeared serene and quiet. In the yard there was an old man who was about the age of the black-robed old man. He silently lied on his chair in a laid-back manner, enjoying the afternoon sun. However, as soon as the black-robed old man and Merlin stepped into the yard and before they could even approach the old man, a woman in a red shirt suddenly dashed out from the old man's side. This woman had a well-shaped body. With her detached expression, she seemed to be an extremely beautiful person. She wore a tight leather armor and her chest stood tall and proud, enhancing her charm. The fingers of this woman in a red shirt were actually sharp spikes that had a cold gleam, while her purple hair was also needle-like. Her small figure contained a strength stronger than any fierce beast. However, her eyes were not focused, and she appeared to be lifeless and detached. This was obviously another alchemy creature. The woman moved like the wind as she arrived in front of Merlin and the black-robed old man in the blink of an eye. She raised the gleaming spikes on her hands and showed an offensive stance. "Burton!" the black-robed old man yelled. Instantly, the laid-back old man on the chair shivered. Following that, the woman in a red shirt also halted her movement. Just like a puppet, she stared lifelessly at Merlin and the black-robed old man. "Burton, I can't believe you've become an alchemist." The black-robed old man strode toward Wizard Burton and shot a glance at the woman who was obviously an alchemist creature. His tone concealed a hint of anger as he said coldly. Wizard Burton slowly opened his eyes. After sparing a glimpse at the black-robed old man and Merlin, he replied in an unconcerned tone, "It's Hill, huh? It's been so many years, but that temper of yours never changes. You really can't learn to change. No wonder that you're still suffering from the agony of your unstable spell models all your life. Meanwhile, I've obtained many resources thanks to my darling Spikes and finally became a versatile spellcaster." Wizard Burton took a glance at the woman in a red shirt and announced proudly, "Spikes, hee. That's the name of your alchemy creature. Your soul has fallen, betraying the tradition of ancient spellcasters. You're no longer a spellcaster. You're an alchemist who has gone on a wrong path." The black-robed old man seemed to be furious that he almost howled. "Fallen?" Wizard Burton's eyes flashed, then stood up in a sudden movement. With a cold stare, he said to the black-robed old man, "Hill, you're still as stubborn as before. As long as I can be stronger, I can use whatever method to do so. How strong can your so-called orthodox spellcasters be? Hee, darling. Send my regards to my old friend." As soon as Wizard Burton finished his words, the initially quiet woman in a red shirt immediately advanced forward, moving as fast as the wind. The spikes on her hands shone a cold gleam as she aimed them at the black-robed old man. Chapter 174 Alchemy Creature. Chapter 174 Alchemy Creature. The woman in red moved extremely quick, rendering the black-robed old man almost unable to react to her attack. The spikes on her hands slashed toward the old man without the slightest hint of hesitation. As an orthodox spellcaster, the old man had a weak physique. He could not take even a single hit from the alchemy creature. Bang! The woman in red was not able to land her attack as Merlin struck instinctively. Guardian Monument instantly encompassed the black-robed old man, and the spikes on her hands stabbed into the Guardian Monument ferociously, causing friction. As a result, the impact let out a series of sharp screeching noises. Scram! At the same time, Merlin let out a low howl and numerous small fireballs flew out of his hands. The fireballs headed straight towards the woman. Bang, bang, bang. After a few explosions, the impact of the fireballs sent the woman in red back a few meters. Moreover, she was drowned by the enraged flame. Hill, I didn't expect you to know such a capable person, but my darling won't be defeated that easily. Wizard Burton smirked, then the woman, who was covered in flames, bounced up from the ground. The tight leather armor she wore was destroyed by the flame, revealing her well-shaped naked body. They could even see her tall and plump breasts clearly. However, even if the woman in a red was naked, she could not arouse a hint of desire from the men. Instead, they felt disgusted. The upper body of the woman was covered with a greenish epidermal layer like scales which enveloped her entire upper body. Merlin's small fireballs were blasted onto the layer of scales, thus were not effective at all. The greenish scales on the woman's body began to secrete a sort of mucus that instantly quenched the furious flame. Merlin's attack had exposed the woman's real appearance. They felt that she was extremely disgusting, where a well-shaped and sexy lady had become a terrifying alchemy creature. Swoosh! Suddenly, the woman howled as if she was a beast. Her figure began to expand, and muscles appeared on her body. Even her veins bulged out, appearing extremely horrifying on her delicate face. With this transformation, the people could see that the woman was powerful beyond imagination. She leaped and headed directly toward Merlin. Dark mist. Merlin immediately cast dark mist and a large area of mist appeared at once. The mist enveloped the woman, but she seemed to be unaffected by it and continued to dash out from the mist frantically. Dark Mist Hill, I truly didn't expect the person you brought with you had constructed dark mist successfully, but no matter how strong dark mist is, it won't have any effect on my darling because she's just a walking zombie. She's without conscience and won't fall into an illusion by nature. Har har. Amidst Wizard Burton's laughter, the woman dashed out of the mist as expected. She released a punch at Merlin. The air let out a faint buzzing sound from her punch, demonstrating how powerful this punch really was. Guardian Monument. Without hesitation, Merlin immediately cast Guardian Monument. The woman's punch fell on Guardian Monument. Boom! After a violent shake, a crack appeared on Merlin's Guardian Monument, and his expression immediately changed. Guardian Monument is a strong, versatile defensive spell. The fact that it cracked from the punch of the woman proved how strong she really was. The alchemy creature was as strong as expected, so he could not underestimate her. Furious Flame. Merlin squinted his eyes. At this moment, he had cast his versatile offensive spell, Furious Flame. Once, a scorching aura manifested itself, and a long line of fire directly inundated the woman. This was the first time Merlin had cast Furious Flame. Its power was several times stronger than Fireball, and its high temperature was sufficient to melt an armor. In addition to its exploding ability, the effect of Furious Flame was greatly improved. Despite the great strength of the spell, Merlin noticed that the woman had once again walked out from the Furious Flame. The skin on her face was completely burnt, emitting an unbearable stench. To those present, this scene appeared to be normal. However, the most terrifying of all was that the woman acted as if nothing had happened. The greenish scales on her body began to squirm slowly. Following that, a new layer of skin grew and her charred face had recovered her initial appearance. Merlin frowned. The woman was, in fact, not a human anymore. She was an alchemy creature created by Wizard Burton after spending much energy and time. Her power was exceptional and her recovery was shocking. Versatile spells seemed to do no damage to her at all. Ordinary versatile spellcasters or even 4 elemental spellcasters would be in a disadvantaged position when they faced such an alchemy creature. If they could not cause any effective damage to the alchemy creature, they had no way out of the situation. Wizard Burton was simply a spellcaster with an ordinary talent. However, once he had become an alchemist, he had produced such a terrifying alchemy creature. His ability was immediately comparable to those genius spellcasters. Although the alchemists were cruel, they were expected to be welcomed by many spellcasters. This was due to their ability to produce an alchemy creature at an advanced speed rather than slowly constructing a spell after overcoming many hurdles like an orthodox spellcaster. The difference between the two was obvious. This was the advantage of alchemists. Of course, if the spellcaster did not level up, they could not expand their lifespan. However, such weakness was not any disadvantage for the spellcasters who had not hoped to advance to higher levels. They were after stronger power. Thunderbolt Net. Since Furious Flame could not damage this alchemy creature, Merlin would not force his attacks anymore. Rather, he cast Thunderbolt Net and the thunder blasted on the alchemy creature ruthlessly at once. The effect of thunder was negligible to the alchemy creature. The greenish scales on her body squirmed slightly, and they blocked the thunder effectively. However, Merlin did not count on Thunderbolt Net to hurt the woman. He only wished to paralyze her by relying on the paralyzing effect of Thunderbolt Net. Soon, a large Thunderbolt Net fell directly from the sky and enveloped the woman. Dense thunder was blasted onto her frantically. Even if she was an alchemy creature, she could not take this much of attack. Her body began to stiffen, and her speed slowed down. Merlin was elated by this result. This meant that the paralyzing ability of Thunderbolt Net was effective toward the alchemy creature, Frost. Without hesitation, Merlin immediately cast Frost. Moreover, he released multiple casts at once, alternating Frost with large Frost. After multiple casts, thick crystals had formed around the alchemy monster, rendering her frozen in place. Swish! Merlin set his gaze at Wizard Burton. An alchemist's ability was mostly represented by his alchemy creature. Once he had bound the alchemist's alchemy creature, it would be much easier to attack the alchemist. This was the only weakness of alchemists. Dark mist. Merlin's figure flashed. As wind element fluctuated intensely around him, he cast Gale. His speed rose drastically and he approached Wizard Burton. Then, he cast the strengthened version of Dark Mist. Thick mist encompassed Wizard Burton at once. With his second level mind power, Wizard Burton had no way of defending against Dark Mist, hence he soon got caught by the illusion. Kachak! Merlin waved his hands and froze Wizard Burton at the same time. Following that, he dismissed Dark Mist so that Wizard Burton could come back to his senses. Bang! Although Wizard Burton was frozen, his alchemy creature was still breaking away from the ice layers with her immensely powerful strength. She came directly to Wizard Burton and broke the ice crystals that had bound Wizard Burton. However, Wizard Burton was unhappy as he had lost the match. If Merlin was an enemy, Merlin could have killed him with any spell. Since he had created the alchemy creature, Wizard Burton had lost count of the times when his alchemy creature had helped him out of a pinch and escaped. However, he had lost now. In addition, he lost in the hands of an entrance-level spellcaster. Furious Flame, Guardian Monument, Thunderbolt Net, Gale, Dark Mist, and Frost 6 elemental spells. If I'm not mistaken, you're a 6 elemental spellcaster. Moreover, 2 of your spells are first-level spells. Wizard Burton revealed a bewildered expression. He actually met a 6 elemental spellcaster with his own eyes. In these years, Wizard Burton had seen quite a few 4 elemental spellcasters. He had also heard of 5 elemental spellcasters, but 6 elemental spellcasters only existed in ancient texts. Little did he expect to see a 6 elemental spellcaster in his entire life. Most shocking of all was that Merlin had already constructed 2 first-level spells successfully. This meant that Merlin had overcome the most difficult step, hence he had a high chance to become a 6 elemental first-level spellcaster. Hee. It's not bad losing to a 6 elemental spellcaster. Alright, kill, we haven't seen each other in so many years. Let's not fight because of our difference in ideology. Why did you find me in Floating City this time? Wizard Burton waved his hands and the woman in a red respectfully retreated into a shadow at the corner of the walls. If one did not look carefully at that place, one could never find her. She was most probably hiding at this place when she dashed out earlier. Even Merlin was taken by surprise. Chapter 175 Wizard Vladdy. Chapter 175 Wizard Vladdy. The black-robed old man's expression gradually softened and he replied in a cold tone, Burton, we're here to buy some potion materials this time. Potion materials. Wizard Burton showed a smile, then said, Hill, what potion materials do you need? I'll check if I have the things you need since I've collected quite a lot of potion materials during these few years. The black-robed old man gave it some thoughts and replied, I need purple stone powder. Merlin also said to Wizard Burton, the potion materials I need are quite complicated. Blueberry, floral silver grass. Wizard Burton glanced at Merlin, bewildered. Then his expressions turned grim and looked at the black-robed old man. "Hill, who is this wizard?" "Burton, Wizard Merlin is trustworthy. You don't have to worry about him." The black-robed old man naturally understood what Wizard Burton meant, so he answered coldly. "So, it's Wizard Merlin. I have some purple stone powder that Hill needs, but the potion materials like blueberry that Wizard Merlin needs are too precious. I don't have any of that, so I can only bring you to shop somewhere else. However, the price for those materials is high. Wizard Merlin should be ready for that." Merlin nodded. Before coming to Floating City, the black-robed old man had briefly explained the norms in Floating City. Elemental crystal stones were usually used to trade for items in Floating City. However, some precious things were traded via the barter system. Merlin had a lot of elemental crystal stones, but he was more inclined toward the barter system. He planned to look for the potion materials first before buying them. After seeing the nod, Wizard Burton stood up and said to the black-robed old man and Merlin, "Let's go. Follow me." Wizard Burton left the yard and his alchemy creature followed suit. The alchemy creature stuck close to Wizard Burton so that she could block attacks for him if any situation presented itself. After walking past many alleys, the crowd lessened significantly. Although the surroundings became rather quiet, Merlin did not let down his guard. Instead, he approached the black-robed old man and asked in a low voice, "Wizard Hill, can we trust this Wizard Burton?" It was Merlin's first time in Floating City, so he was unfamiliar with everything here. He did not trust Wizard Burton much. The black-robed old man gave a thoughtful glance at Wizard Burton's back, then replied in a heavy tone, "Burton and I only have some differences in ideology. But our friendship has lasted for decades. I saved his life before, and he has resolved many pinches for me. So, Burton is trustworthy." Merlin nodded. He could see that although the black-robed old man was unhappy with Wizard Burton on some aspects and even had serious arguments before, these matters did not affect their friendship. Soon, Wizard Burton led Merlin and the old man into a quiet yard. The door was shut tight, so Wizard Burton shouted, "Wizard Vladdy." After a long while, a hoarse and old voice came from within the house. "Wizard Burton, in preparing a potion now. Feel free to come in." Wizard Burton revealed a helpless expression before saying to the old man and Merlin, "Let's enter first. Wizard Vladdy is just this way. He spends his whole day studying special potions. Although he's only a first-level spellcaster, he has exceptional talent in potions. He's an apothecary and can prepare any potion. He should have many precious potion materials here. If Wizard Merlin wants it, you can discuss it with Wizard Vladdy." Wizard Burton explained to Merlin as they walked into the house. He quickly pushed the door open, and the group immediately entered a dark room. As soon as they entered the room, a pungent smell hit Merlin's nostrils. A faint light from the fire was flashing and letting out a hissing sound. At the moment, Merlin only noticed a bearded spellcaster with messy hair at a corner of the room. The spellcaster was messing with many glassware on the floor. Merlin was familiar with the glassware as they were essentials for making potions. However, on closer inspection, Merlin found that the glassware were inadequate. They seemed rather unpolished as compared with the glassware he exchanged from the Dark Magic Region's resource tower. The one preparing the potion now was Wizard Vladdy, whom Wizard Burton had called out earlier. Wizard Vladdy was truly passionate about potions. Even after Merlin and the others were right behind him, he did not mind them at all. Instead, he set his gaze intensely at a green mucus in the glassware. Hot air was still spewing from this green mucus potion as if it was just being heated up. Merlin saw a piece of white paper on the table which contained some messy notes and records. After taking a closer look, he found that this was a series of detailed steps of making a potion. This should be the potion that Wizard Vladdy was making now. The name of this potion was Alkaline Earth Potion. Merlin was not clear about the effect of this potion, but he realized that the potion-making steps were clearly written in detail on the piece of paper. If one followed the steps without mistake, one could have a high chance to prepare this potion successfully. Bang! Suddenly, a light explosion occurred. Smoke came out of the green potion in the glassware. Then, the potion exploded and broke the glassware into smithereens. The green mucus flew all over the place and stained Vladdy's black robe to green. He seemed ridiculous in the outfit. Damn it! I failed again. What's wrong with this? It's the 5th time. Why did I fail every time? Wizard Vladdy kept pulling at his hair with both his hands and appeared extremely frustrated. He seemed to have no intention to mind Merlin and the others. After seeing Wizard Vladdy's actions, Wizard Burton could not help but reveal a bitter smile. Hell, Wizard Merlin, let's leave first. If Wizard Vladdy can't make this potion successfully, he won't talk to anyone at all. It seemed that Wizard Burton was very familiar with Wizard Vladdy's odd temperament. He was a madman who wanted to make potions until he went insane. Other than potions, he had no care about anything else at all. After seeing Wizard Vladdy, Merlin thought of Wizard Howl in the dark magic region. It seemed that the spellcasters who studied potions all acted the same way. If they could not make a potion successfully, they would never give up. Upon thinking of this, Merlin immediately initiated the matrix and instructed it to record the steps of preparing alkaline earth potion. Then, it analyzed the steps according to the ratio of potion materials used. Preparing the potion with a matrix analysis would be much easier. He only needed to take note of the time. Thus, after the matrix had recorded all the steps and proportion of potion materials used in alkaline earth potion, Merlin proceeded to stand behind Vladdy. He did not listen to Wizard Burton's word to leave. Instead, he focused on watching Wizard Vladdy making the potion. Wizard Vladdy was quick at preparing potions. He seemed to remember every material and every step by heart. Thus, when he began, he was familiar with everything and was quick in the process. Wait there, Wizard Vladdy. If you continue making the potion this way, you'll be destined to fail. Merlin was right behind Wizard Vladdy when he suddenly voiced out, You know about potions." Wizard Vladdy slowly turned his head around. His expression was dark when he replied coldly. Wizard Burton was about to say something, but he was stopped by the black-robed old man. The old man naturally knew that Merlin had learned about potions after he joined the dark magic region. When he made purple stone powder previously, Merlin had demonstrated the steps to prepare the potion before him. In addition, his success rate at preparing potions was also exceptionally high. It seemed as if Merlin had noticed some problems when Vladdy was making the potions. Upon seeing Wizard Vladdy's obvious frustrated expression, Merlin smiled. He said in a calm tone, "I know a little in making potions." Wizard Vladdy smirked. He was agitated when he declared, "Do you know how long I've been making this potion? Do you know how much effort I've put into this, imprecise in every step and every material proportion? You just arrived here and looked at the steps I messily jotted down on the paper. You're saying that you've identified the problematic issues just like that. Wizard Vladdy appeared rather worked up. Although he studied potions to the extent of becoming mad, he was not ignorant of his surroundings. Wizard Vladdy was clear of any action that Merlin had made after entering his house. Faced with Wizard Vladdy's doubts, Merlin did not fight back. With a smile, he replied, "Wizard Vladdy's every step is accurate. Moreover, you have a good grasp of the proportions of potion materials used. However, the reason you can't make the potion successfully is, in fact, not Wizard Vladdy's fault. It's the error of the glassware used to make potions. It was because of the tools." You mean to say that my babies are not accurate?" Wizard Vladdy pointed to the glassware on the ground and revealed a baffled expression. Merlin nodded. "That's right. It's the glassware they're not accurate, thus causing the failure in making the potion. If Wizard Vladdy doesn't believe in my words, feel free to make the potion with my glassware and see if it works." Merlin turned his palm over and took an exquisite test tube from his ring. He had exchanged for this at the resource tower due to its attractive design and accurate measurement. In addition, it was already inspected and approved by the Matrix. Hence, it was far better than the unpolished glassware Wizard Vladdy had obtained from Honosware. Wizard Vladdy took the test tube from Merlin doubtfully, then began to make the potion again. Chapter 176 Terrifying Potion. Chapter 176 Terrifying Potion. Although Wizard Vladdy appeared ungroomed and rather laid back, he was, in fact, most concentrated when he was making potions. Every step was taken with extreme caution and of utmost accuracy. With Merlin's accurate test tube, Wizard Vladdy would not make a single mistake. After a long time in preparing the potion, finally, Wizard Vladdy added the last bit of potion material and began to heat up his potion. Hiss! The viscous potion in the glassware was initially green, but it had slowly turned ink black after boiling vigorously. Moreover, there was a pungent smell to it. Wizard Vladdy stared intensely at the ink-black potion in the glassware. He could not withhold the surprise on his face. After the potion in the glassware had turned completely black, Wizard Vladdy smelled it. Then, an unconcealable excitement appeared on Wizard Vladdy's face. He muttered with a shivering voice, "Har har, I did it. I really did it. The potion I've prepared for half a year, I've finally made it." Wizard Vladdy was overwhelmed with elation, then carefully carried the potion with both his hands. He squinted his eyes as if he was intoxicated by it. Merlin was also surprised by Vladdy. He was truly skilled in potion making. Merlin only pointed out a small issue in Wizard Vladdy's potion-making process. After he had corrected the issue, he immediately made the potion successfully. From Merlin's point of view, this was simply incredible. If he was to follow the steps as outlined by the Matrix without a single mistake, he probably could not even succeed in preparing alkaline earth potion. Merlin lacked in skills when it came to potion making. Without experience, Merlin's success rate in potion making could not be improved even with the Matrix help. Meanwhile, Wizard Vladdy was obviously more skilled in potion making than Merlin. Good stuff. It's so rare to have such accurate glassware. Wizard Vladdy held the test tube which Merlin lent him and was reluctant to let go of it. Merlin gave a small smile. Since Wizard Vladdy likes it, I'll give this glassware to Wizard Vladdy. There were many glassware like these in the resource tower. With some contribution points, he could easily exchange for it. Moreover, before Merlin had left the dark magic region, he had prepared many glassware needed to make potions. It was nothing for him to give away a test tube. Wizard Vladdy, what's the effect of this alkaline earth potion? Merlin glanced at the black potion in Wizard Vladdy's hands with an odd expression. The name of this potion was strange enough, so Merlin asked this question. The effect of alkaline earth potion, huh? Wizard Vladdy raised his head and looked at the alchemy creature beside Wizard Burton. Then, he handed the potion to Wizard Burton and said calmly, "Wizard Burton, let your pet swallow this alkaline earth potion. This is a potion for alchemy creature." Wizard Burton was doubtful, but he still allowed his alchemy creature to take this potion. After a moment, the woman's face blushed red and her entire body inflated like a balloon. Her large veins could be seen vaguely under her skin and were expanding frantically. Blood rushed throughout her body and an immense pressure was building up around her. She gave the impression as if she was about to go berserk. Howl! Suddenly, the woman howled toward the sky in a sharp voice. At the same time, the greenish scales on her body seemed to have stained with a layer of a mysterious black substance which made her seem more intimidating. Wizard Vladdy nodded in satisfaction and said to Wizard Burton, "Wizard Burton, you can test your pet now." Wizard Burton nodded, then pointed to a large tree in the yard. Swish! The woman's figure flashed and reappeared in front of the tree. Then, she released a punch. Bang! The enormous force caused the tree to split into two. If there was even the slightest of wind, the tree would have toppled over. Meanwhile, everyone stared wide-eyed at the woman's punch. Even Wizard Burton was bewildered by the scene. The speed and force presented by the woman in a red shirt had almost increased by 2 to 3 times. Improving by about 3 times in an instant was terrifying. How dominating was this potion at once? Wizard Burton let out an agitated gaze at Wizard Vladdy. You see that's the effect of alkaline earth potion, specially made for alchemy creature. Once it's taken, attributes like speed, force, and more will be improved by 2 to 4 times. In addition, the effect can last for about 2 to 3 hours. Wizard Vladdy briefly explained the effect of alkaline earth potion. This potion was made specifically for alchemy creature. Normies could not take it because this potion came with the risk of death. Many normies would die immediately from taking this potion. Meanwhile, alchemy creature had a strong physique and possessed all sorts of abilities. Since they did not have conscience, they could take the strong effects of this potion. Moreover, the potion had no side effects and did not require the consumption of life force. After taking the potion, the alchemy creature had to rest for a while before resuming to a normal state. All right. Wizard Vladdy, do you have more alkaline earth potions? Give me a few. Just name the number of elemental crystal stones you need. Wizard Burton immediately realized the importance of alkaline earth potion. Once he had this potion in hand, his alchemy creature could release enormous strength at crucial moments. She could surely turn the tables around and even kill his enemy. As soon as alkaline earth potion appeared in the market, it would definitely be welcomed by countless alchemists. After all, many alchemists only focused on studying alchemy creature and would not spend their time studying other things. Thus, many apothecaries were studying some sorts of strange potions which could not be used on normies. However, they could have an unexpected effect on the strong alchemy creatures. Therefore, the alchemy creatures of many alchemists would utilize the potions made by apothecaries. For example, the potion used to erase normies' memories was made by these apothecaries. They had provided a convenient option for alchemists in controlling their alchemy creatures. Upon hearing that Wizard Burton wanted more alkaline earth potion, Wizard Vladdy shook his head slightly. The materials needed to make alkaline earth potion are too precious. It's not something that can be used by any normal alchemists. Moreover, I just succeeded in making it. If I want to continue making it, it will take me a long time to do so. Wizard Vladdy's words were clear. If Wizard Burton wanted more alkaline earth potion, he would have to wait. Wizard Burton showed an expectant look, but he soon recovered. After looking at Merlin and the black-robed old man, he slapped his forehead hard and said regretfully, "I almost forgot what I came here for. Wizard Vladdy, let me introduce you. These are Wizard Merlin and Wizard Hill. They just came to Floating City to buy some precious potion materials to make potions." Wizard Vladdy just accepted the exquisite test tube Merlin gave, so he laughed generously. So Wizard Merlin wanted some potion materials. Seeing that Wizard Merlin can point out the mistakes in my potion-making process, I figured that you must be knowledgeable in potions as well. We can surely discuss it in the future. After a pause, Wizard Vladdy asked, "What sort of potion materials does Wizard Merlin want? Feel free to name them." Wizard Vladdy was rather confident. He had been studying potions all his life, and had also earned a fortune from selling potions. Most of his money was used to buy potion materials, so he was confident that he would have the potion materials that Merlin needed. Merlin nodded, then told Wizard Vladdy about the potion materials he needed to make Phantasmal Magic Potion and Blueberry Potion. The latter appeared relaxed at first, but his expression gradually turned awkward as the potion materials Merlin said became more and more precious. At last, Merlin had mentioned all the potion materials he needed, but Wizard Vladdy had lost all his confidence. He was left with a bitter expression. "Wizard Merlin, the potion materials you mentioned, especially blueberry. I'm sure you want to make blueberry potion from that, right? Blueberry potion is only used to increase mind power. Could it be that your mind power is insufficient at this point?" Wizard Vladdy wore a questioning look. After all, most spellcasters encountered issues in constructing spells, especially complicated spells that were difficult to construct. Thus, most spellcasters would not lack in mind power. Rather, they lacked the spell models that suited them. Merlin did not explain further. He knew that he was troubled and limited by his mind power rather than lacking suitable spell models because of the Matrix. Wizard Vladdy thought for a moment, then took some potion materials out from his ring. He pointed at these potion materials. "I only have this number of materials for blueberry potion. I figured you can make a few blueberry potions from this. For the other potion materials that Wizard Merlin needed, I don't have them. Some large-scale stores in Floating City may have them, but the price they'll be expensive." Merlin looked at the materials of blueberry potion with satisfaction. After all, Phantasmal Magic Potion was an ancient potion formula. It was a potion used by ancient shamans. It was expected that Wizard Vladdy did not have the materials for Phantasmal Magic Potion. With these materials for Blueberry Potion, Merlin could also increase his mind power rapidly. He would be able to improve his mind power to an extent where it could support another construction of a Forcible spell. Wizard Vladdy gave these materials to Merlin for free. He could have done it because he wanted to return the favor to Merlin, who had helped him in preparing Alkaline Earth Potion, and for gifting him the accurate glassware. "Wizard Merlin, I can see that you're talented in making potions. If you have time, you're welcomed to look for me here so we can exchange our experiences in potion making." Wizard Vladdy invited Merlin sincerely to exchange knowledge and experience in potion making if he had time. Merlin also nodded. "If I have time, I'll surely visit Wizard Vladdy again." After saying that, Merlin, the black-robed old man, and Wizard Burton bade Wizard Vladdy goodbye and quickly left Wizard Vladdy's residence. Chapter 177 Transformation of the Bell Pendant. Chapter 177 Transformation of the Bell Pendant. Once again, Merlin and the black-robed old man returned to Wizard Burton's quarters. The black-robed old man rushed off to prepare the purple stone powder potion, while Merlin, who had just gotten the ingredients for blueberry potion, went to his room without further discussion. Merlin was familiar with the steps needed to make the blueberry potion, and he had nearly perfected his fire-handling skill. Thus, the success rate of the blueberry potion would have increased significantly. Merlin quickly grabbed some of the blueberry potion ingredients and began preparing the potion, following the instructions according to the matrix. 3 days had passed, and finally, Merlin had completed preparing the last portion of the ingredients for blueberry potion. The potion he prepared had rapidly increased in success rate. Using 9 portions of blueberry potion ingredients, he was able to successfully prepare 4 portions of the potion. With this success rate, it was clear that Merlin had improved drastically from the first time he prepared the potion. Upon consuming the 4 blueberry potions, Merlin's mind power increased to a higher level. He sensed a subtle feeling that he could soon try to construct his 3rd Forcible spell. However, this was only true for some Forcible spells. If Merlin was to construct Frigid Ice or Dark Light Realm, even with his present mind power, he would still find it challenging. After some thoughts, Merlin decided it was best that he waited until his mind power grew stronger before attempting to construct either Frigid Ice or Dark Light Realm. Merlin was in no rush to construct another Forcible spell as long as he had a Forcible defensive spell and a Forcible offensive spell. Merlin got up and opened the door. As he stepped outside, he realized how nice the weather was. The warm sun peeked through the clouds, and yet it was not too hot. Wizard Burton, who had been lying in the courtyard, saw Merlin walked out from his room and gave him a grin. "Wizard Burton, has Wizard Hill not come out from his room yet?" Merlin looked toward Wizard Hill's room and saw that the door was still shut. It appeared that the black-robed old man had not come out yet. Wizard Burton stared intently at the black-robed old man's room. He shook his head and said, "Hill has been tormented by the unstable spell model in his awareness for many years. Even though the potion can aid him in stabilizing his spell model, he still regrets that he can't prepare more potions as quickly. With the amount of purple stone powder potion that I've prepared for him, it would take at least half a month before he comes out." Merlin nodded his head and smiled. "I think I'll go for a short walk and take a look around Floating City." "Oh, I'm quite familiar with Floating City. Why don't I keep you company and show you around?" Wizard Burton smiled as he spoke. It was clear to Merlin that Wizard Burton's attitude had gotten better. "That would be very kind of you, Wizard Burton." Merlin did not object to having Wizard Burton's company, as he would not need to wander around aimlessly. He would also get to familiarize himself with the city quickly. With that, Merlin and Wizard Burton left the courtyard and speedily made their way toward Floating City. Merlin, who was dressed in a black robe, strolled down the streets of Floating City with Wizard Burton. The day was still early. The entire Floating City was enveloped in a haze of cloud and mist. Luckily, it held residents to many spellcasters, whom, with their mind power, did not have to worry about visibility. As the sun got warmer, the fog slowly dispersed. Many spellcasters were out and about, displaying and trading different items on the ground. Amongst some were potion ingredients, casting tools, and even spells, all ready for eager customers. Merlin looked around the merchants. All the potion ingredients seemed common, and the casting tools looked very simple as well. As for the spells, they were just average zero-level spells. Sometimes he would come across a first-level spell, but even those were the common ones. As he saw the disappointed look on Merlin's face, Wizard Burton chuckled. Wizard Merlin, these items are aimed at entrance-level spell casters or even first-level spell casters. They're all roaming wizards. How good can these items be? They just want to earn a few elemental crystal stones. Sure, sometimes you may find some good items here, but the chances are very slim. If you really want to see some great items, I can take you there. Merlin nodded his head. The items these spellcasters were selling really disappointed him. Surely in a city as large as this, there were more than just these few items to buy. How else could they attract spellcasters from spellcasters' organizations? Merlin followed Wizard Burton, and they soon arrived at a small building. The building had 3 floors, and from outside it looked like a small castle. Wizard Merlin, this is Sterling House. Whether it be potion ingredients, casting tools, spells or more, you can find them all in here. This should please you. As Wizard Burton finished speaking, he brought Merlin swiftly into the building. Merlin walked in and saw that most people here were first-level spellcasters, all of whom were dressed in runic robes. The robes had patterns of mysterious runes that signified that the robe possessed defensive powers. They may not be as great as the runic robes given to the official members of the dark magic region, but they were very similar. However, it was very fortunate for roaming wizards to even own a casting tool. Even Merlin had not acquired a casting tool since he had joined the dark magic realm. Merlin and Wizard Burton entered the great hall. Immediately, a lady with brown hair came to greet the 2 men. The lady was charming and wore a low-cut, opakala top that almost showed the skin beneath. "How may I assist you both?" The lady spoke with a soft voice that would make one feel completely comfortable. Wizard Burton did not budge and replied calmly, "Please take us on a short tour." The charming lady enthusiastically agreed. "Very well, I shall take you 2 spellcasters to see our casting tools." As she finished speaking, the lady walked on with Merlin and Wizard Burton following behind. "Wizard Burton, is she a spellcaster?" Merlin asked with a hushed voice. Wizard Burton nodded his head. "Yes, there's no way for normies to enter, so she must be a spellcaster. Do you think that any noble spellcaster could do this? Har. You shouldn't underestimate them. Many roaming wizards can only dream of entering this place. Once you become a member of Sterling House, you can enjoy all the resources available, whether it be spells, casting tools, potions, and more. You could even have an unlimited supply. A Sterling House membership is no less than any other spellcaster's organization membership." Upon listening to Wizard Burton's thorough explanation on the membership of Sterling House, Merlin felt shocked. It was truly unbelievable that being a member of this establishment had the same benefits as a spellcaster's organization member. It was important to note that Merlin had only joined as a temporary member of the dark magic region. To become an official member, you would have to be promoted to a first-level spellcaster within 3 years. The dark magic region was as so, and other spellcasters' organizations were similar. It was not easy to become an official member of such organizations. So, it was unexpected that such a humble establishment offered such good treatment to their members that it was almost comparable to that of other spellcasters' organizations. All these thoughts occupied Merlin's mind, and before long, The charming lady had led Merlin and Wizard Burton into a great hall on the second floor, filled with a variety of casting tools. There were a few other guests, and stood by them were spellcasters, like the charming lady, who was also there to introduce their various casting tools. "Wizards, why don't you take a look at this magic staff? This staff can increase the range of your spell. You can even use the magic staff on single spells, and it'll be able to attack targets within the small range." Merlin and Wizard Burton seemed unimpressed, so the charming lady carried on and introduced another casting tool. "How about this runic robe once worn? The 3 runes inscribed on it allow the robe to withstand any second-level spell. It's rumored that this robe is an imitation from a mysterious spellcaster who was a member of the dark magic region. So, once you wear this runic robe, you'll look no different to a member of the dark magic region." Merlin was surprised. He did not expect this robe to be an imitation of the runic robe from the dark magic region. When he was in the dark magic region, he saw many of these robes, and although they looked very similar, the runic magic circle was what differentiated them. However, if it could withstand common second-level spells, it could indeed pass off as a genuine runic robe of the official members of the dark magic region. Merlin pondered for a moment, and finally asked the charming lady, "How many elemental crystal stones does this cost?" The charming lady smiled encouragingly and replied quietly, "This runic robe is not expensive. It only costs 1,000 elemental crystal stones." 1,000 elemental crystal stones. Once Merlin heard this, he could not help but smile as he shook his head. Merlin was under the belief that he owned a lot of elemental crystal stones. He had gotten some from the silver-haired old man, and more from the cloaked man, Vixer, and Wizard Neil. Adding them all, he was still about 700 or 800 elemental crystal stones short. He could not make up 1,000 elemental crystal stones. "Forget it, let's look at other items," Merlin said quietly as he continued to shake his head. The charming lady tried to read his expression. She could tell that Merlin did not have 1,000 elemental crystal stones to spend, and so she took him to a section displaying some cheaper casting tools. As they arrived at the section, a large variety of casting tools laid in a mess on display. However, before Merlin could take a closer look at them, the bell pendant he wore around his neck began to give off a sizzling scent. Merlin immediately became intrigued. Since Merlin had used up the bell pendant for large fireball, it had become a useless casting tool. However, it seemed that the bell pendant was giving off a reaction. Merlin was stunned and turned his full attention to the wide range of casting tools laid before him. Chapter 178 Sterling House. Chapter 178 Sterling House. The shelves were brimming with various casting tools. If one did not inspect this dazzling assortment carefully, one would not be able to make sense of it. Merlin remained collected as he stood in front of the shelves. He did not inspect the items but focused on the warmth emitting from the bell pendant at his chest. If this warmth turned scorching, it would mean that he was nearby a casting tool that was linked to the bell pendant. With this in mind, Merlin gradually approached a shelf next to the wall. As expected, the bell pendant at his chest emitted waves of burning energy. The charming woman immediately explained to Merlin, "There are various casting tools here. Even our 7th level wizards couldn't discern a use for some of them. Some of these might be antiques handed down from ancient times. If fate permits, you 2 wizards may obtain a few peculiar and powerful casting tools." This charming woman was skillful in her pitch. It was possible that 7th level wizards had surveyed the many casting tools here, But if those wizards could not even discern a use for them, how could they be powerful casting tools? After all, the chances of finding a treasure overlooked by others were extremely low. However, when the charming woman put it in that manner, some spellcasters would become excited. Perhaps a few transactions would be made then. Merlin's mind lit up. Who knew how many promoters like this one he had seen in his previous life? However, regardless if there were overlooked treasures, there would be something here which related to the bell pendant that was inducing the change in the pendant. He would consider purchasing it as long as the price was reasonable. Seeing that Merlin remained indifferent, the charming woman stopped talking. She knew that customers like Merlin had their own purpose and opinions and would not change their minds because of her words. Thus, whenever she encountered folks like him, all she could do was to accompany them while silently waiting for Merlin's final choice. From a pile of casting tools on the shelf, Merlin picked out a dust-covered pendant. From its appearance, it seemed similar to Merlin's bell pendant. However, there was no name inscribed at the back of the pendant. Merlin examined the pendant carefully. From his chest, the waves of heat coming from the bell pendant were scorching. It was clear that this dust-covered pendant was linked to the bell pendant. The thing was, no matter how Merlin examined it, the pendant was not special in the slightest. He was unable to infuse it with his mind power. It seemed as if it was just an ordinary pendant. Perhaps because the pendant was obviously from an ancient era, it was regarded as a casting tool and was placed on the shelf. How many elemental crystal stones for this pendant? Merlin asked the charming woman in a straightforward manner. The charming woman smiled slightly, and her eyes shone craftily. She gently said, "This pendant was found, after much difficulty, at an ancient monument by a 7th-level spellcaster from Sterling House. Although at present we don't know what type of casting tool it is, it must be really extraordinary. How's this? We'll take just 500 stones for it. What do you say? 500 elemental crystal stones." A smile broke out across Merlin's face. Perhaps Sterling House did have a 7th-level spellcaster, but in that case, they would occupy a revered position. Why would they casually peddle something that had been found in an ancient monument? It was likely that Sterling House had spent only a handful, or dozens of elemental crystal stones to obtain this pendant from a spellcaster. Now that Merlin was here, they wanted to provide such an exaggerated boast. Merlin immediately placed the pendant back and said to Wizard Burton, "Wizard Burton, let's go." Wizard Burton smiled half-heartedly at the charming woman. Sterling House had really made a mistake this time. Wizard Merlin is no ordinary roaming wizard, but a wizard from a spellcaster's organization. How could his judgment be lacking? Therefore, you should quote a more realistic price. Wizard Burton had heard about Merlin's identity long ago from the black-robed old man. A spellcaster from the dark magic region was unlike any common roaming wizard. It was because of Merlin's position that Wizard Burton had adopted such a humble stance and accompanied Merlin to Floating City. "Oh, so it's a wizard from a spellcaster's organization." The charming woman's eyes revealed her amazement, and she said softly with a smile, "Since you're a knowledgeable wizard, I'll quote you a realistic price. 50 elemental crystal stones. What do you think, Wizard Merlin?" The charming woman instantly lowered the price by tenfold, from 500 elemental crystal stones to only 50. Merlin hesitated and thought that this was an acceptable price, so he nodded. "All right, 50 elemental crystal stones." With that, Merlin fished out some elemental crystal stones from his ring and handed them to the charming woman. Thereafter, he grasped the pendant in his hand. Instantly, The bell pendant at his chest turned scorching once again. However, it was inconvenient for Merlin to be examining it closely here, so he placed the pendant into the ring. Once he was back, he would inspect the pendant in detail and find out what exactly was its link to the bell pendant. Having completed a transaction, the charming woman was overjoyed, especially now that she knew Merlin was a wizard from a spellcaster's organization. These wizards were much wealthier than the average roaming wizard. Therefore, the charming woman asked, "Is there anything else that Wizard Merlin would like to purchase here? We have casting tools, potion formulas, potion materials, and even alchemy materials." After muttering to himself for a while, Merlin said, "Take me to look at your potion materials." The charming woman brought Merlin and Wizard Burton to a large, quiet hall. In this hall, potion materials were laid out everywhere in vast quantities. Merlin quickly spotted the blueberries. This was the potion material that he needed the most. However, after inquiring about the blueberries' price, Merlin shook his head. It was too expensive. Gathering the material for one batch of blueberry potion would require at least 500 elemental crystal stones. A price like this was much too high. Even if he wanted to make the purchase, he would only be able to buy enough for one batch of blueberry potion. Following that, Merlin cautiously inquired about the materials for phantasmal magic potion. He was surprised to find out that Sterling House had these materials, but the price was exorbitantly high. After having a long look, Merlin was clear Sterling House had all the materials for blueberry potion and phantasmal magic potion. The potion's materials here were much more abundant compared to the dark magic region. Merlin recalled that when he was in the resource tower, he could not find the materials required for phantasmal magic potion. Very soon, Merlin and Wizard Burton left Sterling House. Merlin posed a question to Wizard Burton. "Wizard Burton, this Sterling House seems rather remarkable. It contains so many casting tools, potion materials, and many items that even the dark magic region lacks. Isn't it comparable to a spellcaster's organization?" "Comparable to a spellcaster's organization, heh, Wizard Merlin. If you knew who founded Sterling House, you wouldn't ask this question." Wizard Burton shook his head slightly, his face wearing a strange look. "Oh, who was it?" Merlin asked hastily. "It's the great wizard Sterling." Wizard Burton's expression suddenly became dignified. "The great wizard Sterling, great wizard." Merlin's face shifted slightly as he was stunned. He was not a roaming wizard who knew nothing, but a spellcaster from the dark magic region. After entering the dark magic region, Merlin picked up some general knowledge on spellcasters. Among this was the fact that the term Great Wizard was not an honorific, but a symbol of real strength. Great wizards were spellcasters who were of 9th level and above, possessing an inconceivable realm of power. The great wizard Fidel who established the dark magic region was one such spellcaster above the 9th level, only that he went missing. Perhaps he died or he went to another place. In short, the great wizard Fidel never appeared again. As for the great wizard Sterling, founder of Sterling House, was one of the exceedingly rare great wizards in the entire spellcaster's world. He was still around, which was how Sterling House was able to expand so rapidly. His strength was comparable to some medium-sized spellcasters' organizations, let alone smaller-sized spellcasters' organizations such as the Dark Magic Region. There are wonderful items in Sterling House indeed, but most of them are too expensive. Normally, a roaming wizard like me will not even consider going to Sterling House. Wizard Burton glanced behind at Sterling House, shaking his head hopelessly. It was difficult for roaming wizards to become powerful spellcasters as it was hard to cultivate resources. In comparison, it was relatively easy to obtain contribution points in the dark magic region. Unsurprisingly, many roaming wizards were crazy about entering a spellcaster's organization. Merlin did not wander around anymore and headed back to the residence with Wizard Burton. Upon returning to his room, Merlin took off the bell pendant hanging at his chest and took out the pendant he had bought at Sterling House. Immediately, the bell pendant emitted waves of burning energy. These two pendants appeared to be extremely similar. However, the bell pendant had space within to store spells, whereas the pendant purchased from Sterling House contained no such space at all. It did not even appear to be a casting tool. Ever since Merlin had cast all large fireballs stored inside the bell pendant, it had practically turned into a useless casting tool with no further use. However, the bell pendant was undergoing a sudden change now. This made Merlin wait expectantly as he wanted to see what changes the bell pendant would bring. Merlin carefully compared the two pendants, and he gradually saw a way forward. These two pendants appeared to be two sides of a whole that had been torn apart for some unknown reason. Having arrived at this conclusion, Merlin instantly joined the two pendants together. A dazzling beam of light flickered from the bell pendant, immediately swallowing the other pendant. The two pendants were shrouded in blinding white light, and subtle changes began to happen. Merlin was full of expectation as he observed the bell pendant closely. Chapter 179 Enhancing Casting Tool. Chapter 179 Enhancing Casting Tool. Snap! A clear sound suddenly rang from the white light. Immediately, the light began to slowly dissipate. The two pendants were now completely merged as one. The two halves mirrored each other and looked just like a bonnet. What's this? Merlin reached out and grasped the bonnet formed by the two pendants. His mind power quickly extended into the bonnet. There was a simple concept contained within the bonnet. With a simple inspection, Merlin instantly understood the function of this brand new bonnet casting tool. The brand new bonnet casting tool was a rarely seen enhancing casting tool. By themselves, the two pendants were casting tools of a simpler type. For instance, the bell pendant that Merlin possessed was only capable of storing and casting spells. On the other hand, the merging of the two pendants had formed a brand new casting tool, and it was a valuable enhancing casting tool. Merlin was shocked to the core. He instantly thought of the assembled casting tool of the legends. This was during the era of the Molter Empire 3,600 years ago, when some powerful alchemists had fabricated a new type of casting tool. They would assemble a few individual casting tools to produce new formidable casting tools. However, present-day alchemists had strayed from this path. There were not many alchemists who would follow this tradition and fabricate extraordinary casting tools. Instead, they would rather spend more energy creating mighty alchemy creatures. Therefore, most of the current alchemists were unable to fabricate this sort of assembled casting tool. The two pendants that Merlin had obtained were, in fact, an assembled casting tool, which was even rarer based on the simple concept contained in the bonnet casting tool. Merlin found that this casting tool, formed by the two pendants, was a relatively simple one. Once the true assembled casting tool that Wizard Bell had fabricated was completely assembled, it would be a powerful item which would become the envy of even great wizards. Merlin was only able to calm down after a long time. He flipped the bonnet-shaped casting tool over and found that the name Bell was inscribed at the back in the Molter language. Merlin had never heard of this Wizard Bell, but Bell was able to fabricate an assembled casting tool like this one. Moreover, once the individual casting tools were gathered to form a new casting tool, it would be something that even powerful great wizards would fight over for. Wizard Bell was undoubtedly a great wizard as well as a highly accomplished great alchemist in the field of alchemy. Merlin closely examined the enhancing casting tool but was unsure about its capacity. He only knew that this casting tool would only enhance one spell, so the first thing to do was to pick a good spell. Merlin currently possessed 0 and first level spells. Naturally, there was no need to consider the 0 level spells. As for the first level spells, there were only defensive spell, Guardian Monument, and offensive spell, Furious Flame in Merlin's awareness. For offensive spells, Merlin would construct the first level spell, Thunderlight Ball, sometime in the future, so it seemed a waste to use the enhancing casting tool on Furious Flame. If he used it on defensive spell, Guardian Monument, it would have become immensely useful in the face of danger. Having considered this point, Merlin's mind was almost made up. However, Merlin soon thought of another point. He had the strengthened version of Guardian Monument. The strengthened Guardian Monument was already at the pinnacle of first level spells and approached the standard of second level spells. If this enhancing casting tool could enhance the spell, would it not magnify the strengthened version of Guardian Monument? Having thought of this point, Merlin could not wait to test this out. Guardian Monument. Merlin consecutively cast a few Guardian Monuments, and then cast the strengthened version. The strengthened Guardian Monument left its unique imprint in the enhancing casting tool. With a flip of his hand, an Earth-type elemental crystal stone appeared. The enhancing casting tool would not function without a cost. It would use up a great number of elemental crystal stones. Merlin was using the casting tool to enhance an Earth-type spell, so it would need Earth-type elemental crystal stones. Guardian Monument. Merlin immediately cast the strengthened version of Guardian Monument through the enhancing casting tool. In a flash, a murky radiance appeared and enveloped Merlin. Giant stone tablets emerged before him. Even Merlin could distinctly sense that these stone tablets contained a frightening strength. This had far surpassed the category of second level spells and had even reached the third level. With the enhancing casting tool, Merlin's strengthened Guardian Monument was comparable to even third level defensive spells. This casting tool had, in fact, increased the spell's power by more than a full level, which was now at the standard of third level defensive spells. Good, this is a truly powerful casting tool. Merlin's face revealed his glee. He had previously looked at a few casting tools in the resource tower. Although he liked them, they cost too many contribution points. In Floating City, Sterling House had an imitation robe like those worn by members of the Dark Magic Region, but it cost 1,000 elemental crystal stones and was also inordinately expensive. However, now he possessed such a powerful enhancing casting tool. In terms of value, it was more precious than the robes or other casting tools, such as the magic staffs. Moreover, this enhancing casting tool was an assembled one. If he could one day recover the other individual casting tools, he would be able to assemble them into a casting tool that was brand new and even more powerful. An ancient spellcaster like Wizard Bell was able to fabricate such a marvelous casting tool. He was a true alchemist, largely different from the present-day alchemists who had wandered off track. Of course, perhaps the current alchemists would not think that they had strayed from the path, but instead regard it as a new path they had forged in their journey of studying alchemy. Merlin put away the strengthened version of Guardian Monument. After that, he cast a few ordinary Guardian Monuments but found that if the enhancing casting tool remained inert, the might of the spell was a first level as usual. Merlin knew that if he wanted to utilize this enhancing casting tool in the future, he could only cast the strengthened Guardian Monument. In an instant, the spell's power would be increased to that of a third-level spell. This would be his trump card, and would never have to use it unless as a last resort. Furthermore, using this casting tool would use up many Earthstech elemental crystal stones. In the short moment that Merlin had cast the strengthened Guardian Monument, he had depleted 2 such stones. Even if the average roaming wizard had obtained this enhancing casting tool, they would not be able to use it. If Merlin had not acquired the wealth of the silver-haired old man, the cloaked man wizard Vixer, and wizard Neil, he would be coming up short at this moment. He would have found it hard to take out even just 1 or 2 elemental crystal stones. Elemental crystal stones looks like he'll have to think of a way to earn some of those. Merlin muttered as he kept the casting tool. He was no longer in the dark magic region. In that organization, what was most valuable were contribution points. With contribution points, one might exchange them for various potions, spells, or casting tools at the resource tower. On the other hand, elemental crystal stones were crucial in the outside world. Without them, one could not even obtain the basic potion materials one wanted. For instance, when Merlin wanted to acquire the materials for Blueberry Potion and Phantasmal Magic Potion, he needed a tremendous amount of elemental crystal stones. Without the stones, it was a challenge to get enough potion materials. Merlin mulled things over, thinking of obtaining more elemental crystal stones. Based on his circumstances, it was certain that the only thing to do was to prepare potions in bulk to be sold to earn some stones. This plan was also very feasible. Since he had the matrix, the success rate of his potion preparation was higher compared to average apothecaries. In addition, once Merlin had mastered the skills of preparing a particular potion, his success rate would be even higher. Therefore, preparing potions for sale was currently the only way for Merlin to quickly earn a great number of elemental crystal stones. Nevertheless, there were many factors involved in preparing potions for sale, such as what were the best-selling potions in Floating City, which potion materials were cheaper, his channel of distribution, and so on. These were issues Merlin would need to consider. If he was just relying on himself, he would never be able to comprehend all of these in a short time. Merlin did not plan to quickly earn elemental crystal stones just by working hard all by himself. He thought of Wizard Vladdy from before. Wizard Vladdy had immersed himself in potion research. He had lived in Floating City for many years, so he would have known a lot about potions. Seeking his assistance would surely save Merlin much trouble. With this in mind, Merlin immediately left the room and headed to Wizard Vladdy's residence. Merlin recalled the route that Wizard Burton had led him through previously. Gradually, Merlin arrived at where Wizard Vladdy was staying. It was still the same quiet courtyard. As Merlin entered the courtyard, he saw that the door was shut tight as before. However, his mind power perceived that there were waves of burning energy inside the house. It seemed that Wizard Vladdy was preparing his potions once again. Merlin knocked on the door, gently calling out, "Wizard Vladdy, it's Merlin here. I have something to ask you." "It's Wizard Merlin, please, come in quick." From inside the house, Wizard Vladdy's elderly voice rang out. His tone seemed to be filled with excitement. Chapter 180 Working Together. Chapter 180 Working Together. Creak. Merlin opened the door and entered. Wizard Vladdy had already stood up and said with a smile, "Wizard Merlin, you've come at last. Come in, come in." Let's share our potion-making experiences. Wizard Vladdy was obsessed with potions, just like Wizard Howl, whom Merlin had met in the dark magic region. These two wizards were so passionate about potions that they were almost crazy about it. Wizard Vladdy insisted that Merlin delved into his experiences, but Merlin shook his head reluctantly. He was not very educated in potions and only knew the common basics. His high success rate in preparing potions was mainly due to the precise control of the matrix. Wizard Vladdy, we'll discuss potions some other day. I've come today because I've something to ask you. Oh, whatever the matter is, Wizard Merlin, speak your mind. Wizard Vladdy saw that Merlin was unwilling to share his potion-making experiences and did not press on any further. Instead, he squinted slightly and fixed his gaze on Merlin. Merlin nodded and briefly explained his plan to sell potions. Wizard Vladdy caught on quickly and gave a slight nod. So, Wizard Merlin is planning to prepare potions for sale. It's actually very simple. The best-selling potion now is Alkaline Earth Potion, which was prepared previously under your guidance. In Floating City, there are many roaming wizards, and most of these wizards have become alchemists. Thus, the supply of Alkaline Earth Potion is unable to keep up with demand. If you could make that potion, it would surely sell out quickly. Alkaline Earth Potion. Merlin mumbled irresolutely to himself. Even though he did not consider himself a saint and had never spared anyone bold enough to threaten him, certain ideals of his past life still influenced him. Alchemists went all out to transfigure human beings into alchemy creatures through ruthless methods, which made Merlin uncomfortable. What's wrong? Do you have any reservations? Wizard Vladdy was a keen observer, and his bright eyes fixed on Merlin. After a long moment, Merlin took a deep breath and shoved these tumultuous thoughts to the back of his mind. He was no longer Lin Fei of his previous life, but the spell-caster, Wilson Merlin. Right, I'll prepare Alkaline Earth Potion. I'll have to trouble Wizard Vladdy to help me sell the potion. 30% of the profits shall belong to you. Merlin spoke in a low voice. He knew that the Alkaline Earth Potion he prepared would surely be in a large amount. If he wished for Wizard Vladdy to help him sell the potion wholeheartedly without stirring up trouble, the best plan, naturally, was to rope Wizard Vladdy in as well so that the both of them were running the business together. Only the sharing of a common interest would bind them together. A smile appeared on Wizard Vladdy's face. Although he was fanatical about potion research, he was not ignorant about the ways of the world. Conversely, as a roaming wizard, which ploy had he not witnessed himself? Merlin's intentions could not be clearer. He wanted to bind them together. However, this was a hugely profitable matter, so of course, Wizard Vladdy would not object. Okay, this is what we'll do. I presume that currently, Wizard Merlin doesn't have the materials for Alkaline Earth Potion. I have some materials here, which I'll gift to you with no exchange for a single elemental crystal stone. However, you'll have to purchase the potion materials with elemental crystal stones in the future. With that, Wizard Vladdy immediately took out more than 10 batches of potion materials of Alkaline Earth Potion from his ring and handed them to Merlin. It was a show of good faith. Merlin did not decline the offer and accepted the materials. After that, he said to Wizard Vladdy, in a few days, I'll deliver a few batches of Alkaline Earth Potion. Very well. As long as Alkaline Earth Potion is successfully made, I'll certainly sell them in the shortest time possible. Merlin nodded and was about to turn and leave when he seemed to have thought of something. He said to Wizard Vladdy, "Oh, right, Wizard Vladdy, please don't mention to anyone else that this Alkaline Earth Potion was prepared by me." Merlin did not want to attract attention due to potion making. He only wanted to earn a few elemental crystal stones so that he could purchase materials for phantasmal magic potion and blueberry potion. He would not like to stir up any trouble if he could help it. Wizard Vladdy gave a nod of affirmation with a smile at the corner of his mouth. This is a simple request. For the sake of appearances, I shall say that this alkaline earth potion was prepared by me. I believe that, with my reputation, no one would doubt that. That's good. Merlin nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave. Upon returning to Wizard Burton's residence, Merlin did not see Wizard Burton. Perhaps he had gone off to conduct an experiment or transfigure his alchemy creature. The door of the black-robed old man's room was still shut tight. It seemed like he would not be coming out for a while. Merlin returned to his room and set out the materials for alkaline earth potion that Wizard Vladdy had given to him on the table. Then, he retrieved a complete set of glassware for potion preparation from his ring. Merlin had exchanged his contribution points for the glassware in the resource tower. He did not need to worry about their precision. They were more superior than the glassware which Wizard Vladdy used. With this precise equipment, Merlin would prevent unnecessary mistakes while preparing alkaline earth potion, thus effectively increasing his success rate. Wizard Vladdy had previously prepared alkaline earth potion for quite some time, controlling the process well, whether it was in terms of fire handling or the measurement of potion materials. Even so, he was unsuccessful in making the potion, simply because the glassware that he had used for potion preparation was not precise. Therefore, the glassware was a crucial factor in ensuring the success of the potion. The matrix. Begin alkaline earth potion preparation. Merlin started up the matrix right away. The last time he was in Wizard Vladdy's room, he had commanded the matrix to record the steps and measurements of materials for preparing alkaline earth potion. Thus, he just had to follow the matrix steps accurately and control the fire well, and he would surely be able to prepare alkaline earth potion successfully. As it was his first time preparing alkaline earth potion on his own, it was unavoidable that he failed. It was probably due to Merlin's failure in fire handling, as he already had the matrix help in giving accurate steps and measurements. Nevertheless, Merlin was already used to situations like this, so he did not dawdle but proceeded with his second attempt. This time he was fortunate in a spurt of energy. Merlin succeeded in preparing the first batch of alkaline earth potion. Following that, he continued preparing the potion without rest. It was only a full day later that Merlin had used up all the potion materials given by Wizard Vladdy and had made 6 batches of potions. His success rate could not be considered very high, but it was still satisfactory. Out of 18 sets of materials for alkaline earth potion, he had made 6 batches in total. This was equivalent to a 30% success rate, which was considered rather high. Even Wizard Vladdy, who had mastered fire handling to the point of perfection, could not boast of achieving a similar success rate. Merlin rested for a while before heading toward Wizard Vladdy's residence with the 6 batches of alkaline earth potion which he had prepared. Wizard Vladdy. Merlin walked into Wizard Vladdy's room and saw that he was resting with his eyes closed. Hearing Merlin's voice, Wizard Vladdy instantly opened both eyes. He rocked his head slightly with a tired face. I was studying potions the whole of last night, so I was resting for a moment. Oh right, Wizard Merlin. Are you here for something? Was there a problem in preparing alkaline earth potion? Merlin shook his head and took out 6 batches of alkaline earth potion that he had prepared from his ring. He said to Wizard Vladdy, "Wizard Vladdy, These are the 6 batches of alkaline earth potion I had just prepared. I've brought them for you to verify them. Alkaline earth potion, you've managed to prepare 6 batches of the potion so soon. Wizard Vladies expressed his disbelief, and hastily accepted the potions from Merlin's hand. He placed them gently on the table and sniffed it lightly before putting it into a transparent glassware for closer observation. After several observations, Wizard Vladi could not help but exclaimed in admiration, "It's alkaline earth potion indeed, all right. It really is alkaline earth potion." I think that Wizard Merlin's accomplishments in potion making are more impressive than I had initially thought. You've successfully prepared 6 batches of potion in just a day's time. The most time-consuming part of preparing potions was the complicated steps that must be carried out flawlessly. An average spellcaster would have to perform each procedure carefully with vigor and vitality, even if they were full of energy. However, Merlin did not have to concern about these matters. With the assistance of the Matrix, he was able to maintain rigorous control over the potion-making steps and only needed to worry about handling the fire. The mastery of fire handling could be obtained over a long period of preparing potions. Once he practiced well, he would naturally be able to control the fire well and subsequently increased the success rate of his potion preparation. Good, very good. I shall deal with these 6 batches of alkaline earth potion as soon as I can. I'll let Wizard Merlin know the exact price when the time comes. Oh right, do you still have any potion materials for alkaline earth potion? Wizard Vladi suddenly posed this question. Merlin shook his head and answered, "The 18 batches of materials have all been used up." Wizard Vladi mumbled to himself for a moment, then took out a large heap of potion materials from his ring. He said with a smile, "From the start, Wizard Merlin was able to achieve a 30% success rate in preparing alkaline earth potion. It's too amazing. There are enough materials for 30 batches of alkaline earth potion here. I'll charge each batch of potion materials for 50 elemental crystal stones, so 30 batches would cost 1,500 stones. When the alkaline earth potion has been sold, I'll deduct what you owe me bit by bit from the elemental crystal stones we earned. What do you think?" Of course, Merlin nodded assent. This was an obvious gesture of goodwill on Wizard Vladi's part. Merlin's 30% success rate during his first time preparing alkaline earth potion had astounded Wizard Vladi. Even Wizard Vladi was secretly guessing if Merlin was some potion master who had come to Floating City for some special reason. Nonetheless, no matter what Merlin's identity was, such a high success rate in preparing alkaline earth potion had already deserved Wizard Vladi's complete goodwill and interest. Merlin and Wizard Vladi exchanged a few simple words, after which Merlin left Wizard Vladi's residence and returned to Wizard Burton's residence. Once more, he began focusing all his energy into preparing alkaline earth potion. Chapter 181 Spying. Chapter 181 Spying. Merlin prepared alkaline earth potion in a frenzy by immersing himself in preparing the portions. In just 2 short days, he had used about 30 batches of potion materials for alkaline earth potion. Through preparing dozens of batches of alkaline earth potion, Merlin's mastery of fire control in preparing the potion had become progressively refined. Out of near 30 sets of potion materials, Merlin had successfully prepared no less than 12 batches of alkaline earth potion. This had already surpassed his previous 30% success rate. After he had prepared alkaline earth potion, Merlin headed directly toward Wizard Vladi's residence. Upon seeing Merlin's arrival, Wizard Vladi was full of smiles. "Har har, Wizard Merlin. I've been keeping track of time and knew you would come today. How did you do out of 30 batches of potion materials? How much alkaline earth potion have you prepared? 12 batches. Merlin took out 12 batches of alkaline earth potion for Wizard Vladdy's inspection. Wizard Vladdy carefully examined the potion, then lifted his head. His eyes shimmered with fervor. A success rate of more than 30%. Good, very good. Wizard Merlin, I've good news to tell you as well. I've already helped you sell 6 batches of alkaline earth potion that you gave me 2 days ago. Each batch was sold at 250 elemental crystal stones. 250 elemental crystal stones. Merlin did some quick mental calculation. Each batch of alkaline earth potion materials required 50 elemental crystal stones. 18 batches would mean a total of 900 stones just for the cost of raw material. Moreover, 6 batches of sold potion had earned 1,500 elemental crystal stones, leading to a net profit of 600 stones. It was quite a large profit. No wonder so many apothecaries had wealthy backgrounds. For instance, one could not really compare Wizard Burton and Wizard Vladdy. Wizard Vladdy was able to freely hand out potion materials worth hundreds of elemental crystal stones to Merlin, whereas Wizard Burton would be hard-pressed to produce even a few dozen elemental crystal stones. Nevertheless, an apothecary's success rate in preparing potions would also need to be high. Otherwise, out of several dozen sets of potion materials, they would only obtain 1 or 2 approved batches. In that case, they would be unable to earn any elemental crystal stones no matter what they did. With those words, Wizard Vladdy fished out 1,500 elemental crystal stones and handed them to Merlin. Merlin smiled slightly and said to Wizard Vladdy, "As I've said, 30% of the profits would belong to you, Wizard Vladdy. Taking away the 900 elemental crystal stones for the cost of raw material, the profits of alkaline earth potion would be 600 stones. 30% of that is 180 elemental crystal stones. The next time you've sold the potion, you may collect your 30% of the earnings first." Wizard Vladdy made no protest and took back 180 elemental crystal stones. Thereafter, Merlin handed all his stones to Wizard Vladdy, saying, "I still owe Wizard Vladdy a total of 1,500 elemental crystal stones for the previous 30 batches of potion materials. I can only pay this off gradually over time. For now, I'd like to use these elemental crystal stones to purchase more potion materials." At that, Wizard Vladdy shook his head and a smile appeared on his face. "Wizard Merlin, how much potion materials can you buy with so few elemental crystal stones? How about this? I'll think of a way to provide the materials. In the future, I'll subtract the cost of the potion materials from the revenue of each batch of potion after it has been sold. What do you say?" Wizard Vladdy was so generous because he had witnessed Merlin's high success rate in preparing potions. Even Wizard Vladdy himself could not achieve such an impressive rate of success. As long as Merlin was able to maintain this success rate, this trifling sum of 1,000 or so elemental crystal stones was really nothing. Merlin nodded and accepted the offer. At the moment, he was in desperate need of elemental crystal stones, and could not afford to be modest. As such, once again, Merlin obtained a large amount of alkaline earth potion materials from Wizard Vladdy and returned to begin his fervent potion making. Of late, almost every alchemist in Floating City was talking about a remarkable potion, alkaline earth potion. Initially, alkaline earth potion was not considered to be extraordinary. However, It enabled alchemy creatures to acquire fantastic strength and speed as well as improving their various physical attributes. This was a potion which was clearly able to enhance the strength of alchemy creatures. Although the boost was only temporary, it had little to no side effects. Furthermore, its ability to enhance the alchemy creature's strength made it a potentially life-saving potion in times of danger. Therefore, many alchemists were inclined to purchase alkaline earth potion. However, as the preparation of alkaline earth potion was relatively complicated, the supply of alkaline earth potion in Floating City was never able to meet the demand, resulting in many alchemists who were unable to obtain the potion. Still, in the past few days, this situation had been slowly changing. Wizard Vladdy, who was rather well known in Floating City, announced that he had prepared alkaline earth potion. Instantly, the alchemists responded positively to this news and sought Wizard Vladdy to purchase the potion. In the beginning, Wizard Vladdy only had 6 batches of the potion, but following that, his output increased and there were 12, 20, 30 batches. This happened up until a point when, every 10 days, there would be several dozen batches of alkaline earth potion made available. Such a large amount of alkaline earth potion naturally resulted in even more alchemists to know of Wizard Vladdy's name. This reputation attracted more requests to purchase the potion. In a few short days, the price of each batch of alkaline earth potion had risen from 250 elemental crystal stones to 300, yet the supply was still falling short of the demand. In a gloomy room, a young spellcaster was speaking in a respectful tone to the purply-haired old man before him. "Teacher, I've just made some inquiries. The alkaline earth potion that many people in Floating City have been scrambling to buy lately is indeed from Wizard Vladdy. In addition, I believe teacher has heard of him. Though he's just a first-level spellcaster, he has a certain degree of accomplishment in the research of potions." Suddenly, the purply-haired old man reached out his hand and said to the young spellcaster, "Colton, let me look at the alkaline earth potion that you've bought." Colton immediately handed over a few batches of the potions deferentially. Holding the potion, the old man looked carefully and nodded his head. "Indeed, it's alkaline earth potion. However, if you say that it was Wizard Vladdy who prepared it, I don't believe that. Heh. Colton, go and keep an eye on Wizard Vladdy's residence. I believe that the mysterious apothecary would surely reveal himself." Despite the trace of doubt on his face, Colton nodded and withdrew respectfully. The room, which was completely dim, descended once more into a death-like silence. Huff. Merlin exhaled a long breath. Staring at alkaline earth potion placed before his eyes, his lips finally broke out into a smile. "That should be enough. It's been more than a full month since I've begun preparing alkaline earth potion in a frenzy. Not only did my success rate improve significantly, but I've also earned enough elemental crystal stones. It's time to go to Sterling House to purchase potion materials for Phantasmal Magic Potion and Blueberry Potion." Merlin mumbled to himself softly. In the past month or so, he had been in the house preparing alkaline earth potion frantically. After accounting for the cost of the potion materials and Wizard Vladdy's 30% of the profits, he had managed to accumulate 30,000 elemental crystal stones. 30,000 elemental crystal stones. This was a substantial fortune, considering that Merlin had only worked for slightly more than a month. Realistically speaking, out of runology potions and alchemy potions was the only one which was profitable. An apothecary who was highly accomplished in potion making would never have to worry about having enough elemental crystal stones, as they would be very well off. Even though Merlin had no commendable attributes to speak of when it came to potion making, he had the matrix which increased his success rate. This allowed him to rapidly earn large sums of elemental crystal stones in a short time. With 30,000 elemental crystal stones, Merlin could purchase many sets of potion materials, even if it was the expensive materials for Phantasmal Magic Potion and Blueberry Potion. Merlin stood up and opened the door. He still had to deliver the 50 or so batches of Alkaline Earth Potion which he had prepared for the past few days to Wizard Vladdy. Very soon, Merlin arrived at Wizard Vladdy's residence. When Wizard Vladdy spotted Merlin, he beamed with joy and affection. In the past month, Wizard Vladdy had worked together with Merlin and had earned a huge profit as well. Initially, he had never expected such a level of profit. Wizard Merlin, how many batches did you manage to make this time? I've only prepared 53 batches of potions. Wizard Vladdy, I've something to tell you. It'll be slowing down soon, and the rate of production for Alkaline Earth Potion might slow down as well. Merlin spoke in a calm voice. Wizard Vladdy nodded his head lightly. Slowing down is fine. Lately, we've sold a lot of Alkaline Earth Potion. Realistically speaking, most alchemists in Floating City would have already bought our Alkaline Earth Potion. If you continue preparing the potion at a frantic pace, we might not be able to sell them all. Good to hear that. I'll leave first then. Merlin gave Wizard Vladdy a slight nod to indicate his departure and turned to leave the courtyard. However, as he was leaving the courtyard, Merlin frowned and glanced around in suspicion. Previously, when he was entering, he had felt as if someone was spying on him. That feeling was gone now. Merlin examined his surroundings but could not find anyone, so he did not investigate the matter further and headed toward Sterling House. Right after Merlin had left Wizard Vladdy's residence, a faint, indistinct light appeared beside the residence. It was at the corner of the walls, like a ripple appearing on the calm surface of the water. Whoosh! A figure instantly materialized just beyond the corner of the walls. It was a young spellcaster. The young spellcaster was holding a nifty casting tool in one hand. A moment ago, he had relied on this casting tool to avoid being seen. Looking at Merlin's disappearing back, a strange light shone in the young spellcaster's eyes. His face revealed his excitement as he muttered, "It was just as teacher had predicted. The Alkaline Earth Potion was not prepared by Wizard Vladdy, but by someone else." With that, the figure of the young spellcaster vanished from the spot. Chapter 182: A Surprise Attack. Chapter 182: A Surprise Attack. The air in the dim room carried a whiff of dampness. There were tall wooden chairs set out in disarray. A purply-haired old man reclined in one of those chairs. Creak! The door of the room was pushed open, and a young spellcaster quickly squeezed in from outside. "Teacher!" The purply-haired old man straightened up abruptly and squinted slightly. "Colton, did you get a good look at who was it that prepared the Alkaline Earth Potion?" The young spellcaster raised his head to look at the purply-haired old man, and replied in a low voice, "Teacher, it's just as you predicted. The Alkaline Earth Potion was not prepared by Wizard Vladdy but by someone else." "Who?" "I've asked around to be sure. It's a spellcaster who has just arrived at Floating City. He hasn't made it as a first-level spellcaster yet, and his name is Merlin." A smile appeared at the corner of the purply-haired old man's lips. He said softly, "Not a first-level spellcaster yet, so he's just a mere entrance-level spellcaster. However, he could prepare Alkaline Earth Potion, and at a faster speed than Wizard Vladdy. Looks like he's rather accomplished in terms of potions." After a pause, the eyes of the purply-haired old man flashed fiercely, and he said coldly to the young spellcaster, "Colton, bring your pet and capture that Merlin. Remember, I want him alive." The young spellcaster's heart trembled, and he respectfully took his leave. Behind him, a large, powerful alchemy creature, which was wearing a mask, followed him. "Hee, mysterious apothecary, I hope you won't let me down," the purply-haired old man muttered in a low voice as a faint light of anticipation shone in his eyes. At Sterling House, the same charming woman from previously was showing Merlin around. They went to the large hall where large amounts of potion materials were set out. Previously Merlin had located the materials for Phantasmal Magic Potion and Blueberry Potion, so he knew that Sterling House had these potion materials in stock, only their prices were rather exorbitant. The purchase of a batch of Phantasmal Magic Potion materials would require about 1,500 elemental crystal stones, whereas a batch of Blueberry Potion materials was comparatively cheaper, but it still required 1,200 stones. Merlin thought about it for a moment. He currently possessed about 30,000 elemental crystal stones. Although this seemed like a huge amount, in truth, if he spent it all on materials for Phantasmal Magic Potion and Blueberry Potion, he would not be able to buy that many batches of potion materials. Besides, his success rate in preparing Phantasmal Magic Potion was very low, not even reaching 30%. If he took this into account, the expenses would be even higher. Merlin considered the matter for a long time, and finally decided on purchasing 12 batches of Phantasmal Magic Potion materials, and 9 batches of Blueberry Potion materials. In total, he had spent 28,800 elemental crystal stones. After he had purchased the potion materials, the charming woman at Sterling House was beaming all over as she showed Merlin out respectfully. Although he had spent nearly 30,000 elemental crystal stones, Merlin was calm. He even felt a trace of excitement. With these potion materials, he expected that his mind power would undergo a great enhancement once he had prepared the potions successfully. At that time, he would even consider constructing the Forcible spells Dark Light Realm and Frigid Ice. Merlin stored the potion materials into his ring, tightened his black robe around his waist, and followed his previous path back to Wizard Burton's residence. The streets of Floating City were bustling with people. There had been a sudden upsurge in the number of unfamiliar spellcasters recently, but Merlin had been busy preparing potions in the house, so he had not taken notice. Wizard Burton's residence was peaceful and quiet. Merlin had taken a few corners and was about to reach Wizard Burton's residence when he lifted his head to see a young spellcaster in front of him. Behind the spellcaster was a large, powerful alchemy creature wearing a mask. Merlin sized up the young spellcaster before him. Wizard Burton's residence was in a secluded area, so Merlin would not usually meet any spellcaster. Now that there was suddenly an alchemist before him, he could not help but suspect something was amiss. However, the alchemist seemed to have noticed Merlin's wariness. Although his eyes remained cool and collected, his pace had obviously quickened. Merlin frowned, and the young spellcaster suddenly raised a hand and pointed at Merlin. Whoosh! The alchemy creature behind the young spellcaster was just like a ferocious beast. A remarkable armor of scales emerged rapidly all over its body like a layer of old tree bark, and it sped wildly toward Merlin. Oh no, Guardian Monument! In that instant, Merlin sensed danger and cast Guardian Monument at his quickest speed. Stone walls instantly materialized before him. Thump! The wild alchemy creature, in its dash, crashed heavily into Guardian Monument. The entire structure immediately trembled violently. That fierce impact threw Merlin against the thick wall. Rumble. Though the wall was tough and solid, a huge hole had been formed. The sturdy alchemy creature did not seem to feel anything. It clenched its fists, and a silver substance that glimmered constantly like a ripple on the water emerged on it. Noticing that the wall had held its assault, the alchemy creature began to punch frantically against the stone structure. Crack! In less than 10 punches, Merlin's guardian monument was unable to withstand the blows and split open. It was a good thing that he had cast guardian monument immediately, for he had barely held on so far. What an impressive alchemy creature! Merlin's heart was pounding in alarm. This powerful alchemy creature was much stronger than Wizard Burton's. Although that young spellcaster looked like a forcible spellcaster, he was clearly using alchemy techniques that were superior to Wizard Burton's when he transfigured this alchemy creature. Merlin's thoughts whirled around in panic. His guardian monument was shattered. The alchemy creature's speed was too fast, and the silver substance on its hands was obviously a superb alchemy technique. It would be difficult to handle this alchemy creature. Humph, large frost. A hard glint flashed in Merlin's eyes. He was disgruntled that he had been forced into such a sorry state by an alchemy creature. Therefore, he cast over 10 frosts and even slipped in large frosts between those spells. In a moment, a cold wind danced all over the sky and enveloped the alchemy creature. Although this alchemy creature had excellent physical attributes, its movements were clearly slowed down. Thunderbolt Net. Following that, Merlin cast Thunderbolt Net and then stepped back even further, escaping the clutches of the alchemy creature. Under the double blow of frost and thunderbolt net, this wild alchemy creature was at last somewhat restrained. It was completely impossible to kill this alchemy creature within a short time. Merlin reckoned that even if he cast Furious Flame, it would not be of much use. The fastest way to defeat this alchemy creature would still be to take out the alchemist. No matter how powerful an alchemy creature was, it required the control of the alchemist. Once the alchemist was dead, the alchemy creature would no longer be a threat. Furious Flame. Merlin pointed a finger and an immense stream of fire appeared immediately, surging out like a dragon. It shot toward the spellcaster who was controlling the alchemy creature. Then, violent wind elemental fluctuations rose up around Merlin, and his speed increased manifold. He dashed toward the young spellcaster, a 5-elemental spellcaster. The young spellcaster's expression changed. Merlin had consecutively cast Guardian Monument, Frost, Thunderbolt Net, Furious Flame, and Gale. These were 5-elemental spells, and 2 of those were forcible spells. Not only the 5 elemental spells had restrained the alchemy creature in one stroke, but it also provided strength for Merlin's attacks. If one had many spells, one would have more options when facing an opponent. Otherwise, if it was an average 3 elemental spell caster, they would have been caught by the alchemy creature immediately. Getting into a physical combat with such a wild alchemy creature would amount to suicide. The scorching flames were surging toward him. The young spellcaster dared not ease up. Although he was an alchemist, he was also a forcible spellcaster. Thus he instantly cast a defensive spell which was just able to hold the attack of Furious Flame and retreated decisively. However, he had no speed spell. So, Merlin, after casting Gale a few times in a row, cast the strengthened version of Gale. His speed rocketed and at once, and he was in front of the young spellcaster. Dark Mist. This young spellcaster did not have strong mind power. Though it was just average dark mist, It thrust him into an illusion. Generally speaking, a large part of an alchemist's strength relied on the alchemy creature. Once the alchemy creature was restrained, they were in real danger. What sixth elemental spellcaster? That's impossible. Upon seeing that Merlin had cast dark mist, the young spellcaster's face revealed his utter shock as his eyes filled with disbelief. He had been in Floating City for so long, but he had never even heard of a sixth elemental spellcaster. However, Merlin did not hesitate in the slightest, and a fiery flame had appeared in his hand once more. As for the young spellcaster, his face showed a wild expression, and gathered his mind power to its maximum, and provoked the alchemy creature brutally. Bang! The alchemy creature immediately struggled out of Frost's hold, and the shattered ice crystals flew everywhere. At this point, its eyes had become blood-red, and the muscles over its body swelled up. Its large frame seemed to grow even bigger, and its expression was distorted with malevolence as an air of savagery gleamed all over its body. Even though the young spellcaster was presently trapped in an illusion under dark mist, that ferocious alchemy creature was still rushing toward Merlin in a frenzy. Both of its hands were covered in that strange silver substance, which reflected blinding rays of light under the sun. Going all out, Merlin saw the alchemy creature speeding with all its might behind him and understood the alchemist's plan. There was no doubt that he was going to kill the alchemist, but perhaps before that happened, Merlin would be torn to shreds by the provoked alchemy creature. If he wanted to hold the alchemy creature back, he would have to discontinue his plan of killing the alchemist. At such a desperate moment, this young spellcaster had displayed a quick wit that most spellcasters were not equipped with. It's too bad that it's me you've encountered. Merlin had no intention of evading the alchemy creature, and instead cast the strengthened version of Guardian Monument through the enhancing casting tool. Thanks to the enhancing casting tool, the defensive capability of Guardian Monument was comparable to a third-level defensive spell. Although his opponent's alchemy creature was operating at an unprecedented burst of power, it could not possibly break through Guardian Monument that had been cast through the enhancing casting tool. Thump! As expected, the alchemy creature crashed heavily into Guardian Monument. It was likely that even the strengthened version of Guardian Monument, which was comparable to a second-level spell, would not have been able to withstand such massive strength. However, with a strengthened spell cast through the enhancing casting tool, Guardian Monument remained steady without even the slightest tremble. Under the protection of this Guardian Monument, Merlin was under no threat. Merlin's eyes became cold. Soon, furious flame swallowed the alchemist who was still trapped in dark mist. Chapter 183 already arrived. Chapter 183 already arrived. In the gloomy room, the purply-haired old man was closing his eyes lightly as if in a meditation, but his face wore a suffering expression that made him look vicious. Snap! On one of the purply-haired old man's fingers, a ring engraved with runes suddenly cracked open with a loud snap, fell to the ground and broken into pieces. Colton is dead. Immediately, a huge wave of change washed over the purply-haired old man's face. His body, which was initially somewhat stooped, instantly straightened up. His aged face contorted faintly as well, and a bleak air was exuded all over his body. Whoosh! An enormous gust of wind element rose around the purply-haired old man. He rapidly rushed out of the gloomy room, and behind him, a dim shape of a hulking alchemy creature, covered all over in a layer of silver armor, was trailing behind. He's dead. Merlin had cast Furious Flame. In the blink of an eye, the turbulent flames had swallowed the alchemist who had fallen into an illusion under dark mist. The alchemist did not have any robes or any such defensive casting tools on him. Therefore, the alchemist did not even release a scream before he was incinerated beyond recognition by the ferocious fire. He was practically turned into soot and emitted the thick stink of charred flesh. After finishing off the alchemist, Merlin turned his gaze to the mighty alchemy creature behind him. This alchemy creature, which had extraordinary strength, was not too slow as well. It was nearly impossible to kill and could be considered an indomitable alchemy creature. However, after the alchemist had died, green mucus was secreted from the alchemy creature's body, which seemed to drip all over its figure. At places where the green mucus had passed by, the alchemy creature's skin began to rot immediately. The same happened to its muscles and bones, which began rotting at a visible pace. Blisters bubbled up one after another as its viscous blood dripped onto the ground. In a very short time, the mighty alchemy creature was reduced to a puddle of blood. In that puddle were strands of green mucus, which was a nauseating sight. Merlin frowned as he watched the alchemy creature turned into a puddle of blood. He had the faint notion that this was a sort of technique alchemists used to control their alchemy creatures. Once the alchemist had died, the alchemy creature under their control would also die of some reason. Wizard Merlin, what happened here? Wizard Burton, who had been watching everything, came out of the room dumbstruck. His residence was in complete disorder. Even the courtyard walls had collapsed from the impact, resulting in a huge breach. It was evident that the alchemy creature's strength was frightening indeed. Creak! The door to the other room opened as well. To their surprise, it was the black-robed old man who had shut himself in his room for 1 or 2 months. He seemed to have been roused by the pandemonium going on in the courtyard earlier and had opened his door to see what was happening. Wizard Merlin, what happened exactly? I've heard a huge commotion, and seemed to have detected elemental fluctuation. The black-robed old man and Wizard Burton had come toward Merlin. Both of them were frowning as they stared at the corpse that had been burnt to a crisp, and the foul-smelling puddle of blood. Merlin's expression changed as he spoke in a low voice in dismay. I don't know what's going on as well. I was just coming back from a visit to Sterling House when I bumped into this mysterious alchemist. He suddenly began to attack me, and after a fierce battle I managed to kill him. Wizard Merlin, how did this alchemist look like? In other words, did he have any distinctive features? Wizard Burton asked hurriedly. He had been in Floating City for so many years and knew many people. Perhaps he would be able to identify this alchemist. Merlin then gave a detailed description of the alchemist's appearance. Wizard Burton frowned all the while listening to him. Once Merlin had finished speaking, he began contemplating, as if searching, in his mind for an alchemist who was similar to the person Merlin had described. Suddenly, Wizard Burton jerked his head up and asked in a low voice, Wizard Merlin, did the alchemist's alchemy creature possess a particularly large body? Merlin nodded and thought of the many peculiarities that the particular alchemy creature possessed. Thus he said quietly, that's right, his alchemy creature had exceptional strength. And not only was its body physically powerful, but a mysterious layer of silver substance also appeared on its hands. Before he could finish, Wizard Burton immediately interrupted Merlin, and said anxiously, Oh no, the alchemist you've killed might very possibly be Colton, a student of Wizard Sanya. The strange silver substance appearing on their alchemy creatures is an alchemy technique that's unique to Wizard Sanya. It injects mithril, which is malleable and durable, into the bodies of the alchemy creatures. The mithril would form into all kinds of weapons or armor over the surface of their bodies, making them difficult to fight against. Wizard Merlin, you must have offended Wizard Samir in some way. Leave this place immediately. In fact, it's best if you leave Floating City. Wizard Samir is a powerful third-level spellcaster, and his alchemy techniques are even more terrifying. The alchemy creature he transfigured had once clashed against a fourth-level spellcaster without defeat. If he's out to get you, you'll be in real danger. Although Merlin had never heard of Wizard Samir, his heart sank at the sight of Wizard Burton's anxious state, as well as the information about the third-level spellcaster and fought against a fourth-level spellcaster. Even though Merlin was still somewhat confused about this sudden twist of misfortune, he knew that now was not the time to find out the cause of all this. Instead, he had to leave quickly. Wizard Hill, let's go. We'll talk once we've left Floating City. Merlin made the prompt decision to leave Floating City with the black-robed old man. Hold on, I still have to finish preparing purple stone powder potion to bring with me. The black-robed old man had been roused by the commotion in the courtyard, so there were still many potions in the house which he had been preparing. Just as he had turned and entered his room, Merlin's eyes narrowed as he keenly sensed a peculiar aura. Following that, in the narrow alleyway outside the quiet courtyard, an old purply-haired spellcaster gradually appeared. We can't leave anymore. Wizard Samir has already arrived. When Wizard Burton saw this purply-haired old man, he shook his head helplessly and smiled bitterly as he spoke. Wizard Samir, Merlin muttered over and over to himself. His guard had done up immediately as he locked his gaze on the purply-haired old man not far away from him. Wizard Burton had turned pale just talking about this third-level spellcaster, Wizard Samir. Merlin did not expect that Wizard Samir would show up so quickly. Are you the one who killed Colton? Wizard Samir's eyes focused slightly, and with a spread of one great hand, a stream of scarlet light flew out from his 5 fingers. Merlin felt a scorching wave of heat on his face. Gale. Merlin's heart gave a jolt. Wizard Samir had begun right away, and his first attack was such a formidable third-level spell. This firelight seemed modest, but it contained a terrifying power. Upon reaching the wall, the firelight instantly liquefied a huge hole in the solid wall. Furthermore, a violent blaze had consumed a large part of the wall in raging flames. Merlin trembled inwardly. If he had chosen to block that attack, he would have been caught in that roaring blaze by now. A third-level spellcaster was far too powerful. Merlin had no intention of staying around any longer. His only thought now was to escape, the further the better. Whoosh! An intense surge of wind element rose around Merlin, and his speed increased exponentially. It was the strengthened version of Gale that he had cast in order to retreat as fast as possible. Wizard Samir frowned slightly and seemed to be talking to himself. What I hate the most are spellcasters with speed spells. Water wall. Wizard Samir stretched a hand and pointed at the sky. Immediately, threads of water vapor condensed rapidly as if the atmosphere had suddenly become humid. A sphere of water appeared in midair and spread out following the ripples of the water. The range covered by this sphere became wider and wider, and in a flash, it had completely blanketed Merlin. At that moment, Merlin felt a strong binding sensation constricting him until he was unable to move. This was a water-type binding spell. After joining the dark magic region, he had almost never met anyone who constructed water-type spells. He did not think that he would encounter a spellcaster who constructed such a spell in Floating City. Moreover, this water-type binding spell, once cast, was strikingly formidable. Darling, go on. Capture him, but don't hurt him. Wizard Samir said gently to the enormous alchemy creature behind him, whose body shone all over with an intimidating air. Thump. Compared to Colton's alchemy creature which Merlin had seen, who knew how much stronger was this gigantic alchemy creature, the force of its steps crushed the bluestone floor tiles under both its feet. Thereafter, its hulking frame leapt up into the air, and its large shadow loomed over Merlin's head. Staring at this unbelievably ferocious alchemy creature, Merlin dared not hold back any longer, and roared out, "Guardian Monument!" He cast Guardian Monument 3 times in a row. Then, he cast the strengthened version of Guardian Monument through the enhancing casting tool to act as a final defensive barrier. Crash, crash, crash. 3 loud crashes. The ordinary Guardian Monuments which he had cast were unable to obstruct this frightening alchemy creature, whose entire body was covered in a mercury-like layer of silver armor. This was mithril, an especially durable mineral. It was very ductile yet resilient at the same time. However, it was highly toxic, and even those elemental swordsmen with exceptional physical attributes would undoubtedly die if they swallowed mithril. He did not know what special alchemy technique Wizard Samir had used to enable mithril to be injected into the bodies of alchemy creatures. Not only did the alchemy creatures survive, but they utilized the durability of mithril to perform countless changes, forming weapons and armors. It was indeed extremely terrifying. Even the spellcasters who held fast to the ancient alchemist traditions would have to admit that the current alchemists had made innovations and breakthroughs in terms of techniques in transfiguring alchemy creature. They had created many new alchemist techniques. At the present, Merlin was facing one such horrifying alchemy creature. In one of its hands was a sledgehammer formed out of mithril, which was soon ruthlessly smashing down toward Merlin's head. The 3 layers of Guardian Monument that Merlin cast previously had been destroyed by the alchemy creature. Now, the alchemy creature had formed a silver sledgehammer out of mithril in order to wreck the strengthened version of Guardian Monument cast through the enhancing casting tool. This was Merlin's final defense. Boom! The alchemy creature was 3 meters tall, the height of a small giant. The muscles on its body bulged, containing its explosive strength. It raised the silver sledgehammer, which cut through the air and smashed into Guardian Monument. Chapter 184 Take You Seriously. Chapter 184 Take You Seriously. Merlin's Guardian Monument was cast via an enhancing casting tool, hence it was comparable to a third-level defensive spell. This was also Merlin's current strongest defensive spell. If he could not defend against Wizard Samir's alchemy creature, Merlin had no way of getting out of this mess unscathed. The large silver hammer slashed through the air ruthlessly. The friction between the air and hammer even caused a series of hissing sounds. Following that, the large hammer fell upon Guardian Monument, causing the entire Guardian Monument to shake violently. It was as if Guardian Monument was about to break into pieces in the next second. Merlin's heart jumped to his throat as he stared hard at his spell. The light of Guardian Monument kept flashing, but it did not break in the end. The spell was cast via an enhancing casting tool, which was able to block against the attack of Wizard Samir's alchemy creature. Wizard Samir squinted his eyes slightly, and a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. Thereafter, he immediately raised his hand and waved. A broiling aura headed toward Merlin furiously. This was Wizard Samir's third-level spell. Merlin had just witnessed the terror of this spell. He would immediately be trapped by scorching flames should he be hit by the spell. At the same time, he was fighting the alchemy creature and he could not run away from his spot at this moment. Thus, he cast Guardian Monument a couple of times and also the strengthened version of Guardian Monument with the help of an enhancing casting tool. After making 2 casts of the strengthened version of Guardian Monument with enhancing casting tool, Merlin had used up 4 pieces of earth elemental crystal stones. Luckily, he had an ample number of elemental crystal stones currently that could at least support the consumption of the enhancing casting tool for half a day. The fire-type spell which Wizard Samir had cast was only a faint line of fire at the beginning. Then, it quickly collided with Merlin's Guardian Monument. At once, a fire broke out and a large sea of flames encompassed Merlin's entire being. Albeit it was a common spell, this third-level spell was extremely powerful. Moreover, Merlin still had to deal with a terrifying alchemy creature outside the ring of flame. Kachak. Cracks began to appear on Merlin's Guardian Monument. He instantly made multiple casts of Guardian Monument, and also of the strengthened version of Guardian Monument with the enhancing casting tool to barely defend against Wizard Samir's spell. I must leave immediately. Now, Merlin had the protection of Guardian Monument, so he could withstand Wizard Samir's spell and the alchemy creature's attack. However, he could not drag this fight further since he would meet his end if he exhausted all of his magic power. Hence, he took advantage of the opportunity right before the alchemy creature attacked. Intense fluctuations of wind element appeared around Merlin as he cast the strengthened version of Gale. Like a phantom, his entire being rapidly dashed out of the encirclement of flames. Speed spell. I detest speed spell the most. He also possesses a defensive spell that's comparable to a third-level spell. Wizard Samir frowned as he looked at Guardian Monument that kept flashing on Merlin. He did not possess any speed spell. Once his opponent could defend against his spell and his alchemy creature's attack, his opponent could immediately cast a speed spell and escape. Initially, Wizard Samir thought that a mere entrance-level spellcaster would not amount to much, but he only realized how tough Merlin was after he fought with him. He had no way of stopping Merlin from leaving at this moment. Even if he cast a binding spell, Merlin could simply protect himself with Guardian Monument. Hence, a binding spell would not have much effect on him. Wait, Wizard Merlin, how about we make a deal? Upon seeing that Merlin was getting further away, Wizard Samir suddenly shouted. Merlin, who was running away rapidly, paused a little, then came to a complete halt. He shot a questioning look at Wizard Samir and that gigantic alchemy creature. Wizard Samir smiled and then ordered his alchemy creature to return to his side. He said to Merlin, Wizard Merlin, I don't possess speed spell, so I can't do anything to you as long as you can block my spell and my darling's attack. I admit that you've made me take you seriously. That's why I'm offering you a deal. Merlin stared at Wizard Samir with caution. He knew Wizard Samir was speaking the truth. From the beginning, Wizard Samir had not given Merlin a chance as he blasted everything right at Merlin directly. However, since Merlin had the enhancing casting tool, he was able to cast Guardian Monument that was comparable to a third-level spell and nullified Wizard Samir's attack. In addition, Merlin possessed speed spell. Wizard Samir could not stop him from running away. After experiencing such a dangerous crisis, Merlin truly understood the advantage of being a 6-elemental spellcaster. He had an adequate number of spells to use when he faced danger. If Merlin did not possess a speed spell, he could only hang on for a little longer with his enhancing casting tool and Guardian Monument, and would not be able to escape. In the end, he would either be caught or killed by Wizard Samir after he exhausted his magic power. Meanwhile, Wizard Samir was a third-level spellcaster. Even if Merlin had enhancing casting tool and could block his spell temporarily, Wizard Samir could still easily overpower Merlin should he possess a speed spell. Wizard Samir did not have the ability to construct more spells in the past, so he was also out of idea whilst fighting with the odd Merlin. Deal. You sent Colton to offer a deal to me as well. Merlin kept his eyes on Wizard Samir as he did not dare to relax for even a moment. Wizard Samir nodded. That's right. I send Colton to offer you a deal. Heh. Is this how you offer a deal? Merlin sneered. Both Colton and Wizard Samir directly proceeded to take him by force. In what way were they offering a deal? Wizard Samir squinted his eyes and stared deeply at Merlin. Then, he laughed. Wizard Merlin, do you think I have the need to talk to a mere entrance-level spellcaster? I can catch him directly, but the abilities that you've shown have made me take you seriously. At least I can't do anything to you now, so let's make a fair deal. If you can make a potion for me, I can give you anything precious you wish for. Anything. Wizard Samir, don't you think you're being overconfident? Merlin had no intention to make any deal with a dangerous person like Samir. He only wanted to leave. However, Wizard Samir had discreetly ordered his alchemy creature to stand near the black-robed old man and Wizard Burton. His intention was obvious and posed a threat to Merlin. Merlin did not care whether Wizard Burton lived or died, but he owed the black-robed old man too much. If he could save the old man, he would have to do so. Upon seeing that Merlin did not go, a smile appeared on Wizard Samir's face. He continued his words. That's right. What do you need? Elemental crystal stones, spells, casting tools, or even my mithril alchemy technique? I can give them all to you. Wizard Samir seemed rather earnest. Merlin could see how agitated he was at this moment. Merlin frowned. He realized that this potion might be extremely important to Wizard Samir for him to become as agitated as he was now. However, Merlin really did not want to be friendly with dangerous people like Wizard Samir. Hence, he sneered. I don't want any elemental crystal stones, spells, or casting tools. Although your mithril alchemy technique is quite incredible, I'm not an alchemist, so I won't need it. If you really want to offer me a deal, give me 100 years ice bone marrow. Merlin had asked about it in Floating City, but even Sterling House did not have it. Many spellcasters had never heard about it before, so Merlin had completely given up on cultivating Pandora demon ability Glacial Finger. He only mentioned 100 years ice bone marrow now to make Wizard Samir give up on offering him a deal. 100 years ice bone marrow. Wizard Samir frowned slightly. Unexpectedly, Wizard Samir seemed to know about this item. After giving it a long thought, Wizard Samir raised his head suddenly. He said through gritted teeth, 100 years ice bone marrow is indeed very precious. Ordinary spellcasters may have not heard of it, but I know an old guy who's in possession of this item, but this old guy has coveted my mithril alchemy technique for a long time. At most, I'll simply exchange my mithril alchemy technique for this item. I'll make sure to give you what you ask for. In turn, Merlin had to make a difficult decision now. He initially mentioned the 100 years ice bone marrow to make Wizard Samir give up on his intention. Little did he expect that Wizard Samir could indeed offer 100 years ice bone marrow to him. The 100 years ice bone marrow could help Merlin in cultivating Pandora demon ability Glacial Finger. This was indeed an item he would be attracted to. However, Merlin hesitated out of his distrust toward Wizard Samir. After seemingly noticing Merlin's hesitation, Wizard Samir immediately took a potion formula from his ring and ordered his alchemy creature to hand it to Merlin. Merlin did not let down his guard and relaxed Guardian Monument at all. As soon as the alchemy creature made a move, he could immediately run away with Gale. The alchemy creature did not do anything strange. Merlin heaved a sigh of relief and took the mysterious potion formula. Wizard Samir appeared to be helpless when he lowered his voice and spoke. Wizard Merlin, I'm sure you'll understand that I'm speaking the truth after reading the potion formula. How am I going to put you in a disadvantaged situation under my current predicament? Merlin frowned. He did not understand Wizard Samir's words, so he placed his gaze on the potion formula in his hands. Everything Wizard Samir said would be explained in this potion formula. Chapter 185, Complicated Potion. Chapter 185, Complicated Potion. Edro Potion. Stabilize spell models below 4th level. Materials needed are larch fruit, heliotrope leaf. Merlin carefully read through the long potion formula. This potion is called Edro Potion. Edro could be the name of a spell caster. According to the ancient tradition of spell casters, some unique potions could be named after the spell caster who synthesized them. This could be the case for Edro Potion as it was named after spellcaster Edro. The effect of Edro Potion was to stabilize spell models. Purple Stone Powder Potion was only effective towards stabilizing 0th spells, while Edro Potion could stabilize spell models that were below 4th level. Could it be that Wizard Samir's spell models are unstable? Merlin looked at Wizard Samir suspiciously. Instability of spell models was a serious matter, especially when the spell model constructed in the awareness was of high level. It was more difficult to control the unstable spell models. If the spell model crumbled, the immense magic power contained in the spell model could blast any spellcaster into pieces. The black-robed old man was simply an entrance-level spellcaster and his spell models were of 0 level. However, he was also greatly tortured by the instability of his spell models. If Merlin had not brought Purple Stone Powder Potion from the dark magic region for him, it was only a matter of time before the old man had perished. Now, Wizard Samir was bothered by the instability of spell models as well. The spell models in his awareness were all 3rd level spells. If they crumbled, the consequences would be unimaginable. Unsurprising that he was gripped by a sense of urgency. After Merlin looked through the potion formula, Wizard Samir spoke. Now does Wizard Merlin understand why I have no reason to disadvantage you in any way? Before this, I ordered Colton to grab hold of you. However, since you're quite skilled and strong, we can make a fair deal. If you successfully prepare Edro Potion for me, I'll give you the 100 years ice bone marrow. Merlin put the potion formula down and thought for a moment. He asked, Wizard Samir, doesn't Floating City have other apothecaries also? How sure are you that I'm able to make the potion? Wizard Samir shook his head slightly and answered, there are some infamous apothecaries in Floating City. I've looked for them a long time ago, but none is able to make this potion. As for Wizard Merlin, I must let you try before deciding whether you can make the potion. I believe that Wizard Merlin must be knowledgeable in potions since you're able to make a large number of alkaline earth potions in such a short time. If Wizard Merlin truly can't make it, I won't force you as well. Merlin gazed at Wizard Samir. It turned out Wizard Samir had found him after noticing some hints in his alkaline earth potions. Following that, Merlin's eyes fell on the black-robed old man. Wizard Samir was definitely not an amiable person. If Merlin did not agree to his deal, Wizard Samir would definitely make a move at the old man and Wizard Burton even if he could not kill Merlin. However, the 100 years ice bone marrow Wizard Samir had promised had indeed attracted Merlin's attention. If Merlin had that item, he could begin cultivating Pandora Demon ability Glacial Finger right after he constructed Frigid Ice. After considering his options, Merlin finally came to a decision. He raised his head and said to Wizard Samir, "All right. I'll try to make Edro Potion, but I don't make any promise that I'll succeed. Har. Be rest assured. Regardless of the result, I won't mind about what happened to Colton." The atmosphere between Wizard Samir and Merlin finally calmed a little. Wizard Burton and the black-robed old man who were beside the two heaved a sigh of relief as well. When Wizard Samir's alchemy creature was watching them closely, they did not even dare to breathe. However, at the same time, Wizard Burton and the black-robed old man were gripped with shock. Upon Wizard Samir's arrival, he directly cast his spells and instructed his alchemy creature to fight against Merlin. Although Merlin could not counterattack, he was able to withstand Wizard Samir's attack and escaped when he grabbed the chance. If Wizard Samir did not mention the reward of the deal that attracted Merlin's attention, the latter would have escaped by now. Wizard Samir, who was a third-level spellcaster and an extremely powerful alchemy creature, could not threaten Merlin at all. Merlin's capability had far exceeded their imagination, especially that of Wizard Burton. He had even fought Merlin with his alchemy creature before. This matter made Wizard Burton feel more awkward. "Wizard Merlin, it seems that you've grown to an extent beyond my imagination during the 1 year in the dark magic region." The black-robed old man shook his head slightly and exclaimed with mixed emotions. Wizard Burton took a glance at Wizard Samir, then said seriously with a lower voice, "Wizard Merlin, Wizard Samir doesn't really have a good reputation in Floating City, especially due to the way he treats spellcasters of lower levels. Wizard Samir also seems rather carefree about this deal. Are you sure about making a deal with him?" A smile played at the corners of Merlin's lips. He replied monotonously, "Wizard Samir won't joke about his own life. Please be rest assured. I'm sure he won't do anything reckless." Wizard Samir was full of smiles now as he asked Merlin, "I can provide 1 set of materials needed for Edro Potion to Wizard Merlin. You can try making the potion first. Do you want to make it here or at my laboratory? Not only do I have all sorts of alchemy glassware in my laboratory, but I also possess a whole set of glassware used specifically for making potions." Before Wizard Samir could complete his sentence, he was interrupted by Merlin. Merlin replied coldly, "That's quite all right. I can make it here. After 10 days, you can visit me and I'll tell you if I'm successful in preparing the Edro Potion." Wizard Samir naturally would not mind Merlin's stiff tone. Instead, he dug out a large pile of potion materials from his ring and placed them on the ground. He pointed to the potion materials. "These are the materials needed to make 1 Edro Potion. I'll return after 10 days. Thereafter, Wizard Samir turned around and left with his alchemy creature. After Wizard Samir had left, the black-robed old man approached Merlin and said, "Wizard Merlin, Wizard Samir is too dangerous. Should we leave Floating City right away?" "Leave?" Wizard Burton shook his head with a bitter smile. "In fact, Floating City is a city full of chaos. Many spellcasters had died every day in this city. Only large spellcaster families and influential forces like Sterling House can ensure their safety here. Wizard Samir has been in Floating City for many years. He has a lot of ways to watch you. Wizard Merlin may be able to leave, but it'll be difficult for you, Hill." Wizard Burton was clear about the rules of Floating City. It was the paradise for adventurers. On the surface, it appeared to be calm and peaceful, but spellcasters fought amongst themselves almost every day in this city. No one dared to cause any trouble only within the area of certain influential forces, while other places remained chaotic. Hence, Wizard Samir would have seemed to live in a rather carefree attitude and have left expensive potion materials with them, but he was actually monitoring their actions at all times. The black-robed old man became depressed and shook his head. Rather helplessly, he said, "It seems I've troubled Wizard Merlin." Merlin kept the potion materials in his ring and flashed a smile. "I've also benefited from the deal with Wizard Samir. 100 years ice bone marrow is the precious material I've not found even in Sterling House. My stay here is completely unrelated to Wizard Hill. All right, I should study this Edro potion. If I can make it, then everything will proceed smoothly." Thereafter, Merlin returned to his room, leaving the black-robed old man and Wizard Burton outside. Their gazes were filled with worry. For a couple of days, Merlin had stayed in his room. Since he had not come out from his room, the black-robed old man and Wizard Burton had no way of knowing the progress of the potion-making. However, Merlin had spent his time in his room almost without sleep and rest these days. They could imagine that the potion Wizard Samir wanted was definitely not easy to make. Merlin was rushing to prepare the potion materials in his room. After reading all the steps and proportion of materials needed to prepare Edro potion, he finally understood the reason why no apothecary in Floating City could prepare this potion. Rather than the potion itself, the steps to make the potion was simply too complicated. Merlin recorded the process with a matrix and found that it took about 369 steps to prepare it. Basically, an ordinary potion only took about a dozen steps. The slightly complicated ones would take less than 100 steps. Phantasmal magic potion itself only took up to 100 steps. Merlin had never come across a potion that required up to about 300 steps to prepare it. It would only take a small mistake to make his effort go in vain. Even for an experienced apothecary, it was impossible to totally grasp so many complicated steps in such a short amount of time. Hence, although Wizard Samir had looked for so many apothecaries, none was able to make Edro potion successfully. However, complicated steps did not pose a problem to Merlin at all since he had the matrix. With the help of the matrix, Merlin could perfect every step without a single mistake, even in this case where it involved hundreds of steps. The only aspect Merlin was concerned about was the fire handling when he made the potion. Along with the increase in steps, there were many steps that required good fire handling. Thus, although Merlin had the confidence to make Edro potion, his success rate of making it was really low. Merlin spent a few days to prepare all his potion materials. After making sure that he did not miss anything, he began to make the potion. The matrix began the making of Edro potion. Merlin initiated the matrix. Then, according to the instructions of the matrix, he began to prepare the potion step by step. 10 days later, Wizard Samir appeared in Wizard Burton's courtyard right on time. The terrifying alchemy creature still trailed behind him. Although Wizard Samir appeared calm, he did not take his eyes off Merlin's room, which also showed how unrest he was. Wizard Burton and the black-robed old man glanced at Merlin's room in worry. If he failed in making the potion, they would not know if Wizard Samir would attack them out of anger, even though Wizard Samir had mentioned that he would not blame them for Colton's death. Creak! Finally, the door to Merlin's room opened. Merlin came out from his room. He looked rather exhausted. "Wizard Merlin, how's the potion making?" Wizard Samir headed straight toward Merlin. A look of anticipation flashed in his eyes as he asked urgently, Chapter 186 Promise. Chapter 186 Promise. Merlin appeared rather exhausted. He raised his head and took a glance at Wizard Samir. In a calm tone, he said, "Wizard Samir, I failed to make Edro potion." Failed. Wizard Samir was stunned but quickly regained his senses. He showed a disappointed look as he mumbled, "So you still failed, huh?" Failed. Wizard Burton and the black-robed old man immediately stiffened. They glanced at Wizard Samir in an alert. The alchemy creature behind Wizard Burton also came close to him. As soon as Wizard Samir did anything, Wizard Burton and the black-robed old man would give their all to fight back even if they were no match for him. Wizard Samir reached out his wizened hands. He, of course, noticed Wizard Burton and the black-robed old man's actions. His expression dimmed and sneered. "Heh! I said that I won't attack you regardless of the result." After saying that, Wizard Samir sent a cold stare at Wizard Burton and the old man, then immediately turned around. He was about to leave with his alchemy creature. "Wizard Samir, even though I failed this time, I'm getting a grasp of making the potion. Do you really expect me to succeed from just the first try?" Suddenly, Merlin's voice rang and Wizard Samir instantly turned around. His expression was rather unsure. After a long moment, Wizard Samir spoke with a shivering voice. "Wizard Merlin, are you saying that you're confident in making Edro potion?" "A little, yes. But I'll need a lot of potion materials. After all, Edro potion is really difficult to make. The success rate is too low," Merlin replied in a certain tone. Wizard Samir could no longer hide the elation in his face. He quickly asked, "Wizard Merlin, how many sets of potion materials do you need to make Edro potion?" Merlin gave it a thought and said, "The process to make Edro potion is too complicated. There are also many steps that required well fire handling. I'm certain of the success rate by 30% for normal potions, but am not even 10% certain that I can make Edro potion. Give me 10 sets of potion materials first. I may be able to make it. If I still fail in the end, prepare a few more sets for me and I'll probably succeed at that time." 10 sets. Wizard Samir's mouth twitched and said with a bitter smile, "Wizard Merlin, do you really think that I can buy the materials for Edro potion anywhere after so many years? I've only able to collect a dozen sets of potion materials by many means. In the end I wasted a few after giving to many apothecaries. I only have 8 sets left now." Wizard Samir was helpless as well. These potion materials were extremely precious. Initially, he had obtained an Edro potion from a certain ancient relics by an incident and found that it was able to stabilize spell models that were below 4th level. He then began to search everywhere for the materials needed to make Edro potion. He had spent a large amount of effort to collect each set of materials. Some materials could not even be bought by using elemental crystal stones. Wizard Samir was truly speechless after listening to Merlin's request to have a dozen sets of materials. "Only 8 sets are left then. I can only do my best now. After all, the success rate of potion making can't be increased that easily. During the time when I'm preparing the potion, I hope that Wizard Samir can actively search for the potion materials as well. If you can get your hands on a few more sets, the possibility of making the potion will greatly increase." After Merlin said that, Wizard Samir nodded and instantaneously handed 8 sets of potion materials to Merlin. He then said to Merlin, "Wizard Merlin, please be rest assured. If you succeed, I'll immediately pass the 100 years ice bone marrow to you. I shouldn't bother you any longer now." Wizard Samir's tone was brimming with delight after he finally saw a slight hope of having the potion. After Wizard Samir left, Wizard Burton and the black-robed old man quickly asked Merlin, "Wizard Merlin, are you really certain that you can make the potion Wizard Samir wants?" They were worried that Merlin's words were simply a means to drag the matter. If he could not make it in the end, Wizard Samir would definitely fly into a rage and none of them would be saved from his fury. Merlin nodded with a serious expression. "Please be rest assured. I'm certain that I can make the potion. It's all good then. We shall wait for your good news, Wizard Merlin." Wizard Burton and the black-robed old man left respectively. They knew that no one would bother Merlin during the next few days as that time would be the most crucial moment for him. In the following days, Merlin was indeed trying to prepare Edro potion. Even with the help of the Matrix, Merlin did not dare to relax. He tried his very best every time he prepared the potion. However, as Merlin had predicted previously, Merlin could complete all 300 steps without a single mistake with the help of the Matrix. However, he could not handle the fire well. Thus, he had failed in making the potion these few days and wasted 3 sets of potion materials. Luckily, Wizard Samir had given him an adequate number of potion materials. Even if he had wasted 3 sets, he was still left with 5 sets. Meanwhile, Merlin had accumulated more experiences after failing in the potion making, helping him to achieve a higher accuracy while handling the fire in his subsequent attempts. Therefore, Merlin actually benefited from the failure as well. The fire handling experience was Merlin's largest gain. Hiss hiss. Green smoke began to appear from Merlin's glassware. This was the final step. He had handled the fire really well. Only with a little more heating and an extreme caution in the fire handling, he would succeed in making Edro potion. Merlin stared at the potion in the glassware. Half a month had gone past since he failed in making the potion thrice. In the meantime, he had only 4 attempts to prepare it. This was his 7th time in preparing Edro potion. Merlin had handled the fire quite well. If he failed this time, only the last set of materials would be left. The potion in the glassware had turned into a viscous dark green liquid. Heating it with high temperature, the liquid kept boiling and small gas bubbles popped from it. After a moment, Merlin gradually stopped the heating and the potion in the glassware began to cool down. However, during the cooling process, the color of the potion changed. From dark green, it slowly turned into a strange green potion. Merlin was slightly elated by this progress. According to the hint written in the formula for Edro potion, the true Edro potion was in the form of green powder. The initially viscous potion had started to dry after cooling and finally became a pile of green powder. I finally did it. Merlin was relieved. According to his judgment, he had succeeded in making the potion, but he could only be sure after the potion was tested by the Matrix. The Matrix test if Edro potion is qualified. There were a few identifications meant to test a true Edro potion in the Edro potion formula, and Merlin had long recorded them in the Matrix. There would be no mistake with the test. Beep. Test completed. More than 99% probability that this is Edro potion. The result was finally out. Merlin heaved a long sigh. Since the probability was over 99%, it could almost confirm that he had made the true Edro potion in his 7th try. Almost a month's time. I believe that Wizard Samir has waited long enough. It's time to go out. Merlin was truly relieved. He kept the final set of potion materials for Edro potion. As it was extremely precious, Merlin would not return them to Wizard Samir like an idiot. Moreover, He was sure that Wizard Samir would not care about these potion materials. Creak. Merlin pushed the door open. At once, Wizard Burton and the black-robed old man heard the sound and quickly came to Merlin's room. Wizard Burton was feeling impatient as he quickly asked, "Wizard Merlin, how's the potion making?" Merlin smiled as he nodded. "Although it took me quite a while, I finally succeeded." Succeeded? A hint of elation flashed on the black-robed old man's face. "That's right. I indeed succeeded." Merlin reaffirmed his statement. Immediately, Wizard Burton and the old man could not help but heaved a long sigh. Although Merlin was the one who made the potion, this matter was, in fact, also related to their own lives, so they were more anxious than Merlin. "Oh right. Let's inform Wizard Samir quickly," the old man said in a low voice. Meanwhile, Merlin and Wizard Burton exchanged a glance. Merlin shook his head. "Do we need to ensure that Wizard Samir is already on his way here?" After saying that, Merlin took a knowing glance outside of the courtyard. Wizard Samir could have arranged for someone to monitor their actions. When Merlin came out of his room, that spy could have informed Wizard Samir. The old man fell silent. Following that, Merlin and others simply waited in silence. After a short moment, Wizard Samir rushed to their residence urgently. Just when he arrived in Wizard Burton's courtyard, he yelled even before seeing Merlin, "Wizard Merlin, how's the progress of potion making?" Merlin did not speak. Instead, he took out a transparent glassware from his ring. In the glassware was a pile of green powder. Upon seeing the potion in Merlin's hands, Wizard Samir's wizened face could not help but brimmed with surprise. In addition, both his hands were shaking slightly and were about to take the potion from Merlin. However, Merlin kept the potion back into his ring. With a calm tone, he said, "Wizard Samir, do you still remember your promise?" Chapter 187 Triple Construction. Chapter 187 Triple Construction. Promise. Wizard Samir went blank for a moment, then slapped his forehead as if he just remembered something. "I was too excited when I heard that you succeeded in making Edro potion, so I forgot all about it. I've bothered that old man for almost half a month, and even gave him my mithril alchemy technique in exchange for this 100 years ice bone marrow." "Swish," Wizard Samir said as he took a large sealed glass container from his ring. The thick glass container was the size of a washing basin and was completely sealed off. In it was a crystal clear, pale white ice. Merlin squinted his eyes. He had seen many glass containers such as this in the resource tower. Having such a delicate design, the thick glass containers were rare alchemy products. It would take at least hundreds of contribution points to exchange for them. The glass containers cost about the price of a normal casting tool. At this moment, the glass container was only used to contain a single piece of crystal. Without a doubt, that was the 100 years ice bone marrow which Merlin had yearned to have. Wizard Samir laughed. "This is the 100 years ice bone marrow. That old man has hidden this away for many decades like a precious treasure. If the old man hasn't longed for my mithril alchemy technique for quite some time, I'm afraid that he won't give this item to me easily. Wizard Samir, you can check if this is Edro potion." After seeing the 100 years ice bone marrow in Wizard Samir's hands, Merlin directly handed the freshly made Edro potion to Wizard Samir. Thereafter, Wizard Samir also handed the ice bone marrow to Merlin. Although the item was contained in a thick glass container, it still gave off a chilly aura. "Har har. This is indeed Edro potion." Suddenly, Wizard Samir laughed. He carefully checked the potion made by Merlin. The potion was no different than the description written in the potion formula. This was indeed Edro potion. However, the true effect of the potion could only be known until he had taken the potion. Wizard Samir seemed to get extremely impatient by now, so he kept the potion, and said to Merlin, "Wizard Merlin, I shall excuse myself to take this potion. After my spell models have stabilized, I'll visit you to deliver my thanks again." After saying that, Wizard Samir brought the alchemy creature with him and left rapidly. Wizard Burton and the black-robed old man both heaved a long sigh of relief. They congratulated Merlin. "Congratulations, Wizard Merlin." Even though they did not know what was the purpose of Merlin having the 100 years ice bone marrow, they realized that the item was extremely precious just by the looks of that exquisite glass container. Merlin glanced at the 100 years ice bone marrow in the container, stirred with excitement. Wizard Samir's matter was considered to be solved at this moment. He could finally begin to make phantasmal magic potion and blueberry potion to improve his mind power. Hence, Merlin explained briefly to the black-robed old man and Wizard Burton, then returned to his room to continue the potion making for his mind power. After a month, a smile surfaced on Merlin's face as he gazed upon the 7 potions which he successfully prepared. During this period, Merlin had been making potions non-stop. He had a total of 12 sets of potion materials for phantasmal magic potion, which resulted in 4 successful potions. On the other hand, he had a total of 9 sets of potion materials for blueberry potion, which resulted in 3 successful potions with a success rate of 30%. The effect of blueberry potion was slightly weaker than that of phantasmal magic potion, so he took the 3 blueberry potions beforehand. At once, his mind power surged. However, along with the continuous usage of the same potion, the effect of increasing mind power also gradually weakened. However, Merlin's mind power still rose by a large margin. Following that, Merlin planned his consumption of phantasmal magic potions. He believed that the effect would be much stronger than blueberry potions. Thus, in 4 days' time, Merlin took a bottle of phantasmal magic potion each day and his mind power rose at a rapid speed. His mind power had almost increased by 2-fold. There was an increase in quality as well. Merlin's current mind power had finally reached the maximum of a second level. There would not be any problem for Merlin to construct frigid ice or dark light realm. However, if he wanted to construct frigid ice and dark light realm at the same time, Merlin's mind power was still insufficient. The mind power needed for dark light realm was simply too much. With Merlin's current mind power, it would be fine for him to construct the spell, but it would be difficult for him to continue constructing frigid ice thereafter. Although frigid ice's spell model was complicated, the consumption of mind power was relatively lesser than that of dark light realm. If he constructed frigid ice, Merlin's mind power could even support 2 more forcible spells which were relatively simple to construct. Moreover, Merlin now possessed the 100 years ice bone marrow. Only after he constructed frigid ice, he could cultivate Pandora Demon ability with 100 years ice bone marrow. Therefore, without hesitating any longer, Merlin had come to a decision. He would construct frigid ice first. If he had mind power left, he would continue to construct the spell models of Wind of Freedom and Thunderlight Ball. When his mind power had reached the 3rd level in the future, Merlin would once again consider constructing Dark Light Realm. After all, Merlin was a 6-elemental spellcaster. Each of his spell model consumed a large amount of mind power. Besides, Merlin's spells were all forcible spells. The slightly complicated and stronger ones would take up a horrendous amount of mind power. The case was true for Dark Light Realm since the mind power it consumes would be enormous. Of course, Merlin's overall ability would rise significantly if he constructed Dark Light Realm. Merlin decided to construct frigid ice first, so he calmed himself and cleared his mind of chaotic thoughts. Thereafter, he immediately initiated the Matrix. The Matrix begin analyzing First-level spell, Frigid Ice. Beep. Mission created. Analysis begins. Merlin was long familiar with the process of reconstructing a brand new spell model by using the Matrix. Thus, with a series of instructions, Merlin finally chose the best spell model in terms of compatibility, stability, and power. Hence, an extremely complicated spell model quickly appeared in Merlin's head. Frigid Ice was a complicated spell to begin with. Other than Dark Light Realm, it was the most complicated spell Merlin had ever constructed amongst all other spells. Naturally, it contained immense power as well. To construct such a complicated spell, it would be an impossible task if he did not have strong mind power or the compatibility was not high. Even simulating the spell model in his awareness would bring him endless trouble. Luckily, Merlin had a strong mind power now and could completely support the construction of such a complicated spell, Frigid Ice. Moreover, he also possessed the spell model with the highest compatibility as analyzed by the Matrix. The most difficult part in constructing spell models to ordinary spellcasters was now a piece of cake to Merlin. Now, he only needed to keep calm, be patient, and slowly simulate Frigid Ice's spell model in his awareness. The simulation process had gone on for a long period. Almost 2 days had passed when Merlin's awareness suddenly quivered. At once, a brand new spell model appeared in his awareness. He had succeeded in constructing Frigid Ice's spell model. At the same time, Merlin felt a chill down his spine. He could clearly sense that Frigid Ice's spell model was frantically absorbing ice elements externally. Once the spell model had been constructed, it would automatically absorb the elements externally and turned the elements into magic power, which was stored in the spell model. However, the process took a long time, so Merlin used some ice elemental crystal stones to speed up the rate of magic power accumulation in the spell model. Following that, Merlin continued to construct the spell, Wind of Freedom. The mind power needed to construct Wind of Freedom was much lesser than that of Frigid Ice. Hence, Merlin simply took less than a day to construct it. In addition, his mind power appeared to be able to support more spell constructions. Finally, Merlin decided to construct Thunderlight Ball. Thunderlight Ball's spell model was about the same as Wind of Freedom. The mind power it required was far less than that of Frigid Ice, so Merlin still took less than a day to construct Thunderlight Ball's spell model. Merlin had continuously constructed 3 first-level spells. In his awareness, he now possessed the first-level spells Furious Flame, Wind of Freedom, Frigid Ice, Guardian Monument, and Thunderlight Ball. Amongst his 6 elemental spells, Merlin had already constructed 5 of them except for the last first-level spell, Dark Light Realm. Once he successfully constructed Dark Light Realm, Merlin would become a first-level spellcaster. He did not need to worry about getting expelled from the Dark Magic region as he could reach the conditions of the Dark Magic region. However, Dark Light Realm was simply too complex and required immense mind power. With Merlin's little mind power left, he had no way of constructing Dark Light Realm, so he continued improving his mind power. Merlin did a slight estimation of this matter. When his mind power had reached the 3rd level, he could construct Dark Light Realm confidently. For the time being, Merlin began to speed up the rate to increase magic power of his spell models with elemental crystal stones. After the magic power of the spell models could support a dozen casts at once, Merlin finally stopped utilizing the elemental crystal stones. After all, the consumption was too much to handle if he kept increasing his magic power with elemental crystal stones. Meanwhile, he could release a dozen casts at once for each spell. This was sufficient to support Merlin in facing ordinary battles. Swoosh! A giant glass container suddenly appeared in Merlin's hands. In it was the 100 years ice bone marrow he had yearned for. Frigid ice is quite stable now. It's time to cultivate the demon ability, Glacial Finger. At this point in time, when he was about to cultivate Glacial Finger, Merlin was overwhelmed with excitement. He was nowhere this worked up when he constructed frigid ice and other spells. After a moment, Merlin took a deep breath to resume his calmness. Then, he opened the sealed lid on the glass container in a sudden motion. Once, a chilling aura leaked from the thick glass container like wisps of white smoke. Chapter 188 Fearsome Demon Ability. Chapter 188 Fearsome Demon Ability. Catchak. A chilly aura leaked from the thick glass container and created a layer of frost on the surface of the container. Even Merlin's fingers were frozen by it. Guardian Monument. Merlin was taken by surprise. He suddenly recalled that the 100 years ice bone marrow was a strange item. It could freeze anything once it was released. Merlin's finger was just slightly frozen by the chilly aura, but it had already gone numb and unable to move. After Guardian Monument had shrouded Merlin's entire body, the chilly aura continued to spread and rapidly froze Guardian Monument as well. It was more powerful than Merlin's large frost, as common spells such as Guardian Monument could not stop the freezing ability of the 100 years ice bone marrow. Once he realized that, Merlin quickly sealed the glass container, finally stopping the spread of the aura. For his finger, he cast Furious Flame to heat it for a long while to melt the ice crystals. However, Merlin's finger on his left hand was injured by the aura, and he had to rest for quite some time to recover. Such incredible or 100 years ice bone marrow. This is the real deal, Merlin mumbled in a low voice. Just a wisp of its aura was already fearsome. Merlin could not imagine cultivating Glacial Finger with it. However, before cultivating Glacial Finger, he would need to make some preparations. Merlin first used a sharp thorn to etch some strange signs on his right hand finger. It seemed to be an irregular hexagonal symbol. Since it was etched using a thorn, it appeared to be an obvious tattoo. After etching this strange symbol, he had to place his mind power on this strange symbol according to the requirement of cultivating Glacial Finger. Merlin was skilled at using mind power, so he immediately placed his mind power on the odd symbol. After Merlin had done it, he began to experience a strange yet indescribable sensation. He was sure that some changes had occurred to his finger due to this action. Thereafter, Merlin cast Frigid Ice. Catchak. Frigid ice rapidly froze Merlin's finger. Different from large frost, frigid ice contained ice poison. After Merlin's finger was frozen by frigid ice, the ice poison immediately spread into Merlin's body. However, a strange thing happened. Merlin clearly felt that the ice poison was blocked by a strange power in his finger. He inspected it carefully to find that it originated from the strange symbol that he had etched on his finger. This symbol, does it have a special power like the mysterious runes? Merlin had studied runology in the dark magic region, but it was too broad and complex. Even if the dark magic region was most specialized in runology, Merlin did not spend much time on the subject. At most, He knew a little of the common knowledge in runology. This mysterious rune was slightly similar to runology, but Merlin knew that this was no rune at all. It contained a special power and was an indispensable aspect in cultivating Pandora demon ability, Glacial Finger. Although the ice poison of frigid ice could not invade Merlin's body, the ice poison of 100 Years Ice bone marrow was more deadly than that of frigid ice. Thus, it was essential to use frigid ice for Glacial Finger to slightly counter the ice poison of the 100 Years Ice bone marrow. After his finger was frozen by frigid ice, Merlin immediately opened the lid to the glass container. Once, a chilly aura leaked from it. Merlin rapidly guided the aura to freeze his finger. The aura of the 100 Years Ice bone marrow was comparable to that of frigid ice, so both had to reach equilibrium, and allowed the ice bone marrow to be completely absorbed into his body. This was the cultivation process of Glacial Finger. The entire process was extremely lengthy since Merlin would have to release the chilly aura bit by bit. Every time he released the aura, he had to cast frigid ice a few times. Under the effect of the special symbol, Merlin's finger gradually turned into the color of a white ice crystal. Thereafter, he had to continue his cultivation until his finger had resumed its initial color, showing that he had successfully cultivated Glacial Finger. Of course, he would have only succeeded in the first stage of Glacial Finger. There was a succeeding second stage, but that required the help of some fourth-level spells. Merlin could not cultivate that stage in his current position. The cultivation process of Pandora demon ability, Glacial Finger, took too much effort. Merlin's mind power was highly concentrated every day in fear that he could have overcast frigid ice and broke his finger. On the other hand, the aura of 100 Years Ice bone marrow was too much to handle, and even the ice poison of frigid ice could not withstand it. Hence, he had to be focused at all times and maintained the balance between the two. 1 month had gone past, but Merlin's finger was still in a pale white color. Neither it had not turned into the color of ice crystals, nor had it resumed its initial color. If he wanted to cultivate Glacial Finger, he would need another 1 or 2 months. However, Merlin had already stopped his cultivation. There was still a large chunk of 100 Years Ice bone marrow left. If he released only a little of its aura every day, the volume of the item in the glass container would not decrease so drastically. Instead, the consumption of magic power in Merlin's frigid ice had taken a toll on him. It was not adequate to simply rely on the recovery rate of the spell model, so Merlin used elemental crystal stones to replenish his magic power. Hence, the ice elemental crystal stones in Merlin's ring had depleted after this month. Merlin could no longer replenish his magic power by using the elemental crystal stones, so he had no choice but to stop. It's been 2 months. The alkaline earth potions at Wizard Vladdy's place should be sold out by now. I may receive an abundance of elemental crystal stones from the sale. Merlin kept the 100 Years Ice bone marrow in his ring and glanced at his stiffened finger. Merlin then reached out his hand and pointed his finger at a decayed pine wood on the ground. Pandora demon ability, Glacial Finger. Soon after he finished his words, a wisp of translucent chili aura appeared from the pine wood on the ground. The wood was directly frozen. Catchak. Merlin lightly touched it, and the frozen pine wood broke into smithereens along with the ice crystal. Merlin took a deep breath. He was overwhelmed with shock. If that was a person, the person would suffer the same fate as the pine wood. Such fearsome ability, Glacial Finger. Who knows how much stronger this is than frigid ice. In addition, I haven't finished cultivating it. Should I finish the cultivation, how terrifying can this ability be? Merlin muttered, and stared unbelievably at his finger that had changed its color completely. Although he had expected that glacial finger would be extremely powerful, he was surprised at the strength shown by the unperfected ability. Let's test it more. Earth Guard. Merlin directly cast Earth Guard and an earth wall immediately appeared out of thin air. Merlin pointed his finger at the earth wall again. Kachak. Without surprise, the earth wall was frozen by the aura and was blasted into pieces. Guardian Monument. Merlin once again cast his forcible spell, Guardian Monument. When he used Glacial Finger once more, it was effective. Guardian Monument was frozen completed and directly broken into pieces. Glacial Finger actually uses the magic power in frost and in frigid ice. Merlin soon realized that he appeared to consume a large amount of magic power every time he cast Glacial Finger. Moreover, only the magic power in the spell models of frost and frigid ice would decrease, showing that Glacial Finger only consumed the magic power accumulated from ice elements. An ordinary Guardian Monument could not stand against the freezing effect of Glacial Finger at all. Merlin tried to increase the strength of his defensive spell, so he cast the strengthened version of Guardian Monument. Once, 6 gigantic monuments showed up in midair, brimming with bright light. This was the strengthened version of Guardian Monument and was infinitely similar to a second level spell. Pandora Demon Ability Glacial Finger. Merlin only pointed at the monuments. Instantaneously, Guardian Monument was frozen and blasted into pieces, turning into spots of light. Even the strengthened version of Guardian Monument could not block the freezing effect of Glacial Finger. Upon realizing this, Merlin's expression gradually turned grim. Guardian Monument. This time, Merlin cast the strengthened version of Guardian Monument via his enhancing casting tool. This was currently Merlin's strongest defensive spell. With the enhanced effect of his enhancing casting tool, the defensive ability of Guardian Monument came close to that of a third-level defensive spell. Pandora Demon Ability Glacial Finger. Merlin cast Glacial Finger again. Merlin put his entire effort into this cast. He clearly sensed that the magic power in frigid ice and frost was immediately cut down by half. However, Merlin could still take the impact after spending so much magic power. Kachak. It took a slightly longer time to freeze Guardian Monument that came close to third level spell. In the end, it was still frozen and blasted into pieces. Not even third level defensive spell can block it. Merlin's expression turned dark this time. He was taken aback by extreme shock. He had cast Guardian Monument with enhancing casting tool. Even Wizard Samir was unable to break through it, but Merlin's Glacial Finger could directly break it. Moreover, this was the unperfected Glacial Finger. To have such fearsome effect at this point, how terrifying would it be once it was perfected? Pandora Demon Ability. It's indeed similar to a demon's ability where it doesn't belong to a human. Most of the spellcasters don't even have such powerful ability. Merlin mumbled. He understood it clearly now. The Glacial Finger he obtained by chance was a fearsome ability. That was the reason it was called Pandora Demon Ability, a strong power that induced fear even in the heart of spellcasters. Chapter 189 An Ancient Monument. Chapter 189 An Ancient Monument. Merlin lowered his head and watched his finger turned into a faint white. His mind rushed with many thoughts. Glacial Finger was truly powerful, but it was not easy to cultivate. One had to meet many conditions beforehand. Wizard Hagar had reached Glacial Finger for a long time now, but he was still unable to fully cultivate the spell. The main reason was that he was already a first-level spellcaster when he first cultivated Glacial Finger. However, Wizard Hagar had not even constructed frigid ice. Furthermore, he was not as fortunate as Merlin, who was able to retrieve the 100 years ice bone marrow. In order to cultivate glacial finger, he would first have to construct the very complicated forcible spell, frigid ice. Then, he would have to obtain the precious 100 years bone marrow. Only then, he was able to meet the conditions to cultivate glacial finger. Due to a string of lucky coincidences, Merlin was able to cultivate glacial finger. Soon, Merlin walked out of the house. Cultivating glacial finger would require an extreme amount of magic power, and furthermore, he had very few ice-type elemental crystal stones left. His only option was to visit Wizard Vladdy. Wizard Vladdy. Merlin, who was dressed in a loose black robe, shouted as he reached Wizard Vladdy's house. Oh! The large doors burst open. Wizard Vladdy popped his head outside and upon seeing Merlin, gave a wide grin. He warmly invited Merlin in and whispered, "Wizard Merlin, who would have thought that even Wizard Samir couldn't help you?" Merlin realized from Wizard Vladdy's shocked expression that Wizard Vladdy surely knew Wizard Samir had looked for him. As he wanted to play it safe, Wizard Vladdy did not intervene. Even if he did intervene, it would not have helped Merlin very much. Merlin did not think much about the incident and instead said to Wizard Vladdy, "I haven't been back in 2 months. How's alkaline earth potion selling?" Wizard Vladdy nodded. Even though not many were sold in the past 2 months, the alkaline earth potion you've prepared has sold out. Deducting the material costs, we've made a profit of 6,850 elemental crystal stones. Once he finished speaking, Wizard Vladdy took out over 6,000 elemental crystal stones from his ring. Merlin nodded lightly. Most of the elemental crystals stones were earth-type, and what Merlin needed were ice-type elemental crystal stones. Hence, Merlin asked Wizard Vladdy, "Is it possible to exchange these elemental crystal stones to ice-type elemental crystal stones?" Ice-type elemental crystal stones. Wait here a minute, let me see how many of those I have. After searching for a moment, Wizard Vladdy looked up and said, "I only have 5,000 ice-type elemental crystal stones. Is that enough? If it isn't enough, I can exchange them at Sterling House. It would only take out a small percentage of interest, and you could exchange all of it to ice-type elemental crystal stones." There were many types of elemental crystal stones. Excluding the dark light-type elemental crystal stones, which were worth a little less, the other types were worth more or less the same, hence they could be exchanged easily. 5,000 ice-type elemental crystal stones should be enough. There's no need to exchange the others. Merlin asked Wizard Vladdy to take out the 5,000 ice-type elemental crystal stones and placed them in his ring. Wizard Vladdy then asked Merlin, "Wizard Merlin, there's still a demand for alkaline earth potion, just not as much as before. If you have the time, perhaps you can prepare more of it." Merlin hesitated for a moment. He had recently tried his best to cultivate Pandora Demon ability, Glacial Finger, and did not have enough mind power to prepare more alkaline earth potion. So, he shook his head and said, "I've been very busy lately, but let me see if I can prepare more alkaline earth potion." Wizard Vladdy's expression showed a hint of regret but did not continue to ask. So, Merlin turned to leave Wizard Vladdy's courtyard. Merlin had not walked very far. He had only reached Wizard Burton's courtyard when he noticed a familiar figure. "Wizard Samir." Merlin furrowed his eyebrows as he called out to the figure. Immediately, the alchemy creature on Wizard Samir's back turned around and stared intensely at Merlin. Wizard Samir looked delighted as he saw Merlin. "Wizard Merlin, how wonderful. I was just looking for you. Wizard Samir's face had a rosy complexion and looked much younger than before. However, Merlin knew this was his illusion. In fact, it seemed that Wizard Samir had very powerful mind power. It was clear that the Edro potion he had prepared had the ability to stabilize Wizard Samir's spell models. Wizard Samir, how's the effect of Edro potion? Merlin, too, had consumed Edro potion, but he was still unsure what the effects were. As soon as he mentioned Edro potion, Wizard Samir's face lit up. Edro potion has had great effects. All my spell models have been stabilized. However, I do have doubts. I accidentally found this portion of Edro potion in an ancient monument, and even though it has truly helped to stabilize the unstable spell models in my awareness, it doesn't completely eradicate the hidden dangers of the spell models. Merlin shook his head. In order to completely eradicate the hidden dangers of the spell models, one would have to carefully reconstruct the spell models anew. Otherwise, even the best potions would not work. It was just like the black-robed old man, who used purple stone powder potion to temporarily stabilize his spell models. Without completely reconstructing the spell models, he would never be able to become a first-level spellcaster. In the case of the black-robed old man's purple stone powder potion, he would always have to consume many portions of the potion before his spell models were stabilized. However, Wizard Samir only required one portion of Edro potion before he felt its effects. Hence, in Merlin's opinion, it was good news that the potion could stabilize the spell models in his awareness. However, he could not believe that there was not a single potion in the world that could completely eradicate unstable spell models, and if that was true, how cautious could other spellcasters construct their spell models? However, it seemed that Wizard Samir was not always glad to be a third-level spellcaster. His eyes had an abnormal stare as he deepened his voice and said mysteriously, "Wizard Merlin, you have the strength of a third-level spellcaster, not to mention you're also very good at preparing potions. If I ever need to find any potions in the future, I'll look no further than you. So, I would like to offer you a brilliant opportunity. If you accept, you could receive rewards beyond your imagination." What opportunity? Merlin saw how mysterious Wizard Samir was and felt intrigued. An extremely ancient monument, if I'm not wrong. It was left behind from the Multer Empire over 3,600 years ago. An ancient monument from the Multer Empire. Merlin's expression changed slightly. The Multer Empire was recognized as the era where spellcasters were at their peak. During that period, there were many powerful spellcasters, be it potions, runology, or alchemy. A new level of excellence was developed in this era. However, as the Multer Empire collapsed overnight, the powerful spellcasters seemed to have disappeared, leaving only a few mentions in ancient books. It was truly a historical mystery. Some of these ancient monuments were established in the Multer Empire by powerful spellcasters. You would often find ancient potion formulas, alchemy methods, peculiar spells, casting tools, and more. As soon as an ancient monument was discovered, it would immediately attract the attention of many spellcasters. Wizard Samir saw Merlin's change in expression and smiled. "I knew you wouldn't object to an ancient monument from the Multer Empire. I shall bring you to meet a couple of my old friends, and we'll all go to the ancient monument together. I just need to mention a personal condition. I'm only looking for potions to stabilize spell models and potion formulas. You can have everything else we find. Why would you want me to come with you?" Merlin was unsure and hesitated before he asked. Wizard Samir was not secretive, and instead openly replied, "It's simple. I want a knowledgeable apothecary and a powerful spellcaster. In Floating City, there's only you who fits the criteria." Many thoughts ran through Merlin's mind as he carefully analyzed Wizard Samir's words. From what Wizard Samir had said, it seemed that he still had not given up the idea of completely eradicating the dangers of an unstable spell model and wanted to search for the solution in the ancient monument. After all, Edro potion was accidentally found in an ancient monument, hence Wizard Samir was not ready to give up the opportunity to search the ancient monument. It was because Merlin was a skilled apothecary and had the strength of a third-level spellcaster that he was chosen by Wizard Samir to come along and enter the ancient monument. Finally, Merlin asked Wizard Samir, "Is there any danger entering this ancient monument?" The ancient monuments were built thousands of years ago by the ancient powerful spellcasters. No one truly knows the dangers that lie within, but the rewards are greater than the risks. If you're too worried, you may pass on this opportunity. However, it would be such a shame. Wizard Samir stopped talking and waited for Merlin's final decision. The Molter Empire is the golden age for spellcasters. Since it's an ancient monument that has been discovered, why wouldn't I go? Merlin looked up with a smile. The ancient monument could be very dangerous, but Glacial Finger, which Merlin had constructed, was already very powerful. Merlin was entirely comparable to a third-level spellcaster. If the ancient monument really was dangerous, he knew he could protect himself. Hence, this was the real reason Merlin agreed to go to the ancient monument with Wizard Samir. Otherwise, it would be a pity to pass on the chance to enter a Molter Empire ancient monument. Relax, Wizard Merlin. I've entered many ancient monuments before. I don't think this one will be too dangerous. I'll introduce you to a couple of my friends, and then we shall enter the ancient monument together. Wizard Samir finished speaking and led the way as Merlin nodded his head and followed behind. Chapter 191 Strike. Chapter 191 Strike. After a few corners and turns, Merlin had followed Wizard Samir into a small alley. On the right side was a small door. This was Wizard Samir's residence. Merlin looked around the small courtyard. It would take quite a long time for anyone to find this hidden place, which was enough to show that Wizard Samir was, in fact, a very cautious person. They walked through the courtyard and came to a long blue stone corridor, which led to the living room. Although Wizard Samir's home was hidden, it was very spacious. "Wizard Merlin, please, come and meet my old friends in the living room," Wizard Samir said with a smile as he ushered Merlin in. Merlin nodded, and as he walked into the living room, he noticed 3 spellcasters sitting on the left side of the room. The 3 spellcasters wore black robes. One of them, in particular, had only one eye and a big bald head. He had a husky build and looked more like a fierce thug than a powerful spellcaster. "Hey, Samir. Is this the one you made us wait for?" the bald, one-eyed spellcaster sneered. Merlin felt fierce mind power from the 3 spellcasters directed at him as soon as he walked into the room. He frowned slightly as it was extremely rude to be immediately judged and examined through mind power. Oftentimes, actions like these could lead to a battle between 2 spellcasters. However, the 3 spellcasters, all third-level, knew Merlin was no more than an entrance-level spellcaster. Even if Wizard Samir had mentioned that Merlin could resist his attacks, the 3 spellcasters were still very suspicious. Wizard Samir nodded and said, "Yes, this is Wizard Merlin." "Wizard Merlin, allow me to introduce Wizard DeMarco, a third-level spellcaster." Wizard DeMarco was the name of the bald, one-eyed spellcaster. When he saw Merlin, he gave a disapproving look and sat back down in a huff. Merlin nodded lightly in acknowledgement as Wizard Samir gestured to another spellcaster, who had fair skin and looked like he was in his mid-30s. This is Wizard Bren. Wizard Merlin. You have very high attainments in potions, however, Wizard Bren has high attainments in alchemy. He even owns 2 alchemy creatures, Wizard Samir said as he kept a strange look in his eyes. Merlin followed his gaze and noticed 2 alchemy creatures next to Wizard Bren. However, these alchemy creatures were both extremely beautiful and sexy women, one of which even laid in the arms of Wizard Bren. Merlin shook his head in his heart. These alchemists were always so strange. It would be true that Wizard Bren held high attainments in alchemy, as most alchemists only had 1 alchemy creature, but Wizard Bren had 2. Some questionable handling would have gone into play, as even Wizard Samir only had 1 alchemy creature. And surprisingly, Wizard Samir gave a strange look when he introduced Wizard Bren. Merlin nodded his head and Wizard Samir introduced the final spellcaster. This is Wizard Reeson. Wizard Reeson looked like a third-level spellcaster and seemed the most ordinary amongst the spellcasters. He smiled and nodded lightly at Merlin. The 3 spellcasters that Wizard Samir had introduced were all third-level spellcasters. They had all formed a temporary coalition in the interest of preparing and entering an ancient monument with Wizard Samir. Samir says that you're a third-level spellcaster, but I don't believe it. However, little guy, if you can resist just 1 of my attacks and show us your strength, I'll agree to let you join us. Otherwise, it would be useless to just take Samir's word for it and let you join. The bald, one-eyed spellcaster, Wizard DeMarco, suddenly declared as he gave Merlin a sinister stare. Merlin glanced at Wizard Samir, who was expressionless as he stood aside. It seemed that this had already been discussed between them. Otherwise, they would not have even agreed to let Merlin join. Fine. Merlin's expression was calm, and his voice full of confidence. Har, Samir, would you look at that? You've left this poor entrance-level spellcaster helpless. It's ridiculous. Eye of the storm. Wizard DeMarco mocked him, and as his eyebrow twitched, a dramatic gust of wind element floated out from his body. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind appeared out of thin air. The wind was whirling non-stop, and a faint but visible eye was forming in the middle of it. The gust of wind whirled with incredible speed. It would be horrific to be strangled to death by it. This was a third-level spell, but it was not third-level spells that Merlin valued recently. Wizard DeMarco's Eye of the Storm was only restricted to a small area and had not destroyed the rest of the living room yet. This meant that Wizard DeMarco had terrific control of his spell. This was something that even Merlin could not do. DeMarco, who looked more like a thug than a spellcaster, had left Merlin in an awkward position. His incredible control would also mean that he had strong mind power as well. Otherwise, he would not have been able to control such a powerful spell. Guardian Monument. Merlin cast his spell in succession and placed 3 layers of the protective net in front of him. Finally, he used an enhancing casting tool to cast a strengthened version of Guardian Monument, which could match that of a defensive third-level spell. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The 3 common versions of Guardian Monument stood no chance against Eye of the Storm and were instantly struck down, leaving only Merlin's final line of defense. However, his last spell, the strengthened version of Guardian Monument, was comparable to that of a defensive third-level spell, and although Eye of the Storm was powerful, it could not destroy Merlin's final spell. Hence, Merlin was safe from eye of the storm. Sure enough, it's an enhancing casting tool. Merlin was able to cast the first-level spell, Guardian Monument, and even released the strength of a third-level spell. DeMarco and the other spellcasters revealed some intrigue. Wizard DeMarco shouted loudly, his face hid no greed. He exchanged glances with Wizard Samia, with slight fear in his eyes before finally breaking off Eye of the Storm. Not bad, but you're relying on an enhancing casting tool. You've barely qualified to join us in entering the ancient monument. Wizard DeMarco was a greedy spellcaster. His eyes could not hide his interest in Merlin's enhancing casting tool. Perhaps Wizard Samir had warned him before, and hence DeMarco ceased fire. Well, why don't we discuss how we plan on entering the ancient monument? Wizard DeMarco asked the others without even looking at Merlin. Everyone directed their attention to Wizard Samia. It was clear that they thought it was best that he oversaw this crusade and allowed him to make any suggestions on how to enter the ancient monument. Wizard DeMarco, I just blocked one of your attacks, and you don't even dare to take one of mine. Suddenly, Merlin raised his head fiercely and asked in a deep voice, "How are you challenging me, little guy?" Wizard DeMarco squinted slightly, and although his tone was calm, everyone could tell that he was now angry. Wizard Merlin, even am afraid of Wizard DeMarco's strength. You shouldn't take what just happened to heart. Wizard DeMarco was just testing your strength. He did not mean to be malicious. Wizard Samir's expression changed slightly as he explained hurriedly to Merlin. Wizard DeMarco, do you not dare to take on my attack. Merlin's tone was still calm, and did not heed the persuasion of Wizard Samir. Take on your attack, he. Do you really think you stand a chance against a third-level spellcaster, little guy? Unlike Wizard Samir, my darling is too fast, and you won't be able to escape even if you tried, Wizard DeMarco said with a menacing tone. Immediately, the weak-bodied alchemy creature on his back transformed and suddenly appeared before Merlin. It waved its sharp fists as it advanced toward Merlin. Stop, Wizard DeMarco. Wizard Samir saw DeMarco's alchemy creature advanced and allowed his own alchemy creature to come forward and defended Merlin from its attack. However, DeMarco's alchemy creature was too quick. Wizard Samir's alchemy creature could not react in time, and he could only watch as Merlin drowned in its quick attacks. He asked for it, Wizard Samir. If he wanted to provoke me, he should've been prepared for the consequences. Fire element began to seep through DeMarco's body. He was getting ready to cast his most powerful offensive spell, one that would surely kill Merlin. DeMarco's intention was to kill, and this was clear from the start. Unlike Wizard Samir, who needed Merlin to help him prepare potions, DeMarco was only interested in the powerful enhancing casting tool that Merlin possessed. Merlin was trapped by the alchemy creature's ceaseless blows, not to mention DeMarco's preparation for his powerful attack. Although Merlin's guardian monument could resist, it would not be enough. Merlin would unquestionably be killed. Wizard DeMarco had absolute self-confidence. Samir would not be fast enough to escape if he resisted the attack and allowed Merlin to flee. Once DeMarco cast his attack, it would be like a violent storm. The formidable attack would never give Merlin enough time to escape. Demon ability, Glacial Finger. Just like that, the shadow beneath the alchemy creature let out a cold yet calm voice. Crackle. The once fierce alchemy creature was now covered in ice crystals, which were already slowly beginning to crack. Instantly, the alchemy creature shattered into a million pieces as it fell to the ground. Is this? The fierce alchemy creature had completely disappeared without even a trace of blood. Besides the pieces of ice on the floor, everything was still very clean. However, the looks on the three spellcasters' faces had completely changed. Especially Wizard DeMarco, who stared at Merlin with a terrified look in his eyes. "Wizard DeMarco," I said, "just one strike." Merlin let out a slight smile as he slowly extended his finger and gently pointed at Wizard DeMarco. Chapter 191 Attack and Kill. Chapter 191 Attack and Kill. Wizard DeMarco saw Merlin's pale white finger, and his expression changed completely as fire element began to rise from his body. "Larva flames, go to hell." Wizard DeMarco immediately cast the third level spell, Larva Flames, and soon, the sky was filled with fiery red flames. It was as if a volcano had erupted as the flames hurled toward Merlin. Crackle, crackle. Merlin's face was completely calm, and with a single twitch of his finger, a translucent cold breeze flew out to retaliate the fiery red flames. At first, the flames were almost shapeless, but as they collided with the cold breeze, they instantly froze into pieces of ice crystals and came falling to the ground. It was more common that flames were more resistant to becoming ice crystals. It had to be a very strong ice-type spell in order to completely freeze the flames. This was also dependent on the difference of levels between the spells. For example, a third-level ice-type spell could easily freeze a first-level fire-type spell. Wizard DeMarco had cast a very powerful third-level fire-type spell. Once released, it was like a volcanic eruption, and the violent flames could engulf the opponent in an instant. However, even a strong third-level fire-type spell did not stand a chance against Merlin's glacial finger. It was essentially useless as the flames which filled the sky were quickly enveloped by the cold breeze, and instantly froze into ice crystals and came crashing to the ground. At the same time, the cold breeze also formed a white shadow and flew rapidly toward Wizard DeMarco. "No, this is impossible." Wizard DeMarco's face turned pale as he stumbled backward, away from the cold breeze that rushed toward him. He quickly cast a defensive earth-type spell. A khaki-colored light was emitted, and an endless volume of earth element gathered on his body as it formed a thick layer of armor to protect Wizard DeMarco. It was no less than Guardian Monument that Merlin had cast with the help of the enhancing casting tool. Wizard DeMarco seemed relieved after he cast a defensive third-level spell, but before he could fully relax, Merlin's glacial finger had reached him. Crackle! The cold breeze swiftly enveloped Wizard DeMarco and froze the thick earth element surrounding his body. This was just a defensive third-level spell, hence Wizard DeMarco still had some confidence. However, Merlin let out a slight grin. Although he had cultivated glacial finger, he had almost drained all his magic power for frigid ice and frost, but Merlin knew glacial finger was extremely powerful. "Split!" Merlin shouted, and immediately, the frozen earth element surrounding Wizard DeMarco began to crack open. His defense broke as the ice around him shattered. Wizard DeMarco expressed some pain. It seemed that even the blood that flowed in his body had frozen. As thick ice crystals began to form, his entire body had frozen too. "Stop, Wizard Merlin!" Wizard Samir shouted hurriedly as his eyes glared nervously at Merlin. However, Merlin shook his head. Merlin understood now that glacial finger was too powerful. Once one is frozen, a spellcaster's weak physical attributes meant that it was impossible to break through it. Crackle! Just like the alchemy creature, Wizard DeMarco's body began to freeze, cracked, and shattered on the ground into a million pieces. Wizard DeMarco was now dead. Wizard Samir and the other two third-level spellcasters stared at Merlin in horror. They could not believe what they just saw. Not even a third-level spellcaster could withstand a single blow from Merlin, who was an entrance-level spellcaster. They seemed impressed, especially as they had no clue what technique Merlin had used just then, but they knew for sure it was not a spell. Merlin was just an entrance-level spellcaster. There was no way he could construct a terrifying spell like that. Wizard Reason, who had treated Merlin with the most respect so far, gazed at the pile of ice crystals for a long time, and finally stared at Merlin's pale white finger as he whispered, "Demon ability." That was the legendary Pandora demon ability. Merlin looked up. He did not expect for this quiet, seemingly ordinary spellcaster to know about Pandora demon ability. Merlin had killed DeMarco because if he had not, DeMarco would have killed Merlin first. However, Merlin was still unsatisfied, mainly because he only wanted to impress the third-level spellcasters. Entering the ancient monument with the other spellcasters would not be as simple as now. Merlin had too many secrets, whether it was his enhancing casting tool or Pandora demon ability. Many spellcasters would desire them. Wizard DeMarco did not hide his greed for Merlin's enhancing casting tool. Wizard Samir, Wizard Bren, and even Wizard Reason, who had a slightly better attitude toward Merlin, would also be very intrigued in his casting tool. Perhaps they were not as eager as DeMarco, but it was very difficult to determine what would really happen once they entered the ancient monument. That was why Merlin had to cast Glacial Finger to kill DeMarco and prove himself worthy to the group. When Wizard DeMarco died, the third-level spellcasters were extremely envious of Merlin's Pandora demon ability. However, it was just pure jealousy. With Pandora demon ability, Merlin now stood on the same level as the third-level spellcasters. They would think twice before messing with him, and this was Merlin's plan all along. Now, as Wizard Samir and the others stared blankly at Merlin, he knew he had fulfilled his plan. Finally, Wizard Samir said, "I never would have thought that Wizard Merlin had cultivated the legendary Pandora demon ability." Wizard DeMarco only brought dishonor to himself. Wizard Samir's expression was uneasy and he felt remorseful. When he pressured Merlin 2 months ago, Merlin had not cultivated Pandora demon ability yet. However, Wizard Samir was also fortunate. If Merlin had successfully cultivated Pandora demon ability, then his fate would have been no different to that of Wizard DeMarco. Merlin listened quietly as Wizard Samir and the other spellcasters deliberated. He knew very little about ancient monuments and decided it was best if he did not interrupt. Finally, a decision was made. "How about we leave for the ancient monument in 10 days? After negotiating the more specific matters of entering the ancient monument, Wizard Samir confirmed the time of departure. Merlin nodded his head. "I have no objections, I can leave any time." Wizard Reason and Wizard Bren nodded in agreement as they all left Wizard Samir's house. Merlin, who was dressed in a black robe, had a faint cold breeze emitting from his body, warding off other spellcasters. This was a slight side effect he gotten from cultivating Glacial Finger. Merlin had no way of eradicating it. However, just as Merlin was about to reach Wizard Burton's courtyard, he stopped in his tracks. His expression sank as he turned sharply and extended the finger on his right hand, ready to strike with Glacial Finger. "Wizard Merlin, don't be mistaken, it's me." A spellcaster stepped out from a shadowed area. It was Wizard Reason, who had just been with Wizard Samir to negotiate the plans to enter the ancient monument. Merlin's heart sank. Although Wizard Reason seemed ordinary, he knew that Merlin's Glacial Finger was a Pandora demon ability. Even though Wizard Samir and Wizard Bren had heard of the Pandora demon ability, they did not have a thorough understanding of it as Wizard Reason did. Wizard Samir was a suspicious spellcaster, but his strength was only average. Meanwhile, Wizard Bren was powerful, but Wizard Merlin could see through him. The only thing Merlin was unsure of was Wizard Reason, who seemed so ordinary. Merlin finally realized that he was not as ordinary as he seemed. Merlin could sense the fluctuations of elements, and that was what warned him that someone had been following him. He did not expect for it to be Wizard Reason. He had followed Merlin all the way home, and managed to stay hidden in the shadows. Wizard Reason was clearly talented and unique. Wizard Reason, why have you followed me home? Merlin asked coldly. He stayed vigilant, ready to strike with glacial finger at any time. Wizard Reason smiled and shrugged. Don't be nervous, Wizard Merlin. I did not even bring my alchemy creature. How could I don't even dare battle against the horror of your Pandora demon ability. Merlin thought carefully. Wizard Reason had not brought along his alchemy creature. Most alchemists depended primarily on their alchemy creatures for their strength. Without bringing one, Wizard Reason could be truly sincere. However, Merlin did not let down his guard. He coldly replied, Wizard Reason, what's wrong? Why couldn't we speak at Wizard Samir's? Reason spoke with dignity as he whispered, I think you'll be interested in what I've to tell you. It's about the ancient monument, and it's something that even Wizard Samir and Wizard Bren don't know. Wizard Reason spoke mysteriously. This could have been important. Merlin pondered for a moment, and finally, he nodded. Since it's important, let's talk inside. Please come in, Wizard Reason. Merlin gave way and invited Wizard Reason inside. Chapter 192 Another Pandora Demon Ability. Chapter 192 Another Pandora Demon Ability. Wizard Reason, what is it that you couldn't tell Wizard Bren and Wizard Samir? Merlin asked as they both sat down. Reason looked intently at Merlin and whispered, they only know it's an ancient monument, but not what lies within. But I know. The most precious thing in there is not a potion, casting tool or spell, but a Pandora demon ability. Instead it was left behind by the powerful spellcasters from over 3,600 years ago. Another Pandora demon ability. Merlin was shocked and asked in confusion, how did you know that there would be a Pandora demon ability in the ancient monument? Many thoughts ran through Merlin's mind. The Pandora demon ability was a dark secret to keep, so one would have to keep it vigilantly. How could Wizard Reason share this secret so straightforwardly? This left Merlin very puzzled. I know there's a Pandora demon ability because I've entered this ancient monument before. Suddenly, Wizard Reason revealed the shocking news that he had already entered this ancient monument once before. Merlin did not look convinced, so Wizard Reason said, I entered the ancient monument 3 years ago. I was trapped for some time, but eventually escaped. In the ancient monument, I had found the Pandora demon ability. However, it was protected too powerfully, so I did not manage to retrieve it. This was extremely shocking news. Reason did not tell Wizard Samir or Wizard Bren of this, so Merlin was vigilant and coldly asked, if you knew about the Pandora demon ability, Wizard Reason, why didn't you enter the ancient monument alone and retrieve it yourself? Why have you told me about it? It's very simple. I can't retrieve the Pandora demon ability alone. You've no idea how powerful the defenses are in the ancient monument. A common third-level spellcaster would not stand a chance. Even I've prepared for the worst. However, you showed us the strength of your Pandora demon ability. It may be able to break down the defenses. When we get to the Pandora Demon ability, we'll share it without conflict. What do you think? Merlin hesitated for a moment before he lifted his head and replied with a smile, "Since you're so honest, how could I object? Har har, brilliant. We'll discuss the specifics in 10 days when we depart for the ancient monument," Wizard Reason said as he got up and left the courtyard. Merlin watched as Wizard Reason walked away. Merlin became more dignified as he coldly laughed. Wizard Reason has managed to keep such a deep and dark secret. He even hid it from Wizard Samir. Hopefully, he's being honest, and really does want my help in retrieving the Pandora Demon ability from the ancient monument. Otherwise, Merlin thought about it more, and as he did, the cold breeze around him got stronger. He lifted his pale white finger and observed it. He had cultivated Glacial Finger, which killed Wizard DeMarco today and made Wizard Samir and the others terrified of him. Furthermore, Merlin's Glacial Finger had not been completely cultivated yet. He would continue to cultivate Glacial Finger over the next 10 days and increased its strength. When the time came, whether it was the dangers of the ancient monument or if Wizard Reason was to back out of his agreement, Merlin would be able to protect himself. Hence, Merlin returned to his room. He used the elemental crystal stones that Wizard Vladi had given him and stayed up all night to madly cultivate Glacial Finger. Over the past few days, the number of spellcasters in Floating City had increased drastically. They all seemed to be in a rush as they hurried around. "Sister Elena, there are so many people in Floating City. Is it because of the ancient monument?" Two female spellcasters wearing blue robes with their hair in ponytails were speaking to each other. They looked stunned as they watched the streets of Floating City filled with rushing people. However, when spellcasters noticed the gold signet on the hems of their cuffs, they shifted slightly. This seemingly inconspicuous signet was in fact not as plain as it seemed. It represented one of the noblest spellcaster families in Floating City, the Delman clan. Some of these roaming wizards had come across members of such noble families before where they encountered unfavorable positions. Although the Delman clan was not considered particularly powerful, several of the most powerful families in Floating City had united to form a huge alliance. They worked together and created a formidable force. They even had a so-called law enforcement team. Of course, these law enforcement teams were only available in places where the families of Floating City could control. The powerful families had not yet gained control of places like this in the south of Floating City, hence, the situation was rather chaotic. Still, there were very few spellcasters who dared go against the powerful families of Floating City. Elena hesitated for a moment before she replied, "Maybe. A few days ago, the news of the ancient monument spread. These spellcasters must be preparing to enter the ancient monument." "Sister Elena, a few spellcasters have already entered the ancient monument. Brother Ken has already gone to look for Brother Glenn, and although he's just a second-level spellcaster, he's surely the most gifted in Fire City. What are we still doing here?" the other female spellcaster asked with a puzzled look on her face. Elena stopped in her tracks and hesitated. Glenn is very powerful. However, the dangers that lie within the ancient monument are unpredictable. If the news I received from Vladi that the wizard Merlin he encountered is the same wizard Merlin that I encountered, we may have a better grasp of the ancient monument. The genius 6 elemental spell caster you met in the dark magic region. There are so many spell casters in Floating City. Perhaps it's just a coincidence that they both have the same name. The 6th elemental spell caster has not even become a first level spell caster yet. How remarkable could he be? He's nothing compared to Brother Glenn, let alone Brother Ken. Elena shook her head and explained no further. She looked up and saw a courtyard. It seemed like the one Wizard Vladdy had mentioned, where Wizard Merlin lived. Thus, Elena walked through the courtyard. In the middle of the courtyard, there were the black-robed old man and Wizard Burton. Around them floated fluctuations of elements. The black-robed old man had consumed the purple stone powder potion for a long time now. He felt his spell models had stabilized, and so he sought out Wizard Burton to try out his spells. After a few trials, Wizard Burton nodded and grinned. "Not bad, Hill. It looks like the spell models in your awareness have finally stabilized. You shouldn't have to consume any more purple stone powder potion. However, you're unable to construct any new spell models." Wizard Burton shook his head and felt sympathetic. The black-robed old man and Wizard Burton had been through thick and thin together. Wizard Burton was a first-level spellcaster and alchemist with hopes of one day becoming a second- or third-level spellcaster. However, the black-robed old man would never be able to become a first-level spellcaster. I'm just grateful to have lived for so long. It's not such a great loss that I may never construct new spell models. The black-robed man laughed casually. He had completely let go of the idea that he may never construct new spell models, and was not fussed about it either. Suddenly, the black-robed old man and Wizard Burton realized the two strangers who had entered the courtyard. "Who are you two?" the black-robed old man asked immediately, and remained vigilant. Wizard Burton noticed the robes that the two female wizards wore, and his heart skipped a beat. He smiled and asked, "Are you wizards from the Delman clan?" The younger female wizard held her head high as she responded, "Yes, we're from the Delman clan. My name is Simi and this is my sister, Elena." Elena nodded and asked Wizard Burton, "We're looking for a wizard named Merlin. Is he around?" "Why are you looking for Merlin?" the black-robed man asked nervously. Elena smiled warmly and said, "You both don't need to worry. If he's around, may you please ask him to come out and meet me." The black-robed man furrowed his eyebrows. He let down his guard as the two female wizards did not seem like a threat. However, he still shook his head. "Wizard Merlin has urged us not to allow any visitors. He doesn't want to be disturbed right now. No visitors." Elena looked around. Finally, she took a deep breath and shouted, "Wizard Merlin, I'm Elena from the dark magic region. If you remember me, please come and meet me." Her voice was loud, and it echoed around the entire courtyard. They waited for a moment, but there was no response. Elena shook her head, and her face showed a hint of disappointment. This Wizard Merlin could not be the same Wizard Merlin that she had met. "It seems like we've mistaken. Sorry for disturbing you," Elena said to the black-robed old man and Wizard Burton as she turned to leave with the other female wizard. "Wizard Elena, you just got here. Why the hurry to leave?" The door in the courtyard suddenly opened and out came a familiar figure. Chapter 193 The Spellcaster Clan. Chapter 193 The Spellcaster Clan. "Wizard Merlin, is that you?" Elena looked at the familiar figure and smiled with glee. Elena walked right up to Merlin to get a closer look and let out a deep sigh. "Wizard Merlin, you're really impressive. You arrived in the dark magic region as a 6-elemental spellcaster and really shocked us. Now, you've become a famous apothecary in Floating City. Although it was known by the public that Wizard Vladdy had prepared the potions, it was no absolute secret that Merlin had, in fact, prepared them. Furthermore, Wizard Vladdy knew many spellcasters in Floating City and surely had told them the truth. Perhaps Wizard Vladdy had inadvertently revealed this to one or two people, but soon, the alkaline earth potion prepared by the mysterious wizard Merlin took Floating City by storm. Elena had heard this rumor and decided to investigate this herself. Was this the same wizard Merlin she knew from the dark magic region? Merlin could not help but laugh, and did not give an explanation. He knew Elena's clan was here in Floating City, but since he arrived, he had been too busy preparing potions and completely forgot about looking for Elena in the Delman clan. Yes, Wizard Elena, do you come with news from the dark magic region? How is it there? Merlin had left for a few months now, but he tried to keep up with news from the dark magic region. However, he only interacted with a few roaming wizards. How could he have known what went on in the dark magic region? Now that he had bumped into Elena, who was from a spellcaster clan, perhaps she came with some news. The dark magic region. Elena felt a little hesitant as she looked over at the black-robed old man and Wizard Burton. Merlin understood, and he invited Elena and Simi into his room. In the room, the young wizard Simi watched Merlin with intrigue, unsure what to think of him. Merlin took a quick look at her but did not think much of it. He asked Elena, "Wizard Elena, do you not have news from the dark magic region?" Elena shifted slightly and whispered, "I do have news. The dark magic region has joined forces with Fire City, Abyss Fort, Ashes region, and other large spellcasters organizations with their individual regions to fiercely block the people of Osmu. I heard the battle was terrifying. The dark magic region and other spellcasters organizations were determined to cut off any spellcasters organizations that Osmu had gotten hold of. Osmu may be strong, but they had made too many enemies and couldn't waste their strength. Hence, under these circumstances, Osmu is still at a disadvantage. We may be able to return to the dark magic region soon." Merlin nodded. Wizard Leo had mentioned that they could return within a year's time. It seemed like this would be true. News as secretive as this could be reached by wizards of powerful clans such as the Delman clan. Common roaming wizards would not have heard this news, let alone a few spellcasters organizations. It was best not to spread that one knew this secret. Upon hearing that the dark magic region was still safe, Merlin let out a deep breath and felt relieved. He had finally constructed 5 spells, and although his mind power was increasing slowly, he had a high-level mind meditation spell and a few mind power potions. He would be able to reach the mind power of a third-level spellcaster in less than half a year. When the time comes, he would construct the final first-level spell, Dark Light Realm, without difficulty. He could already foresee becoming a first-level spellcaster as long as the dark magic region was safe and sound. He could finally become an official member of the dark magic region and could use the wide range of resources available there. "Your wizard Merlin's sister Elena says you're really amazing. Is it true that you're a 6-elemental spellcaster?" Suddenly, the wittied female wizard asked Merlin as she gazed at him with intrigue. "Simi." Elena furrowed her eyebrows as she shouted, "Wizard Merlin, my apologies. This is my little sister, Simi. She's just being funny." Merlin looked at Simi, who reminded him of Lord Selen's daughter, Shelley from Prakash City. She would always ask Merlin how strong he was or whether he could beat her brother, Cook. Merlin smiled humbly and said, "It isn't that impressive." After a moment, Merlin finally asked, "Well, Wizard Elena, what brings you here today?" Elena heard Merlin's question and hesitated for a moment. Simi, the female wizard who stood on the side, replied, "Wizard Merlin, Sister Elena made a special trip to invite you to the Delman clan as a guest. Will you accept her invitation?" A guest? Merlin could not help but smile. He knew Elena surely had something to say, perhaps she did not know how to put it delicately. Merlin had spent the last few days tirelessly cultivating glacial finger. It had already been 9 days, and tomorrow he would meet with Wizard Samir to enter the ancient monument. His glacial finger had only changed slightly in color and had not returned to its original form. It was only his finger that had changed color. It was clear that it was still not enough, even though Merlin had spent many days cultivating glacial finger. It would take at least a month before he could completely cultivate glacial finger. Elena glared at Simi. She did not think that Simi, who was usually very quiet, would be so quick-witted. However, as long as Merlin accepted their invitation, she could have a discussion with Ken. Elena would consider this trip a success. Hence, Elena let out a slight grin and said, "Wizard Merlin, please. Well, leave immediately." Merlin nodded and headed out of the house to inform the black-robed old man and Wizard Burton that he would be leaving with Elena to the Delman clan. Elena walked as if she had a lot on her mind, but Merlin did not notice it. He walked beside Simi, who constantly badgered him with questions, mostly about the dark magic region. He answered her questions simply and in turn found out more about the Delman clan. The Delman clan was a typical example of a spellcaster clan. However, not all clan members had the spellcaster quality. Although Simi and Elena were sisters, they did not share the same mother. Their father had over 30 wives, so naturally, he bred an unimaginable number of children. Hence, with a huge number of children, the Delman clan possessed enough descendants with a spellcaster quality. Merlin thought about his own 2 children, Conchin and Celier. He wondered whether they would possess the spellcaster quality, and if so, he would bring them up to be spellcasters. One day, the Wilson family could also become a spellcaster clan. However, after realizing that the Delman clan kept the method of producing enough offspring in order to have enough spellcasters, Merlin completely dispelled the idea of making the Wilson family a spellcaster clan. The medium-sized Delman clan formed today was the result of hundreds of thousands of years of expansion. With such profound heritage, there were many clan members in the Delman clan, all spread across different spellcasters organizations. For example, Elena could smoothly join the dark magic region using the tokens the clan had obtained. The others joined organizations such as Fire City and Abyss Fort. Some were even able to join the prestigious and powerful Sterling House. This was how the clan was able to build a network and flourished. Of course, this required a lot of resources such as tokens to join the dark magic region. The Delman clan would have spent a lot in order to achieve such greatness. Hence, clan members who were naturally gifted and possessed the spellcaster quality allowed the clan to stand out amongst the rest. With their wide variety of resources, the Delman clan was able to flourish quickly. Without the spellcaster quality, it would be like Lorinker, who was sent away by the dark magic region. When she returned to her clan, she would be refused any resources. This was how most spellcaster clans operated. However, there were some clans, ones that were similar to spellcasters' organizations, did not have to depend on such methods to prolong the clan. There were too few clans that were similar to spellcasters' organizations. It did not matter that the spellcaster clans had formed an alliance, they would never be compared to spellcasters' organizations. This was because they did not control enough resources and did not possess essential knowledge inheritance. For example, the more extensive and complete spells, comprehensive potions, mysterious and powerful runology, and more, these were not things that powerful clans could possess just because they were united. Only spellcasters' organizations were able to possess such extensive knowledge inheritance, which made it the true core of a spellcaster's organization. Wizard Merlin, we're here. Suddenly, Elena, who was too focused on hurrying back, stopped in her tracks and pointed at a huge building in ahead. This was the Delman clan. Chapter 194 Wizard Glen. Chapter 194 Wizard Glen. It was Merlin's first time visiting a spellcaster clan. The clusters of the buildings that belonged to the Delman clan were completely different compared to the towers in the dark magic region. There were many low houses in the area. In addition, every cluster of buildings was wide and spacious. There were even some potion materials planted around the houses. The clusters spread out in a net-like formation resembling that of a spider web. The buildings Merlin saw on his way were only situated in the outer area of the Delman clan. Wizard Merlin, let's go, Elena said to Merlin and brought him to the front door. Simi and Elena raised their hands and some runes appeared on the golden-laced marking of their sleeves. Following that, a strange fluctuation appeared out of nowhere. To Merlin's astonishment, there was also runic magic circles set up at the front door. However, the runic magic circles were not powerful. Merlin could faintly sense that any first level spell could easily break through it. It could not be compared to the runic magic circles that surrounded the entire dark magic region at all. After all, the runic magic circles in the dark magic region was set up personally by the great wizard Fidel. The Delman clan did not possess such a powerful spellcaster. Upon entering the Delman clan, Merlin saw many spellcasters walking about. When some saw Elena, they would greet her politely. He noticed that some spellcasters were not powerful at all. Some had only constructed 1 or 2 spells. Along the way, Merlin did not even see a first-level spellcaster that belonged to the Delman clan. Merlin could not help but ask, Wizard Elena, your clan is in Floating City, so it's supposed to be a large spellcaster clan. But why haven't I seen even a first-level spellcaster along the way? First-level spellcaster. Elena paused and shot a strange look at Merlin. Then, she showed a bitter smile. Wizard Merlin, I think you're comparing the dark magic region with my clan. There are countless first-level spellcasters in the dark magic region, but how many spellcaster clans can be compared to a spellcaster's organization? In fact, as long as you become a first-level spellcaster, you'll attain a high status in the clan. I haven't become a first-level spellcaster yet, but I still have the chance to become one after I entered the dark magic region. That's why I currently have a high social status in the clan, and my clan emphasizes my training. Having said that, how much does my talent amount to in the dark magic region? After hearing Elena's explanation, Merlin wore a thoughtful look. Indeed, Elena's quality was not particularly excellent in the dark magic region. If that was not the case, she would not have been sent to Wizard Leo's tower. Even so, Elena still had a high status in the Delman clan as she stood a chance to become a first-level spellcaster. In the Delman family, there were more Nornese clansmen who did not even stand a chance at all. Merlin then thought about roaming wizards. It was already considered lucky for one roaming wizard amongst 100 to become a first-level spellcaster. Merlin was in the dark magic region before, then came to Floating City. He had seen many roaming wizards who all seemed to be first-level spellcasters. Some roaming wizards like Wizard Samir, Wizard Bren, Wizard Reeson, and the others were in fact third-level spellcasters. Merlin had met so many spellcasters of first level to third level, causing him to have the misconception that it was common to have first level spellcasters anywhere. In reality, even in the case of the Delman clan, anyone who was a first level spellcaster was an important figure in the clan. In addition, Floating City was the place where many roaming wizards gathered for trading from all over. Those who could visit Floating City were considered the more powerful ones amongst roaming wizards. Wizard Merlin, please come in. Merlin raised his head and realized that he had arrived in front of a quiet and secluded house. The house was neat and clean. There seemed to be a faint aroma in the air. Elena and Merlin sat across each other and the atmosphere slowly turned grim. Even Simi, who could not stop chattering, also became silent. Merlin gave a small smile, knowing that Elena was about to talk about the serious matter. He knew that Elena would not invite him to the Delman clan just to be a guest. Wizard Elena, let's be frank. Merlin spoke softly. Elena took a glance at Simi, then said in a heavy tone, Simi, do me a favor and check whether Ken is back in the clan. Simi seemed unwilling to do so, but she did not dare to speak against Elena. Thus, she stood up and left the house. Merlin thought it was strange. What could have made Elena so cautious? Wizard Merlin, I indeed have something to discuss with you this time. You'll definitely benefit from this talk. Oh, what's that? Merlin's expression turned serious as well. Elena lowered her voice. Have Wizard Merlin heard about the ancient monument? Ancient monument? You're talking about the monument left behind by ancient spellcasters. Merlin showed a strange expression. Could it be that Elena found the ancient monument as well? Elena nodded. That's right. It's a monument left by the ancient and strong spellcasters. Since Wizard Merlin knows about the ancient monument, then you should understand its worth as well. Moreover, this is the ancient monument left from the time of the Multer Empire 3,600 years ago. I believe there'll be many wonderful spells, casting tools, or rare potion materials left behind in that monument, which was from the most glorious age of spellcasters. I have an accurate piece of information about the ancient monument and know about its exact location as well. I brought you here to invite you to explore the ancient monument with us. After Elena finished her words, she set her gaze at Merlin and patiently waited for his answer. Upon hearing the information about the ancient monument, Merlin became more confused. The ancient monument from 3,600 years ago. Won't it be such a coincidence for two ancient monuments to appear at once? Merlin immediately thought of his promise with Wizard Samir and the others. They would go to the ancient monument left behind from the time of Multer Empire. Elena, where exactly is the ancient monument that you speak of? Merlin wanted to know if it was the ancient monument Wizard Samir and the others wanted to enter. If it was the same, the information regarding the ancient monument had been leaked. The exact location of the ancient monument is at. When Elena was about to explain in detail, an unfamiliar male voice rang from outside the door. If Wizard Merlin can join us, we'll surely tell you the exact location of the ancient monument. Ken. The door was pushed open and a spellcaster with long brown hair stood outside. Sister Elena, Brother Ken just came back, so I wasn't able to inform you in time. Simi glanced at Elena carefully and said in a soft voice. Elena frowned slightly but soon recovered. She said to Ken, Ken, let me introduce you. This is... However, Ken directly waved his hands. He set his gaze on Merlin, then said in a low voice, "You don't have to. I know that he's Merlin, the sixth elemental spellcaster in the dark magic region. He's also the genius you've always spoken of, Elena." After a pause, Ken raised his head and spoke in a loud voice, "Elena, the matter regarding the ancient monument is important. How can you tell others about the information when I'm not around? Sixth elemental spellcaster of the dark magic region is indeed a prodigy, but how can he compare to Glenn?" Right after Ken finished his words, a tall figure immediately appeared behind him. His entire figure was cloaked under a red robe. As soon as this tall spellcaster in a red robe appeared, Merlin instantly sensed his scorching presence. It was as if the tall spellcaster was a ball of flames. "Glenn, it's, of course, excellent for you to join us. But if Wizard Merlin joins us as well, we'll have more assurance in entering the ancient monument this time." Upon seeing the arrival of the red-robed wizard, Elena said calmly with a rather complicated expression, "He's from Fire City." Merlin shot his gaze toward the red-robed wizard as well. He wore a robe that had runes etched on it. Merlin had seen robes like his before in the dark magic region. It was the robe for the official members of Fire City. Fire City and the dark magic region were both small-skilled spellcasters organizations. They had even joined forces to chase after those from Osmu this time around. Relative to the competition between the dark magic region and Abyss Fort, Fire City was too far away from the dark magic region, hence did not have many conflicts of interest with the dark magic region. It was Merlin's first time meeting a spellcaster from Fire City as well. Elena appeared rather awkward, but she soon recovered. She immediately introduced the newcomers to Merlin. "Wizard Merlin, this is one of the most outstanding prodigy spellcasters in the Delman clan. Wizard Glenn. Glenn is the official member of Fire City, and he's also a 4-elemental second-level spellcaster." It turned out that Glenn was a 4-elemental second-level spellcaster. It was unsurprising that he was one of the most excellent prodigies in the Delman clan. However, Wizard Ken quickly added, "If Fire City did not join forces with the dark magic region this time, Glenn will be preparing to construct third-level spells. He's not far from becoming a third-level spellcaster." As compared to the excitement shown by Wizard Ken, Glenn reacted rather calmly to the compliments. He walked into the house and nodded slightly to Merlin. With a calm voice, he said, "I've heard about you from Elena. You're the 6th elemental spellcaster who just joined the dark magic region and have defeated some first-level spellcasters during the conference. I'm not so familiar with the dark magic region, but I've met Clays once. He was a 5-elemental spellcaster back then and hadn't become an official member of the dark magic region yet. Tusk. So many years have passed. He has become the most unique prodigy in the dark magic region, but betrayed it and turned to Osmu in the end. What a pity." Wizard Glenn shook his head and put on a regretful expression. After saying that, Wizard Glenn stared at Merlin. Then he said to Elena, "Elena, tell Wizard Merlin about the information regarding the ancient monument. The news has spread throughout the entire floating city. Every spellcaster knows about it by now. There's nothing to be kept secret about. Spread throughout the entire floating city." Merlin's expression changed. If this was the monument Wizard Samir and the group was going, he thought that things were turning for the worse. Upon thinking about this, Merlin raised his head and looked at Elena. He was prepared to listen to the information of the ancient monument attentively. Chapter 195 The Spread of Information. Chapter 195 The Spread of Information. Merlin attentively listened to Eleanor's introduction of the ancient monument. The more he listened, the darker his expression became. Although he did not know the exact location of the ancient monument Wizard Samir and the group was going, he had heard some descriptions of the place. The situation of the ancient monument as explained by Eleanor was almost the same as what was told by Wizard Samir. This confirmed that the information regarding the ancient monument had spread throughout Floating City. How is it, Wizard Merlin? It may be dangerous in the ancient monument, but we should be able to overcome many dangerous situations with my ability. We'll benefit a lot from this. Wizard Glenn squinted his eyes and his lips quirked into a smile. He appeared to be confident. Swoosh! Suddenly, Merlin stood up and shook his head. Wizard Glenn, Eleanor, I have some matters to attend to. I'll excuse myself first. As for the matter of the ancient monument, I think I'll pass. After saying that, Merlin directly left the house, leaving behind a group of spellcasters in the room. The atmosphere was extremely grim. The smile on Wizard Glenn's face was frozen in place and his expression showed a hint of embarrassment. Hee, Eleanor, the prodigy you talked about all day doesn't even dare to enter the ancient monument. Har. Wizard Ken shot a glance at Eleanor and his words carried a mocking tone. Meanwhile, Eleanor's expression was rather dark. She ignored Wizard Ken's mocking statement. Eleanor's gaze revealed a hint of confusion. She thought that Merlin would gladly agree to enter the ancient monument. Little did she expect Merlin to immediately reject her and leave. Wizard Glenn soon recovered from the shock. He took a thoughtful glance at Merlin's back, then spoke in a low voice. Doesn't matter. We won't force him. 6 elemental spellcaster, he's far inferior to Clay's. Such a cowardly attitude will never make him a forcible spellcaster. I can protect the 3 of us just fine in the ancient monument. It's more appropriate to have one less person. Looking at Wizard Glenn's dark expression, Eleanor opened her mouth. She knew Glenn's character well. Glenn must be furious at Merlin at the moment. However, Eleanor only ended up opening her mouth with no words coming out from her. She stared at the direction where Merlin left with a complicated look. After Merlin left the Delman clan, he wore a rather dark expression. He raised his head to look at the booming, floating city, and multiple thoughts crossed his mind. Since the information about the ancient monument had been leaked, Wizard Samir and his group had lost the upper hands in this matter. He would need to discuss this matter with Samir as soon as possible. Upon thinking that, Merlin headed directly to Wizard Samir's residence. Soon, Merlin arrived at his destination. As soon as he stepped into the courtyard, Merlin could not help but yelled urgently, Wizard Samir, things are bad. Wizard Merlin, you came right on time. We're about to look for you. Merlin saw Wizard Samir, Wizard Bren, and Wizard Reason from the courtyard. These 3 were surprisingly gathered at Wizard Samir's residence. Why are you here? Merlin shot his gaze at Wizard Bren and Wizard Reason. When his gaze fell on Wizard Reason, his glance paused slightly. Wizard Merlin, what do you mean by bad earlier? Wizard Samir did not answer directly, but instead, he asked Merlin. Merlin thought for a moment, and finally replied, the information about the ancient monument has spread throughout Floating City. I'm not sure if Wizard Samir is aware of that. Oh, Wizard Merlin, you came at the right time. Wizard Bren and Wizard Reason rushed here today for this matter as well. It turned out that Wizard Bren and Wizard Reason came to Wizard Samir's for the same reason as him. Following that, the 4 went to the living room and discussed the spread of information regarding the ancient monument in detail. Wizard Samir spoke first. The information of the ancient monument has leaked since some time ago. Only a few of us knew about this information, but I reckon no one will leak the information. Then, only one possibility is left. Other spellcasters have found the ancient monument incidentally. In fact, it was easy to understand this matter. No matter what Merlin and the others were planning to do, they would definitely not leak the information. Meanwhile, since the ancient monument was found by Wizard Reason, other spellcasters could have found the ancient monument as well. Thus, the spread of information was not absolutely impossible. It was not important whether who had spread the news around. Rather, the actions of Merlin and the others in face of this situation were more crucial at this moment. Everyone, let's talk about it. What should we do now? Wizard Samir asked in a heavy tone as he scanned across the room. What can we do? Although the spread of information regarding the ancient monument has caused some disadvantages for us, the situation is not bleak. With our abilities, it's a piece of cake to enter the ancient monument. Who dares to fight us? Whoever that comes our way, we'll kill them. Wizard Bren let out a smirk and his tone was rather intimidating. Even the alchemy creatures in a great shape behind him had adopted a cold attitude with his words. They released an intimidating aura, faintly forming a sense of pressure around them. Wizard Reason glanced at Wizard Bren and nodded. He said in a calm tone, "That's right. With our abilities, who dares to fight us? When we join forces we must enter the ancient monument and we must be quick. Even without having the upper hand, we should fall behind, too. Otherwise, even if the danger in the ancient monument cannot be easily overcome by ordinary spellcasters, some roaming wizards might just be lucky enough to infiltrate the deeper region of the ancient monument. It'll be bad when that really happens." By now, some spellcasters had definitely entered the ancient monument. Some of them could have the luck and avoided the danger zones in the ancient monument. When they reached the deeper region of the ancient monument, they would take all spells, casting tools, and potions. Although there was a sense of urgency in Wizard Reason's tone, Merlin noticed the calm composure hidden deep in Reason's eyes. This showed that Pandora demon ability which Wizard Reason cared most about could be safe. In other words, the place where the Pandora demon ability was located could not be found easily by ordinary spellcasters. Wizard Merlin, what do you think? Wizard Samir looked at Merlin once again. Since the last time Merlin used his glacial finger and killed the powerful Wizard DeMarco in an instant, Merlin had an important role in the small group. Wizard Samir and the others had completely acknowledged Merlin as their equal. Merlin thought for a moment and shook his head slightly. "I think the situation is quite bad. The information has been leaked for some days. Some spellcasters of 4th level and above may have gone there by now. Although we have 3 3rd-level spellcasters in the group, our abilities are still slightly inferior to those of 4th level and 5th level spellcasters." Ever since Merlin knew about the spread of information, he had been weighed down by worries. He thought that the situation was terrible. If the ancient monument had attracted the attention of 4th level spellcasters, their advantage would become less apparent. Merlin even began to imagine the scene where powerful spellcasters of 4th level or 5th level fighting frantically for Pandora demon ability in the ancient monument. However, after Merlin had finished his words, he raised his head to find Wizard Samir and the others giving him strange stares. "Is something wrong? Isn't our situation quite bad?" Merlin frowned. He did not understand why the others would have such strange looks. After a long moment, Wizard Samir seemed to think of something and came to a sudden realization. He shook his head slightly and wore a bitter smile. Wizard Merlin, how many 4th-level spellcasters do you think there are in Floating City? Those spellcaster clans have one powerful 4th-level spellcaster at most. In addition, Sterling House in Floating City, albeit strong, was only a branch of the organization. Sterling House also has a rule to follow: they never send spellcasters into an ancient monument. They can only buy things from spellcasters who risked their lives in the ancient monument with a fortune. Other than Sterling House, the rest are roaming wizards. Wizard Merlin, you may have come from a spellcasters organization and don't know about the real situation of roaming wizards. It's extremely difficult to reach 3rd level for roaming wizards. Wizard Bran, Wizard Reason, and I are considered to be a handful of the strongest roaming wizards in Floating City. I've never seen a roaming wizard of 4th level and above in Floating City during all my years here. Merlin suddenly realized that Wizard Samir and the others were considered the powerful ones amongst roaming wizards. The cultivation of roaming wizards was extremely difficult. Merlin had learned about it briefly from Elinor. Hearing this again from Wizard Samir had further deepened his understanding regarding roaming wizards. Some roaming wizards could have experienced some sort of wonderful encounters, and in addition to having excellent talents, they could have the chance to become 4th-level spellcasters. However, surely such people were not present in Floating City. Wizard Samir and the others were said to be the most powerful roaming wizards here. That was the reason why Wizard Bran had such an overbearing attitude earlier. Other than Spellcaster Clan and roaming wizards, there are also spellcasters organizations. Should they hear about the ancient monument, won't they send strong spellcasters to the place? Merlin immediately thought of the powerful spellcasters organizations, hence raised the question. Chapter 196 Overbearing. Chapter 196 Overbearing. Spellcasters Organization. The entire room fell into silence again. After a long moment, Wizard Samir heaved a long sigh. Wizard Merlin, have you ever been troubled about not having spells, potions, or casting tools when you were in the dark magic region? I know that you'll pay an equal price to obtain precious spells, potions, and casting tools in Spellcasters Organization. Either way, you'd still have the privilege to obtain the items you require, as every type of spell, potion, and casting tool is available in an organization. Meanwhile, roaming wizards like us have nothing at all. If we want to buy spells, it'll cost us an arm and leg to do so. Moreover, even if we have a large number of elemental crystal stones, we won't be able to buy the spells or potion materials suitable for us. The ancient monument may have some special spells, precious potions, or even ancient powerful casting tools. However, how can these things compare to what spellcasters organizations have? As long as they put in the effort to pay the price, they can get anything they want. The presence of the ancient monument doesn't attract the wizards in spellcasters organizations at all, especially strong wizards of 4th level and above. After a pause, Wizard Samir took a long look at Merlin, then said with a hint of a smile, in addition, the location of the ancient monument is far away even for Fire City, the spellcasters organization closest to us. Wizard Merlin should know this better than we do. Spellcasters organizations such as Fire City, the Dark Magic Region, and the others are busy dealing with Osmu right now. They won't have the time to care about whatever ancient monument here. Merlin was a little surprised. The fact that the Dark Magic Region, Fire City, Abyss Fort, and Ashes region had joined forces to deal with Osmu was well known amongst wizards from spellcasters' organizations. However, many roaming wizards did not even know spellcasters' organization that well, not to mention obtaining such detailed information on the battle with Osmu. Obviously, Wizard Center had especially fished the information about the situation of spellcasters' organizations before. Merlin nodded. Wizard Center has got a point there. Spellcasters' organizations had a complete endowment, a very comprehensive knowledge system, and an immeasurable amount of resources. The members of spellcasters' organizations only needed to use their contribution points to obtain the spells, potions, and casting tools they needed. Thus, the spells, potions, and casting tools in the ancient monument were not attractive to the powerful spellcasters in spellcasters' organizations at all. However, Wizard Samir was unaware of the legendary Pandora demon ability in the ancient monument. In this case, even powerful wizards of spellcasters' organizations would definitely enter the ancient monument. Upon thinking of this, Merlin took a knowing look at Wizard Reason and found the latter in a calm composure. Sensing Merlin's gaze, he even nodded with a nonchalant smile. He hides his feelings too well. Looking at the calm Wizard Reason, Merlin maintained a sharp vigilance against him. Reason had many tricks up his sleeve, so Merlin would have to be cautious when they entered the ancient monument. Wizard Samir, since there won't be any spellcaster of 4th level and above, let's move out as soon as possible. We don't have to wait until tomorrow. Rather, we can depart to the ancient monument anytime. Merlin was cleared of his doubts and agreed to Wizard Bren's suggestion to enter the ancient monument. Wizard Samir nodded. All right, let's not delay further and move out right away. Hence, Wizard Samir prepared a few carriages and let their alchemy creatures to drive the carriages. Soon, the carriages ran at full speed out of Floating City and headed toward the mysterious ancient monument. In the early morning, the winter fog lingered as the warm sunlight shone upon a large area of dense forest. The fallen leaves on the ground were soaked by the moist dewdrops that reflected strings of golden light under the sun. The entire forest was shrouded in the fog to the extent that nobody could see his or her own hands anymore. However, in such a dense forest, a group of spellcasters had gathered. The spellcasters' gazes were focused on a small hill in front of them. If one looked closely at the hill, one would find that it was not a hill at all. Instead, it was an ancient-looking tower which was covered in soil where flowers and plants had grown on it. Only the upper 4 floors of the ancient tower were visible. Since it was covered by soil all year round, it appeared just like a small hill. Moreover, such an ancient tower would have at least 9 floors in total. In other words, apart from the upper 4 floors shown above ground, there could be at least 6 floors buried underneath. The fact that such a tall tower was buried underground proved that it had stood the test of time of over thousands of years. Below the ancient tower, there was an area of soil that was charred black. It was obviously scorched by high temperature. It showed that someone had cast fire-type spells here. Moreover, there was a large hole beside the charred soil, indicating that someone had passed through the hole and entered the underground of the ancient tower. A large crowd of spellcasters gathered in front of the tower. They were mostly entrance-level spellcasters. They stared intently at the entrance of the tower but did not dare to enter. The spellcasters who entered the tower earlier did not experience any issues. I think it's not that dangerous in there. Let's go in quickly. There was a small group of spellcasters amongst the crowd. The one who spoke was Wizard Ken of the Delman clan. Meanwhile, Wizard Glenn, the 4-elemental second-level spellcaster, and Elena stood beside him. With Glenn as the leader, the three had arrived at the front of the ancient tower. This tower was just a part of the ancient monument. There were more floors buried underground, which consisted of the entire ancient monument. Let's not rush. The ones who went in are entrance-level spellcasters. Even if they entered the monument, how many dangerous zones can they break through? Wizard Glenn appeared rather composed. He did not rush as he stopped Wizard Ken, who seemed slightly agitated. Phew. As soon as Wizard Glenn finished his words, a violent gust of wind blew suddenly. Following that, an old and thin spellcaster with white hair strode toward the ancient monument. This old-looking spellcaster, albeit taking slow strides, had a gust of whirlwind blowing in front of him. It made a way through the crowds of spellcasters in front of the ancient monument by force. It's Wizard Hodgin. He's a well-known first-level spellcaster. He possesses a few strong defensive casting tools in addition to his expertise in wind-type spells. Tosk. He's a powerful wizard who can stand against a second-level spellcaster. There were spellcasters in the crowd who recognized the old man as they muttered amongst themselves. Hodgin, he's pretty strong. It's good to have him clear the path ahead of us. Wizard Glenn, who hid amongst the crowds, pulled his robe lower as he spoke in a low voice. The ancient monument contained many hidden dangers. Although Wizard Glenn was confident, he did not want to enter rashly. Thus, he had been waiting all this while for a capable spellcaster to enter the ancient monument before him. Following the spellcaster, they could minimize the danger that they would encounter in there. Ken, Elena, stay close to me. After Hodgin has entered the ancient monument, we'll trail in after him. Wizard Glenn had completed his preparation. His stare was glued on Wizard Hodgin, waiting for him to enter the monument. Old man Hodgin, you'll soon be dead. Even so, you still want to enter the ancient monument and test your luck, but let me go in first. Har. Suddenly, a series of loud laughter rang. A muscular spellcaster who only wore a basic creature's skin dashed out of the dense forest. There were many gigantic rings hanging over his left ear, making him look rather daunting. The spellcaster with a weird outfit shook off the dewdrops on him and quirked his mouth. He pointed straight at the old man Hodgin, and a hint of fire appeared out of thin air. In the blink of an eye, the fire turned into an endless sea of flames that almost ignited the entire forest. The old man Hodgin, who was initially emotionless, changed his expression drastically after seeing the spellcaster with a weird outfit. After the flames had appeared, he immediately took a step back. An intense amount of wind elements fluctuated around him, and his speed had increased significantly. However, the old man was still one step slower than the weird spellcaster. His body was covered in flames, but there was a grayish light flashing on him. It was obviously a defensive casting tool that worked to defend against the spell of the spellcaster with a weird outfit. Baslo, you madman. What are you doing? If you want to go in, I'll let you do it first. The old man appeared to be in rage as he yelled. The spellcaster named Baslo smirked as he said, Old man Hodgin, I haven't finished my business with you from the previous time. You indeed have a lot of tricks to save your life despite not having any other strength. You better stay away from me. Otherwise, I may very well attack you when I'm not in a good mood. Baslo seemed to have had arguments with the old man Hodgin before, but he had no means to beat the latter, who was good at escaping and saving his own life. The old man Hodgin wore a dark expression. Since he knew that he could not fight against Baslo, he stifled his words. Meanwhile, Baslo could have wanted to enter the ancient monument quickly, so he strode toward the entrance in large steps after he gave his warning to the old man Hodgin. He was different from Wizard Glen and the others. He did not care about the danger present in the ancient monument, and did not want to wait for others to clear the path for him. Such stupidity. The ones who enter the ancient monument first die the quickest. But Baslo is a second-level spellcaster, so he's more suitable to clear the obstacles in front for us. Wizard Glen hid amongst the crowd and closely observed the other spellcasters. Baslo, who wore a creature's skin, indeed had an overbearing attitude, and he had every right to. Before he entered the ancient monument, two figures dashed toward Baslo rapidly, blowing a gust of wind. Bang! Baslo immediately cast his defensive spell, but he was still thrown off by the strong force. Following that, a sharp voice rang. The 4 alchemists of Floating City are here. For those who want to live, leave immediately or prepare to die in vain. 4 figures gradually appeared in front of the ancient monument. After seeing the arrival of the alchemists, Wizard Glen, who hid amongst the crowds, finally changed his calm expression. It's these 4 old men. They're here this time as well. This is bad. Wizard Glen frowned slightly. His tone revealed that he knew the so-called 4 alchemists of Floating City, and he was fearful of them. That's not right. One of them is not here. Who's that? Suddenly, the youthful face of a black-robed spellcaster amongst the 4 made Wizard Glen speechless for a moment, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Chapter 197 The Melee. Chapter 197 The Melee. That's Merlin. Elena, is that the young black-robed spellcaster Merlin from the dark magic region? Wizard Glen's expression changed drastically as he asked Elena. He knew that the so-called 4 alchemists of Floating City indicated an alliance of mutual interest established by the 4 strongest roaming wizards in Floating City. Moreover, these alchemists were truly powerful as they possessed unique skills of their own. As a third-level spellcaster, these 4 spellcasters were nothing less remarkable than the spellcasters of the same level from any usual spellcaster's organization. Thus, Wizard Glen dreaded the arrival of these 4 spellcasters. However, it seemed that Wizard DeMarco was missing from the group. Instead, an unfamiliar young spellcaster was in his place. Many did not recognize the young spellcaster whose body was cloaked in a black robe. Elena stared at the young spellcaster who was covered with a black robe without blinking. She was way too familiar with that face. It's Wizard Merlin, Elena said in a low voice with a complicated expression. After hearing Elena's confirmation, Wizard Glen's expression darkened. With a low voice, he replied, I didn't expect Merlin to come to the ancient monument with these 3 old men. Unsurprisingly, he didn't promise to come with us. But, don't these old men have their own intentions coming here no matter what means Merlin has used to persuade these people to bring him to the ancient monument? How far can they protect him when they encounter dangerous situations there? Glen, the 4 alchemists always act together. Why is it that there are only 3 of them this time? Elena noticed that a powerful spellcaster was missing from Wizard Sanner's group. The 4 alchemists of Floating City consisted of 4 powerful spellcasters: Wizard Sanner, Wizard Bran, Wizard Reeson, and also Wizard DeMarco. Instead of Wizard DeMarco, Merlin was in their group. Glen smirked. Maybe that old guy did come. Or he may have been trailing behind them. No matter what, it's a troublesome situation with these 4 in the ancient monument. Initially, Glenn was full of confidence about this trip. He even had the confidence to go up against an ordinary third-level spellcaster. However, Wizard Samir and the others were different. Albeit being roaming wizards, they had their unique skills, and their abilities were comparable to third-level spellcasters from spellcasters' organizations. Thus, Wizard Glenn wore a dark expression since Wizard Samir and his group arrived and disrupted his position. However, changes soon occurred to the situation. Even if the atrocity of the 4 alchemists of Floating City was well known, there were also some roaming wizards who felt more confident in a crowd, eyeing the mysterious ancient monument. They were not as fearful about Wizard Samir and the others. Despite Wizard Bren's overbearing attitude, these roaming wizards did not leave at all. Instead, they stood in front of the ancient monument as they stared intently at Wizard Samir and his group who had just arrived. Wizard Samir frowned and said in a low voice, "It seems like we haven't shown ourselves in a long time. Some have already forgotten about us." Hee. Samir, I think it's time to do something about it. Wizard Bren let out a cruel laugh. Following that, intense fluctuations of elements appeared from his body. Kill them. Wizard Samir howled lowly when he saw the surrounding spellcasters who still did not back down. Boom! Instantly, a large area of violent flames flared up and their alchemy creatures dashed into the large crowd of spellcasters like beasts. Their alchemy creatures ran into the crowd and began their crazy massacre. These alchemy creatures were extremely powerful as they were able to withstand any ordinary third-level spell attacks. Besides, these spellcasters were mostly entrance level or were just lucky enough to become first-level spellcasters. The zero-level and first-level spells could not cause any significant damage upon the alchemy creatures. Once, the shrill cries of the crowd died. Incredible alchemy creatures. Merlin did not join in the attack. He only squinted his eyes a little as he observed Wizard Samir and the others. When he fought Wizard Samir's alchemy creature, he did not notice how strong they were. Especially when he possessed the Pandora Demon ability, Glacial Finger, these alchemy creatures could not cause any damage to Merlin at all. However, at this point, Merlin could see how terrifying these alchemy creatures were in front of these entrance-level, first-level, and second-level spellcasters. They were almost dominating the entire fight. The crowds were simply being massacred right now by those alchemy creatures. Ever since the battle had begun, Wizard Samir and the others were at an advantageous position. Although there were a large number of spellcasters around, they had no way to fight against Wizard Samir and his group. Har, my darling. Kill as many as you like. Wizard Bren sent out 2 of his alchemy creatures. They dashed in and out of the crowd like the wind. In addition, their defense was astounding. They had already killed numerous roaming wizards within a short period of time. Such one-sided massacre had transpired under the condition that Wizard Samir and the others had not cast their spells. It was crucial to know that they were all third-level spellcasters and they had constructed third-level spells. If they cast their spells, these roaming wizards would not survive at all. Damn it. These old guys are too strong. It seems we have to retreat for now and wait for an opportunity to enter the ancient monument. Wizard Glenn, who was hiding in the crowd, took a long glance at Wizard Samir and the others. He seemed to be rather helpless. He knew that he would not have a chance of winning against Wizard Samir and the group. He would be looking for his own death if he trailed behind them. Right at this moment, Merlin suddenly raised his head, seemingly noticing something. At one glance he spotted Wizard Glenn and Elena. So Elena came as well. After he ensured that Elena and the others had retreated from the crowd silently, he nodded subtlety. Under the circumstance, it was pure stupidity to remain at this place to face the powerful attacks of Wizard Samir and the others. Swoosh! Suddenly, a wind blade struck Merlin, but it was resolved by Merlin's zero-level spell, Earth Guard, right before hitting him. Someone could have finally noticed Merlin and figured that he was the weakest spellcaster amongst the four. Thus, a majority of spellcasters placed their gaze toward Merlin. Hee. Baslo, the young spellcaster, is weaker. Let's kill him first and vent out our anger, the old man Hodgin said moodily. Baslo shot a furious look at the old man Hodgin, but he, too, stared closely at Merlin. He was indeed quite frustrated when he was thrown off by the alchemy creatures sent by Wizard Bren, even though he was not injured. However, Wizard Bren was a third-level spellcaster and Baslo was far inferior to him. Hence, sensing that Merlin's aura was weaker and in addition to his youthful looks, Baslo was very attracted to what the old man Hodgin had said. It's fine that I'm inferior to these old men, but do you think you can enter the ancient monument that easily, a young spellcaster who came from nowhere? Baslo yelled and attracted Merlin's attention. Upon seeing that Baslo had grabbed Merlin's attention, the old man Hodgin had to stifle an angry curse. Baslo, such an idiot. What stupidity! If we attack him sneakily, we may kill this young spellcaster easily. After all, he came with the three old men. Killing him can, in a way, disrupt their confidence and attitude. Now, it's all ruined by you. The old man Hodgin could never understand Baslo's actions. He was always in favor of sneaky attacks. If he could not kill the person, he would immediately retreat. His actions made him an extremely troublesome opponent. Even in front of Wizard Samir and the others, the old man Hodgin still wanted to kill Merlin to lower the group's morale. However, all his plans were ruined by Baslo's yell. The old man Hodgin was truly speechless, but he had to trail behind Baslo and cast his spells, blasting towards Merlin. Why are all the spells heading towards Wizard Merlin? Wizard Samir and the others suddenly noticed some abnormalities. Many spellcasters were, in fact, casting spells that were heading straight toward Merlin. Once, like a gust of violent wind, spells whistled by and headed toward Merlin. However, upon seeing a large number of spells blasting toward Merlin, Wizard Samir did not show a slight hint of worry at all. Instead, he stopped his attacks and gazed upon Baslo and Hodgin, who started the attack pitifully with a hint of a smile on his face. Baslo and Hodgin are considered powerful presences amongst the roaming wizards. Unfortunately, they'll die right here, Wizard Samir muttered in a low voice. The fact that Merlin had killed Wizard DeMarco with his Pandora Demon ability was still confidential at this point. Only Wizard Samir, Wizard Bren, and Wizard Reeson were aware of this matter. Only the three of them knew how terrifying Merlin was. Merlin was the strongest person amongst the group. The old man Hodgin and Baslo were simply courting their own deaths when they messed with Merlin. Wizard Samir and the others' strange expressions had caught the attention of the old man Hodgin, who was always suspicious of others. However, he did not understand what was wrong with the situation, hence, he continued to cast his spells toward Merlin. The old man Hodgin and Baslo had already planned their retreat route. Once they killed Merlin, they would immediately run away at their quickest speed to not give any chance for Wizard Samir and the others to chase after them. Boom! Spells all over the sky had blasted frantically upon Merlin just like a storm. In the blink of an eye, Merlin's figure had disappeared from sight. Chapter 198 The Intimidating One. Chapter 198 The Intimidating One. Endless spells inundated Merlin's entire figure. Wizard Baslow and the old man Hodgin revealed a hint of elation when they believed that Merlin was now overwhelmed by the sheer number of spells. However, before they could completely relax, a weak light instantly encompassed Merlin's body. At the same time, dull collision sounds came from Merlin's direction, and his surroundings had become hazy due to the spell attacks. Upon hearing the sounds, the old man Hodgin and Wizard Baslow changed their expressions drastically. Such sounds indicated that the spells were all blocked by some sort of casting tool or a defensive spell. They are blocked. The old man Hodgin was in disbelief. Merlin was not a third-level spellcaster. They could see that he was at most a first-level spellcaster. Even a first-level spellcaster had no way of blocking so many spells except for a third-level defensive spell cast by third-level spellcaster. Swoosh! Suddenly, lightning began to flash and fist-sized thunderlight balls appeared above everyone's heads unexpectedly. At the same time, these thunderballs were releasing strings of thunder where each of them was the size of a finger and contained a violent force. Thunderlight ball. Merlin's voices came from within the vortex of dust. There were also a few monuments erected in front of him that cast a grayish light. Merlin had blocked the enormous amount of spell attacks by casting the strengthened version of Guardian Monument with the help of the enhancing casting tool. He didn't die. He must strong enhancing casting tool on him. The first level spell he cast is actually comparable to a third level spell. Baslow's expression changed. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed that such a powerful enhancing casting tool existed. Even though Merlin's Guardian Monument was a first level defensive spell, it was comparable to some third level spells. Other than the enhancing casting tool, Baslow could not think of any other method that could increase the power of spells so drastically. However, Baslow did not back down. Instead, he rapidly cast a defensive spell and charged towards Merlin. His expression revealed a hint of madness. Meanwhile, the old man Hodgin hesitated for a moment. At last, he took a long glance at the grayish Guardian Monument which was erected in front of Merlin and shook his head. He knew that he did not have the ability to break through Merlin's Guardian Monument. Thus, wind elements began to fluctuate violently around the old man Hodgin and his figure retreated backward rapidly. Want to leave now? It's too late. Merlin squinted his eyes slightly. He had cast Thunderlight Ball, which was a large-rear offensive spell. The roaming wizards who were not first-level spellcasters had let out shrill cries before they were vaporized. This was the true massacre. Even the alchemy creatures had not killed the crowd as efficiently as Merlin's Thunderlight Ball. After all, it was a spell aimed at a large area. Apart from that, Thunderlight Ball was also a powerful spell amongst large-rear offensive spells. If one was shrouded by it, one could not defend against it without the help of strong spells or defensive casting tools. Meanwhile, Thunderlight Ball did not have much effect on the second-level spellcasters unless Merlin had cast the strengthened version of Thunderlight Ball. However, with the abilities of Wizard Baslow and the old man Hodgin, it was unsurprising if the strengthened version of Thunderlight Ball could not hurt them much. Upon thinking of this, Merlin shot an icy stare at them. He would not go easy on those who dared to attack him. Demon ability Glacial Finger. His white finger that resembled an ice crystal pointed lightly at Baslow. Kachak. With just a slight sound, Baslow's entire body was frozen whilst he maintained a running pose. Even his facial expression was lively and seemed unchanged. Bang! The ice crystals broke into smithereens. The previously overbearing Baslo, who was covered by ice crystals, broke into countless crystal debris all over the ground. Merlin's glacial finger had not only frozen Baslo, but its remaining force was also heading straight at the old man Hodgin. The old man Hodgin was just ready to cast a wind-type spell to escape when he witnessed the scene where Baslo was frozen and broken into countless pieces. Even the knowledgeable old man Hodgin was immediately gripped by terror. His entire body could not help but shiver, showing how frightened he was in his heart. What's that, a spell, a casting tool? The old man Hodgin did not know of Pandora demon ability, but he had no intention to block the attack after witnessing Baslo's ending. He immediately retreated backward as if he was flying. However, Merlin's glacial finger was even quicker. An icy aura directly gripped the old man Hodgin, and his body began to freeze at once. No, no. My robe, quickly block this attack. The old man Hodgin had a lot of tricks up his sleeve to run away. He even had a few casting tools on him, but his robe was not effective against Merlin's glacial finger at all. He was directly encompassed by the icy aura and frozen altogether. Kachak. The ice crystals broke, and the old man Hodgin ended up the same as Baslo. His body broke into countless pieces of tiny ice crystals. The old man Hodgin and wizard Baslo had died. Two second-level spellcasters could not defend themselves at all, as they were turned into a pile of broken ice crystal debris on the ground in the blink of an eye. Even though the fight was not bloody, it caused a chill down on people's spine, especially to those roaming wizards who were still stubbornly blocking the attack of Merlin's Thunderlight Ball. After witnessing Merlin, who had easily eliminated the powerful wizard Baslo, and the old man Hodgin, who had countless life-saving tricks, these roaming wizards had lost all will to fight. They cast their life-saving spells respectively, trying to get away from the attacking range of Thunderlight Ball. The roaming wizards who were not killed by the first round of Thunder's forces were at least first-level spellcasters. Moreover, they had relied on powerful defensive spells or defensive casting tools to hang on until now. At this point, these roaming wizards had regretted their decision. They had thought Merlin was weak, but they did not expect Merlin to be so insanely powerful. Such a large-rear offensive spell had almost eliminated half of the roaming wizards present. Go, let's go. The young spellcaster is the true intimidating one. Many roaming wizards struggled to leave the attacking range of Merlin's Thunderlight Ball after paying significant prices. They did not even hesitate to leave as they ran toward the opposite direction of the ancient monument frantically. They did not dare to come close to the ancient monument at all. Soon, Merlin had stopped casting Thunderlight Ball. Now, there were charred black bodies on the ground. There were initially hundreds of roaming wizards present, but only about 50 of them had managed to escape or stay hidden. Merlin's Thunderlight Ball eliminated half of the roaming wizards. Ruthless. So ruthless. Who's this young spellcaster? He's too frightening. Besides a first-level spell, such a large-rear offensive spell doesn't come by very often. The roaming wizards who managed to run away stared at Merlin's figure with lingering terror. Large-rear spells were precious to these roaming wizards. Many of them had never seen such large-rear offensive spells before. Even third-level spellcasters like Wizard Samir, who was considered a powerful spellcaster amongst the roaming wizards, only possessed large-rear binding spell instead of the offensive spell. The offensive ability of large-rear offensive spells was, in fact, not as good as that of singly aimed spells. For example, if Merlin only had one opponent, the effect of his furious flame would be more apparent. Due to this reason, many spellcasters did not want to construct larger rear offensive spell. After all, the majority of spellcasters in the world of spellcasters was only capable of constructing 3 spells. Many would choose to construct a singly-aimed offensive spell, a defensive spell, and a binding spell. Even for a 4-elemental spellcaster, his 4th spell would usually be a speed spell. Thus, spellcasters would seldom choose to construct larger rear offensive spell. However, Merlin did not have such restrictions at all because he was a 6-elemental spellcaster. He possessed many spells, so he could choose to construct many different types of spells. Besides, this was Merlin's first time using larger rear offensive spell, Thunderlight Ball, and the result was quite remarkable. The horrifying scene they witnessed today might forever be etched in the memory of these roaming wizards who were fortunate enough to escape. Wizard Glenn and his group, who had long hidden in a small corner, stared wide-eyed at the familiar figure. A large number of spell attacks made them think that Merlin had no chance of defending himself at all. Wizard Glenn also admitted to himself that he could not stand against that number of attacks as well. However, the result had far exceeded their expectations. Not only did Merlin block the attacks, but he was also able to retaliate immediately. With one hit, he eliminated the powerful second-level spellcasters, Wizard Baslow and the Old Man Hodgin. Baslow's death was understandable as he, albeit strong, was far inferior to the Old Man Hodgin in terms of life-saving tricks. However, the Old Man Hodgin, who was able to run away from third-level spellcasters, could not even stand one hit from Merlin. Recalling their deaths and the translucent icy aura, Wizard Glenn and the others were gripped by intense terror. Strong. So strong, Wizard Merlin's potential was far more than that of Clay's back then. Elena, a true prodigy, has once again appeared in the dark magic region. 6-elemental spellcaster is such an unfathomable existence. Wizard Glenn, who was furious at Merlin's arrogant attitude before, was completely defeated by the ability Merlin had shown. In the Delman family, he was considered a prodigy, but he was at most average in Fire City. Naturally, he was not comparable to 6-elemental spellcasters who had presented undefeatable strength like Merlin. Wizard Merlin's growth is so rapid. Elena suddenly exclaimed with mixed emotions. She knew about Merlin's ability before. In the dark magic region, although Merlin was powerful where ordinary first-level spellcasters could not rival his strength, he was definitely not as strong as he was now. In other words, Merlin had improved his abilities to this horrifying extent within a short duration of a few months' time. Most importantly, the spells Merlin had cast earlier were all first-level spells. It was highly possible that Merlin had become a first-level spellcaster. This was the condition to rid the status of a temporary member in the dark magic region and finally become the official member of dark magic region. Elena was more envious of Merlin in this matter. Swoosh! All of a sudden, Wizard Glenn's expression changed. He could clearly see that Merlin's gaze was shot toward where they were at right now. Chapter 199 Mysterious Symbols. Chapter 199 Mysterious Symbols. Merlin's gaze turned to where Wizard Glenn and the others were. Although his gaze seemed calm, Wizard Glenn and the others felt a deep chill in their bones and did not dare move a single muscle. In particular, Wizard Ken, who had previously sneered at Merlin, felt apprehensive after seeing the look in Merlin's eyes. However, Merlin soon retracted his gaze and turned away. Wizard Glenn and the others heaved a sigh of relief. "Glenn, what should we do now?" Wizard Ken was out of his wits and even wanted to leave right away. After all, it was a terrifying situation that they were in. whether it was Wizard Samir and the others, or Merlin. Not even Wizard Glenn was a match for them. If they had not withdrawn before everything happened, they would have ended up like Hodgdon and Baslow. Wizard Glenn fixed his gaze on Merlin, Wizard Samir, and the others before speaking in a low voice. We mustn't get too close to them. All we can do is wait for them to enter the ancient monument first, and if we bump into them again, we'll turn around immediately. Wizard Merlin should be around, and he wouldn't create trouble for us. After he spoke, Wizard Glenn glanced at Elena, who was standing at one side. Although Merlin had only stared at them for a moment, Wizard Glenn's sharp perception told him that it was Elena whom Merlin was looking at. As long as Elena was here, he believed that even if they bumped into Merlin and the others, they would be fine. This was the main reason Wizard Glenn decided on entering the ancient monument. Thereafter, Wizard Glenn and the others stood quietly at a far distance, cautiously observing every movement made by Merlin, Wizard Samir, and the others. Wizard Merlin, I believe that after today, your name will shine far brighter than any of us old fools. Wizard Samir smiled as he spoke. Wiping out 50, 60 roaming wizards in such a short duration was an astonishing feat even to Wizard Samir and the others. They did not expect that other than possessing Pandora Demon ability, Merlin also had such impressive spells. All right, those eyesores have been eliminated. There were people who had already entered the ancient monument, so let's quickly go in as well. Wizard Bren eyed the entrance of the ancient monument, and could not wait to go in. Fine, let's go. Merlin nodded. He cast a glance at Old Man Hodgdon and Baslow, who had been smashed to smithereens on the ground, and felt that it was quite a shame. Although the power of Glacial Finger was formidable, once it had been cast, even the rings worn by Old Man Hodgdon and the rest were frozen and shattered as well. This Old Man Hodgdon was an expert in escaping and had numerous survival methods as well as a few casting tools. However, these had been destroyed completely and Merlin was unable to obtain them. Although it was a pity, Merlin did not express too much regret. Along with Wizard Samir, the group of four quickly plunged into the huge hole in front of the ancient monument and began making their way into this mysterious monument. After a moment had passed, a group of spellcasters appeared at a distance. They were spellcasters who were dissatisfied and who still wanted to enter the ancient monument. Seeing that the nefarious Merlin, Wizard Samir, and the others had gone into the ancient monument, they began to become restless once more. Come on, let's go in as well. Wizard Glenn spoke in a low tone. Thereafter, he led Wizard Ken and Elena forward, and all three of them quickly disappeared into the monument too. It was pitch black in the ancient monument, and slightly damp. Merlin gently stroked a stone wall. It was moist. With only a little effort, he was able to claw out a huge chunk of broken stone. At the moment, they were still not in the middle of the monument. This structure was a tower with 9 floors, of which only 4 floors were exposed above ground. These 4 floors had long been explored countless times. The other 5 floors were located underground. It was these floors that were the main objective of their expedition. Soon after going through the deep pitch-black passage, the faint outline of a tunnel entrance appeared below. Beyond the entrance, a jumble of footprints had been left behind, indicating that people had passed by before. This tunnel entrance was the true entry point into the ancient monument. Only by going in could they reach the middle of the ancient tower. Thump. Wizard Bren allowed his alchemy creature to first clear the way. As the alchemy creature moved in front, it would be the first to detect and hold back any danger up ahead. The alchemy creature broke the rotten wooden door under its foot as it led the way into the tower. Merlin and the rest followed behind. Just as he entered the tower, Merlin smelled the thick odor of dust. The ancient tower had been buried underground, but its interior was still well preserved, only that a long passage of years had accumulated dust everywhere, obscuring the decorative displays in the tower. Crack! Without warning, Merlin cast frost abruptly, and a mass of ice crystals swiftly appeared on the tower wall. A spider, covered in bright-colored patterns, about the size of a toddler's palm, was frozen. Be careful. There may be dangers lurking around the ancient monument. Wizard Samir glanced at the frozen patterned spider and reminded them once again. This type of spider was deadly toxic. The physical attributes of a spellcaster were only slightly better than a normie's. If these spiders bit them in a moment of their carelessness, they would be in grave danger. Therefore, Merlin maintained fluctuations of earth element over his body. He was casting Earth Guard at every moment. Although this increased the consumption of magic power, he had accumulated many spells in the Earth Guard's spell model to the point where he could keep this up for a few hours. With the protection of Earth Guard, smaller instances of danger would not cause Merlin any harm whatsoever. As for Wizard Bren, Wizard Reeson, and even Wizard Samir, they did not cast any defensive spells. Instead, they were wearing robes, and with the protection of these robes, naturally, they did not need to deplete their magic power to cast defensive spells. Merlin admired the robes that they were wearing. With those robes, many troubles could be avoided. Fortunately, he only had to construct Dark Light Realm successfully to become a versatile spell caster. Then, he would return to the Dark Magic region and automatically obtain a free robe from the organization. With the alchemy creature leading the way, their group moved at a swift pace. Soon, they were heading into the depths of the ancient tower. However, just as they had walked past, the patterned spider, which had initially landed frozen on the ground, began to gradually shine with a green glow as its body enlarged quickly. Bang! The ice crystals were shattered in an instant. The patterned spider had currently grown to the size of a washbasin. Two black fangs protruded below its mouth, making it look sinister and terrifying. Having escaped from the grip of the ice crystals, the patterned spider stared at the direction in which Merlin and the rest had walked. Thereafter, it swayed its head while it followed closely behind and quickly vanished into the darkness. Hold on, there's a whiff of blood. All of a sudden, Merlin frowned and yelled in haste. He had persisted in practicing the posture on the relief sculpture, and his physical attributes were substantially improved. His senses were far sharper than the average person's, so he was able to catch a faint whiff of blood. Wizard Samir and the rest stopped as well. Even though they did not smell any blood, for the sake of being cautious, they still quickly readied themselves. Darling, go and see what lies ahead. Wizard Bren instructed one of the alchemy creatures in a low voice, after which the alchemy creature with a well-developed physique bounded ahead quickly. Wizard Bren had two alchemy creatures. This was an alchemy technique unique to him, just like Wizard Samir's mithril alchemy technique. These were their respective secret techniques, which they would not easily divulge to others. Wizard Bren, who had two alchemy creatures, was naturally scouting the path ahead. Even if there was some danger which caused one of his alchemy creatures to die, he would still have one alchemy creature to protect him. As they were waiting for the alchemy creature to examine the situation up ahead, Merlin began walking on the spot. The faint light from the fire illuminated the room in which Merlin was. Everywhere was covered in dust, and he could not discern the original features of the ancient tower. Merlin gently approached a wall and reached out a hand and casually wiped away the dust on the wall. Then, he noticed mysterious symbols on the surface where he had wiped the dust away. Merlin's heart stirred and he said to Wizard Bren, "Wizard Bren, could I trouble you to use a wind-type spell to clear away the dust in this space?" "Wizard Merlin, have you discovered something?" As Wizard Bren asked, he cast a wind-type spell as well. In a moment, powerful gusts of wind rushed by, blowing all the dust on the wall away. As the walls were cleared by the wind, distorted and uneven symbols gradually appeared. This was not the Molto language, and Merlin could not understand what these symbols represented. However, a small change seemed to have washed over Wizard Samir as his eyes evidently lit up and he spoke in a soft voice. "These are mysterious calculations for potion preparation. I had entered a few ancient monuments before and found many of these mysterious symbols in them. These are formulas for potion making used by ancient spellcasters. Since these symbols have appeared here, it means that a room for potion making may lie somewhere ahead. Perhaps the potion that I need will be there." Wizard Samir seemed worked up. The spellcasters here had their own agendas for entering the ancient monument, and Wizard Samir's purpose was to find a potion which would stabilize the spell model in his awareness. Once any clue that was related to potions showed up, he would become excited. These symbols. Merlin frowned. These symbols were in fact left by ancient spellcasters while they prepared potions 3,600 years ago. Merlin had an intuition that these mysterious symbols represented the supplementary methods used by powerful spellcasters in potion making during the most glorious age of spellcasters. Modern spellcasters had a very low success rate in potion making, and yet it was mentioned in ancient books that 3,600 years ago the fields of potions, alchemy, spells, and runes were all at their peak. Perhaps they could obtain some knowledge from the mysterious symbols regarding potion making. As he thought of this, Merlin instantly recorded these symbols in the matrix. He would slowly analyze them when he had time in the future. Whoosh! Just then, the alchemy creature that Wizard Bren had sent ahead to scout had returned. Furthermore, its hands were carrying a corpse, from which came the sharp stench of blood. End of all to Part 2.